You're watching part 2, which is also the last part of our Twitch clone tutorial. Before you continue with this project, make sure that you did part 1 first. Everything that you just saw in the demo is going to be covered in this free tutorial. If you're watching on YouTube, you're going to have part 1 and part 2, both for free, uploaded on the channel. That being said, if 14 hours of content is still not enough for you and you want to learn more, or if you want to donate to my channel, you can use the link in the description and look at this content where it says want to learn more. And in here, you can unlock it for a price and get all of these features and everything else that I put here in the future. Now let's go ahead and let's create the settings for our keys, right? So when I click here, currently it's A404 and my URL is /u, my username, and then keys. And again, you can confirm this as well by going inside of your username components. So inside of the dashboard, username components, sidebar, navigation, and confirm that you have the same href as I do here. Great, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go inside of the app, browse username, and just as we created the chat folder, we're now going to create the keys folder, like that. And inside, go ahead and create page.tsx. Let's go ahead and write keys page, and let's return a div keys page. And now when you go ahead and try and clicking on the keys in your sidebar, you should no longer be getting A404. Instead, it should say keys page, like this. Now let's go ahead and style this to show our label here. So I'm going to give this div a class name of padding 6. I'm going to go ahead and open a div with a class name flex items center, justify between, and margin bottom of 4. I'm going to write an h1 element, keys and URLs, and give it a class name of text 2XL and font bold. And below that, I'm going to add a little button component, which is just going to say generate like this, and give it a variant of primary. Like that. So you should have a screen similar to this. For now, this generate button isn't going to do anything. We're going to come back to that later. And now below that, I want to go ahead and create a div with a class name of space y4. And inside, I'm first going to render the URL card like that. So if you save, you're going to get an error because URL card does not exist. So let's go inside of keys, create a folder underscore components, and inside create a new file, url-card.tsx. Let's go ahead and let's export const URL card here. And let's return a div saying URL card. So very simple like this. Let's go back inside and let's import URL card from /_components URL card. And now I want to go ahead back inside of my keys page and I want to turn this into an asynchronous function so that I can load my stream settings. So let's get self from await get self. So import that from the auth service. And let's get the stream from await get stream by user ID self.id. Like that. And I'm just going to move this to here. Let's go ahead and do if there is no stream, throw new error, stream not found. All right, and now we can go ahead and pass some props here. So let's go ahead and pass in the value of the URL card to be stream.server URL, which is one of our properties in here. So we're going to use this to generate the Ingress ID, server URL, and stream key. So these three values, that's what's going to be controlled with this page. So now we have to enable the URL card to accept these props. So let's go inside of the URL card here, and let's go ahead and create an interface URL card props to accept a value, which can be a string or null. And let's go ahead and assign the props, URL card props here. Let's extract the value like this. And let's go ahead and give this div a class name of rounded, extra large, BG muted, and padding of 6, like this. Then inside, let's open up a new div with a class name, flex items center, and gap x of 10. Let's open a paragraph and write server URL and a class name of font semi-bold and shrink 0, like that. And then outside of this div, open up a new div. My apologies, not inside of this div, inside of this div. So just below the paragraph here, open a new div with a class name space y2 and width full. And let's go ahead and add a new div with a class name of width full, flex items center, and gap x of 2. And then inside, I'm going to go ahead and render the input. So make sure you import input from components UI input here. And let's give it a value of value or an empty string like that. Let's give it a property disabled. So we're going to hard code it because this is not going to be something user will be able to change. This will be generated using this generate button. So from here, they're only going to be able to see it and copy it. And let's write a placeholder server URL if user has not generated anything yet. So now this should look like this. You should have the server URL and you should have a huge input here which says server URL. So now what I want to do is create a little button here on the side which will copy whatever value is inside, so we enable our users to do that more easily. So for that, what I'm going to do is go below the input and add copy button, which we don't have yet, but we're going to create in a second, and pass in the value to be either a value or an empty string like this. And now let's go ahead inside of this underscore components and create a new file, copy button.tsx, like that. Let's mark it as use client because it's going to be interactive. Let's create an interface, copy client props. Let's pass in the value to be an optional string, and let's export const copy button here, like this, and just return a div copy button. And let's go ahead and assign the props, copy, not copy client, my apologies, copy button props, right? And value. And now go back to the URL card and you can now import this. And I'm just going to separate the imports. All right. And now inside of here, let's go ahead and modify this a little bit. So I want this to be a button component. So import components UI button. And inside of it, I want to go ahead and render my icon, right? So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and add a state is copied and set is copied to be use state false by default. So make sure you import use state from React. So it's going to change the icon when we click on it, right? So it indicates to the user that it's copied. So then what I'm going to do is write const on copy. If there is no value, we're just going to break the function, right? There's nothing to copy. And then otherwise, I'm going to do set is copied to be true. I'm going to do navigator.clipboard.write text and pass in the value. And then I'm going to do set timeout so that new icon, which will indicate to the user that we copied something, will only show for 1 second, and then do set is copied false like that. So it indicates to the user, okay, you copied this, and we're going to disable the button during that time as well so they don't spam. And now let's create our dynamic icon variable. So if is copied, it's going to use check icon from Lucid React. So make sure you import check from Lucid React. And otherwise, it's going to use the copy icon from Lucid React. So just make sure you have both of those here. And then inside of here, we can simply render that icon constant from above and give it a class name of h4 and width of 4. And now give this button an onClick property of onCopy. Go ahead and give it a disabled property of if there is no value or if we have copied something. Sorry, not exclamation point here, so just or if we have copied it. And in here, give it a variant of ghost and a size of small. Like this. Great. So now you should have a nice little copy button at the end here, and it should be disabled because we have no value here. Great. So now let's go back inside of our page component, and below that, let's go ahead and let's render the key card component, which is also going to be having a stream.stream key like that. So now let's go ahead inside of components and create key card.tsx. Let's go ahead and mark this as use client. And let's do an interface key card props here to accept the value, which can be string or null. Let's do export const key card props. Let's return a div. And let's go ahead and assign the key card props value here. Extract the value. Go back inside of the keys page, and then you can import the key card from components key card. Great. And you can see that we have no errors when passing our value. So now let's go back inside of the key card and let's go ahead and develop this. So inside of this div, I'm going to go ahead and give it a class name of rounded extra large, BG muted, and padding of 6. Then inside, I'm going to open a div here with a class name of flex items start gap x 10. Then inside, I'm going to render a paragraph which says stream key, and give this paragraph a class name of font semi-bold and shrink 0. And then below that, I'm going to go ahead and open a div with a class name of space y2 and width of full. And then inside, open a div with a class name w full flex item center and gap x of 2. Let's go ahead and render our input component first inside. So make sure you import this. And inside, we're going to pass in the value to be the value or an empty string. The type is for now going to be password, right? We're going to change it dynamically later. It's going to be disabled. And placeholder is going to be stream key if it doesn't exist. Great. And below that, let's add our copy button, which you can import from /copy button. So we reuse it here as well and pass in the value to be value or an empty string as well. Great. And now outside of this div, add a new button here. So make sure you import the button component like this. And in here, what we're going to do is we're going to change this to, we're just going to say show like that, and give this a size of small and the variant of link like this. And now you should have this kind of a button here, which can indicate to show this stream key, because default is going to be hidden, right? So let's go ahead and create a little state for that. So I'm going to import use state from React. And in here, I'm going to go ahead and write show and set show, use state, default value is false, like that. Let's go ahead and give this button which says show an on click to toggle that. So go ahead and simply call set show to do the opposite of the current value. And now we can change this dynamically. So if we show it, the action is hide, otherwise it's show, like that. And then you can go ahead and try and click on this, and it should trigger between hide and show. And now what we have to do is use that value to change our input type from password to text, right? So we show that. So let's go ahead and simply use show text, otherwise password. Like that. Great. And we can try it out by going inside of our page here. And for now, change the value to 1234 for the key card. And why am I importing key card props? Whoops. My apologies. This is supposed to be key card, right? And then go back to the page and import key card. Like this. Great. And now if you try it, you can see how it's hidden. When you click show, it's right here. And you should also be able to copy that. There we go. So all of that is working great. And what we have to do now is this generate button, which is going to open a dialog. So before we go there, let's go ahead and bring this back to stream.server.stream key like that. And now let's go ahead and let's create our model. In order to do that, we first need to install a couple of packages from Chatcn UI. So I'm going to open my terminal here and let me shut this down. And I will just write npx Chatcn UI at latest add dialog first. After the dialog, we're also going to have to add a select component. So add select. And we're also going to have to add an alert component. So make sure you have these three: dialog, select, and alert. And do npm run dev again and refresh your localhost. And now what we're going to do is we're going to place this button which says generate inside of our keys folder page.tsx to instead just render the connect model. So connect model like that. And if you save, you should get an error because it doesn't exist. So let's go inside of our underscore components here and create a new file, connect-model.tsx. And let's go ahead and mark this as use client. Let's export const connect model and just return a div connect model. Go back inside of the keys page and import the connect model from /connect model, and you can remove the button import like that. So now go back inside of the connect model and let's import everything we need from our dialog. So import from add/components UI dialog. So we are going to need the dialog itself, the dialog close, dialog content, dialog header, dialog title, and dialog trigger like this. And now let's go ahead and wrap our button inside of a dialog. So change this to be a dialog. Then inside of here, let's change this to be a dialog trigger. Let's give it an asChild property, and inside render a button component, which you can import from add/components UI button. And in here, we're gonna say generate connection and give it a variant of primary like that. And there we go. Now you should have a button again here. And when we click on it, it's gonna open a dialog. So let's go outside of the dialog trigger and let's add a dialog content here. Then let's add a dialog header, then a dialog title, and in here write generate connection like this. And then when you go ahead and click on this button, it should open that model and it should say generate connection like this. Great. What we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and add a little alert here. So go outside. So first let's import everything we need from the alert, right? So I'm going to go here and I'm going to go ahead and import everything I need from add/components UI alert. And in here, let's import the alert description, the alert title, like that, title. Great, and now what I want to do is go outside of the dialog header, but still inside of the dialog content and render our alert here. And let's add alert triangle from Lucid React. So make sure you import alert triangle from Lucid React. I'm going to move it here. And let's give this a class name of h4 and width of 4. Then let's do alert title here and let's write warning. And then an alert description below, which is going to say this action will reset all active streams using the current connection. So we warn the user that if they decide for any reason to reset their connection keys, we're going to give them this warning to know that if they have an active stream going on, it's going to be shut down because the keys that they're using to connect to their streaming software are going to be reset and re-invalidated, right? Because the new ones will come in. So that's why we're going to give this warning if anyone is playing around with this so they know what they are doing. Great. And what I want to do now is add two buttons to generate or to cancel. So let's go outside of this alert, create a div with a class name of flex, justify between. And let's go ahead and add a dialog close here to be our button. Give it a variant of ghost. And inside render the cancel button. And then outside of that, another button, which is very simply going to say generate. And for now, let's give it an empty onClick function. And let's give it a variant of primary. Like this. And when you take a look at it now, you should be having these two buttons. Great. And now I just want to add the select component here. So I believe we don't have anything imported. So first let's go ahead and add everything we need from the select component here. So go ahead and import from add/components UI select. And let's import select content, select item, select trigger, and select value. And just don't do this mistake as I did. Great. And what we're going to do now is render that just below our header, so above the alert here. So let's add the select right here. And what I'm going to select like this, and this one as well. And then inside, what I'm going to do is add a select trigger. I'm going to give it a class name of full whip. I'm going to go ahead and add a select value inside with a placeholder ingress type, like that. And then I'm going to add a select content here. And each of those is going to have a select item, which is going to have a value of RTMP, like this. And it's not going to be a self-closing tag, so RTMP, like this. And the other one is going to be a WHIP connection. So we're going to handle both protocols, RTMP and WHIP. And you're going to see what they do later when we actually connect to a streaming service, like that. And I believe that we should already be seeing this as our... There we go. You can see how we can select between the two of this now. Great. So the user will select what kind of connection they want. So RTMP is often used for streaming, right? For example, OBS accepts RTMP Ingress type, so it can connect to that software. And WHIP connections might be used for something else. So this way, we will allow all kinds of software to connect to our Next.js application, right? So it's going to be very modular. I believe we can even use some more popular... actually, I think OBS is the most popular streaming software because it's free and open source. But there are some others, you know, which are maybe built into PlayStation and stuff. And I believe that they use the exact same protocols. But if they don't use this one, we also have this one, right? So it's going to be a very, very good streaming architecture for us here. Perfect. So we're going to stop for here now because I want to do the actual, you know, Ingress creation in a separate module. So we have more time to talk about that and to explain it. So for now, we finished the UI for this. And then in the next part, we're going to go ahead and actually, well, make this do something once we click the generate button. So what we have to do now is we have to connect to Livekit so we can create our Ingress. So go ahead and visit livekit.io or go ahead and use the link inside of the description. So this is real-time video and audio for developers, and it is an open source alternative to Twilio or some other stuff. And they include WebRTC and sockets inside. So if you want to, you can even self-host this, and they have great documentation on how to do that as well. So what I want you to do is go ahead and find the sign in button from here and go ahead and log in. Once you're inside of your dashboard, I'm not sure if you're going to see this exactly. Perhaps some project will be created for you, but what I'm going to do is go right here on the bottom and click create new project. And I'm going to give my app a name, Game Hub, which is our parody name, right? So let's go ahead and create this project here. And if you want to, you can go ahead and fill in this survey to help them know better about what you are doing. What we have to do now is we have to prepare some environment variables, right? So I'm going to go inside of my settings here, and in here you should have the keys option. And you also have webhooks, which we're going to do later. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click add a new key here, and I'm going to call this development. And let's go ahead and click generate like this. And now you're going to get these items right here. So keep that open, don't close it yet. And instead, let's go ahead inside of our .environment file, and let's go all the way to the bottom right here, and let's add the following. So we need livekit _ API URL, we need livekit _ API key, and we need livekit _ API secret, like this. So let's go ahead and let's fill in the API key from here. So I'm going to give that here. Let's use the secret key right here. Let's use that and paste it here. like that. And this is the WebSocket URL. I'm not sure if we need this, or I think we actually need an API URL. So this is something else. So just make sure you added the API key and the secret key. And if it happened to you that you accidentally closed this, you're probably going to notice that you cannot see it again, the secret key, right? So you can just always click add a new key. It's not a big problem. So in order to find the Livekit API URL, we can do that by going inside of the analytics here, and in here you can go ahead and copy this from your URL like this. So let's go ahead and put that here, and I believe we need to add HTTPS at the beginning like this. And I actually made a mistake previously when I told you that we don't need the WebSocket server. We do need that as well. So let's see if we can get that from the settings here. So I have my keys here. This is the development one. And in here we have the WebSocket URL. So let's go ahead and just copy this right here. And let's paste that in here as well. So no worries that we cannot see the secret, right? Because we can still see the WebSocket URL. So let's add next_public _ livekit _ vs _ URL like this. So these three keys will be used privately, right? Because they don't have the next public prefix, but this one does, meaning that it can be used in the client, and it needs to be used in the client to initialize the WebSocket connection. But for these two, we can just leave them as they are. So make sure that you have the Livekit API URL, which you can get by clicking on the analytics here, copying what you see here at the top, and I believe it's actually exactly the same as your WebSocket URL, as you can see, but it does need an HTTPS prefix right here. And inside of your settings here, you can get by clicking on the development. When we open this, you have the API key, and maybe we can click reveal secret. Looks like we can, right? So just make sure that you have both your API key and your secret inside. After you've done all of that, you can go ahead and close this. And if you want to, you can keep this open in your analytics, because we're going to come back to it later once we establish the connection, so we can see that it was properly established here. So what I want to do here is shut down my terminal and install a couple of packages. So we're going to need Livekit components React. So make sure you install that package. Let's wait a second for this to install. So this is going to give us some set of useful client-side hooks and components. Then we're going to need npm install livekit client. So make sure you have that. And we're going to need npm install livekit-server-sdk like this. So make sure you have all of those installed. And now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our actions and create a new file, ingress.ts, like that. And mark this as use server, because this is a server action. And now let's go ahead and let's import everything we need from Livekit server SDK. So we're going to need the Ingress audio encoding preset, the Ingress input. We're going to need the Ingress client, the Ingress video encoding preset, and room service client. Then we're also going to need to import track source from Livekit server SDK. I believe, can we also import that from here? I believe we can. So we can just add it to this one like that. All right. And now what we have to do is import our database from @libdb. We have to import getSelf from auth service, and we have to import, well, that should be it for now. And now let's go ahead and create our room service. So const room service is going to be new room service client. And now we have to pass in 3 environment variables inside, which we have right here. So we're going to work with this 3, right? So let's go ahead and first pass in process.environment, the API URL, like that. And then in the other ones, for the second one, we're going to pass in the API key. And for the last one, we're going to pass the API secret, like that. And you can put exclamation points at the end of each of those to ensure, because we know that they exist, right? So now what I want to do is I want to create a create ingress action, which is going to be an asynchronous function. And what it's going to accept is the ingress type. So let's go ahead and give this a type of ingress type to be a type of ingress input, which we have imported from right here, from the live server SDK. And now inside of here, let's go ahead and let's write const self to be await get self. And then let's go ahead and write a little comment here to do reset previous ingress, like that. And now let's go ahead and write const options to be create ingress options. And let's go ahead and give some properties here. So the name is going to be self.username. The room name is going to be self.id. So anyone who joins our room is going to join our ID. That's how we're going to recognize which room the user wants to join. Now let's create a participant name, which is going to be self.username. And let's create the participant identity, which is going to be self.id. Great. And now we have to add some more options depending on whether we use the WHIP input or the RTMP input, right? And let's just see what exactly this error is. So it looks like I didn't import this. Let's go ahead and look at this, create ingress options. Oh, so we have to import type create ingress options from Livekit server SDK. So make sure you have that as well, and then this error should go away. And now let's go ahead and let's write if ingress type is equal to ingress input dot WHIP input. Let's enable bypass transcoding. So options dot bypass transcoding is true. Else, so if it is the other protocol, we're going to use options.video to be an object which uses the source to be track source.camera, and preset is ingress video encoding preset dot and now we're gonna go ahead and use H264 underscore 180p underscore 30 FPS underscore 3 layers, like that. And now let's go ahead and let's see what this is going on. So track source dot camera is not assignable to this. Let's see what did I do wrong here. I believe that you can import track source from one other place. Perhaps this was the wrong place to import it, or let's go ahead and try it like this. Let's import track source from Livekit server SDK /dist /proto /livekit models, like that. So this is how it looks in one line. So let's try this now. And that seems to be working. So it looks like we have to import track source from that one specifically. In case it changes for you in the future, I'm sure that, well, it's going to be quite easy for you to look at the documentation to see. But if you're still getting errors, or if this doesn't exist for you, let me show you my package JSON so you can see what Livekit versions I have. So my Livekit components React are 1.4.2. My Livekit client is 1.15.4. And my Livekit server SDK is 1.2.7, like that. So if you want to, you can use the exact versions that I have, so you ensure that you can import this, right? But if you're not having any errors here, it means that it is working. Great, so we set the options for video, and now let's do options.audio here. So for the source, we're gonna use track source.microphone. And for the preset, we're going to use ingress audio encoding preset dot opus stereo 96 kbps, like that. And now let's go ahead outside of this if clause, and let's create an ingress. So const ingress is await ingress client dot create ingress. Let's do ingress client. Do I have this ingress client imported? Oh, my apologies, I forgot to create the ingress client, right? So go below the room service here and create the ingress client, and that's going to be new ingress client with a capital I. So make sure you have this imported from here. So new ingress client, and inside pass process.environment, and we're going to use the Livekit API URL like that, and put an exclamation point at the end to get rid of the error. And now we have the ingress client like this. So let's go ahead and do ingress client.create ingress, and let's pass in the ingress type as the first argument, and let's pass in the options as the second argument. And then if we don't have an ingress created, or if there is no ingress.url, or if there is no ingress.stream key, in that case, throw new error, failed to create ingress. And now let's go ahead and do await db.stream.update, where we have a matching user ID from our self.id, and let's update the following data. Ingress ID is ingress.ingressID. Server URL is ingress.url, and the stream key is ingress.stream_key, like that. And now let's do revalidate path /u/self.username/keys. So that fields get updated once we do this, and let's return ingress itself. Great, so this is my ingress function. You can always visit the source code to see more information here. And one more thing I want to do is just finish this to reset previous ingresses. So we can do that now. So let's go ahead, and just above the create ingress, let's also do export const reset ingress. Let's set ingress says, right, and do asynchronous function which accepts the host identity, which is a string, and all it's going to do is get all ingresses first. So ingresses is await ingress client.list ingress, and passing the room name to be the host identity. And now let's get all the rooms. So const rooms await room service dot list rooms, and pass in the host identity inside like this. And then let's do for const room of rooms await room service dot delete room, and pass in room dot name. Right, so we cannot use for each or map here because await does not work in those functions, so we have to use the plain old for here. And let's write another one for const ingress of ingresses. Let's do if we have ingress.ingressID, meaning that it's the proper active ingress. In that case, await ingress client.delete ingress ingress.ingressID. Like this. Great. And now every time that the user tries to create a new ingress, we are going to ensure that we remove all instances. So await reset ingresses and pass in self.id. So we're going to remove all previous instances of active streams and rooms and ingresses which this user has. So that's why we have that warning here. When we click on generate connection, you can see that this is a warning which tells you that exactly that is going to happen. Great. And what I want to do now that we have this function here, which again, you can always double check by going directly inside of my GitHub source code, is go back inside of our app folder dashboard view username keys components connect model here. And now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and import a couple of stuff from Livekit server SDK here. So let's go ahead and import ingress input from Livekit server SDK like that. And then what I want to do is create the RTMP and WHIP functions here. So const RTMP is a string which comes from the ingress input dot RTMP input, and const WHIP is a string which comes from the ingress input dot WHIP input. And then let's do type ingress type to be type of RTMP or type of WHIP, like that. So now we're going to use this to create our functioning set state here. So let's go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to write const ingress type and set ingress type to be use state, which you can import from React. So just make sure you add that like this. And let's go ahead and let's give it a default value of RTMP. And let's go ahead and make sure to give it the ingress type here so it can accept both RTMP and WHIP protocols, like that. And now what I want to do is go down where we have our select function here, and let's change this hard-coded string to now use the actual RTMP string, which we stringified from the actual import of Livekit, so we know it's correct. And here we do WHIP. And now let's go ahead and modify this select here to have a value of ingress type and give it an on value change to get the value, and then do set ingress type and passes in that value. And as you can see, we have no type errors because all of this is supported here. We have all the appropriate types for this. Great. So now what I want to do is I want to import use transition, and I want to import create ingress from actions ingress. So make sure you added those two. And now let's go ahead here and let's add const is pending and start transition from use transition, like that. And now let's create const on submit here, which is going to call start transition, and it's going to call that create ingress option with the value of ingress type, which we have inside of our store here. And let's go ahead and wrap this inside of parse integer like this. There we go. So no more type errors. Let's create a dot then. Let's import toast from Sonar. So make sure you added this toast package here. And let's call toast. We're going to call ingress created, like that. And we're going to go ahead and use the dot catch here to write toast.error. Sorry, this was supposed to be toast.success. And this is an error, something went wrong. Like that. And now what we can do is, first of all, we can go ahead and add a disabled field to the input for is pending. And now we can go inside of our generate button and pass this on click to be on submit, and give it a property disabled of is pending as well. And one more thing I want to do is I want to close this model once that is finished. So for that, let's go ahead and let's add use ref from React. And now let's go in here where our state is. And before everything, I'm gonna add const close ref to be use ref with the default value of null. And the type of this ref is going to be element ref, which you can import from React. So make sure you add this as well. And specifically, we're going to target a button element like that. And now let's go ahead and assign this to our dialog close wrapper. So find the dialog close with the cancel button inside and give it a ref of close ref. Oh, and let's also give this as child property so we don't have any hydration errors for this. And then what I'm going to do is go inside of my function here, and I'm going to extend this dot then to be a function like this. And after we do the toast message, I'm going to do close ref dot current click, like that. And if everything is done correctly, this should be working. So let's go ahead and do npm run dev. Make sure that you have this running on your local host here. And I'm also gonna prepare my Prisma Studio. So I'm gonna open a new terminal here and I'm gonna write npx Prisma Studio. So that's gonna open on localhost 5555. And I'm working with Antonio's stream. So what I expect that after I click generate, the Ingress ID should be populated, the server URL and the stream key. So let's go ahead and try that out. I will refresh here one more time. And let's go ahead and click generate connection. Let's choose RTMP and let's click generate and let's see if we did everything correctly. So it is generating and it says Ingress created. And as you can see, we have a server URL here and we have our stream key. If I check in my Prisma Studio here, you should see the exact same thing. There we go. Ingress ID, server URL, and stream key. And maybe we can even find something inside of the Livekit. I believe we cannot because there are no active ingresses, right? So this will only appear once we actually connect to OBS or some streaming service. I think for now, we are not seeing any information about this. Yes, but once we connect, we are going to see some stuff. Great, so if this is working for you, amazing. You now know how to create an RTMP protocol using Livekit, and now you can use this server URL and this stream key on literally any streaming service, right? So this is not, you are not locked in to any specific software. This will work with anything. Specifically, we're going to use OBS, which is the most popular streaming software and is completely open source. But I believe that all other streaming services work in an exactly the same way. I mean, they do have to support this kind of protocols, which are the standard for live streaming. Great. So just ensure that you have this working, and you can even try and reset this. So let's do it again. Let's go ahead and regenerate this. And this should give us a completely different stream key. I think that server URL might actually be the same, but the stream key should be different once you click generate connection. Great, so you finished that. What I'm going to show you next is how to use these two items to connect to the OBS software. So I'm going to give you a little crash course on OBS, and then we're finally going to be able to see some streaming, which we're going to develop in this tab here. Great job. And now is show you how to connect to OBS so we can confirm that this server URL and this stream key is correct and actually working. So for that, you're gonna have to learn a little bit about OBS, and the first step is to install OBS. So go ahead and Google OBS or go directly to obsproject.com and choose whatever is your machine. After you have done that, go ahead and open OBS, and I suppose if it's your first time, you're probably going to be seeing a black screen here, so you're not going to be seeing this cursor at all. So I'm going to quickly show you how to set up a scene and capture your desktop display, right? So go ahead in the lower left corner where you have the Scenes tab and click on the plus icon. And now go ahead and give your scene a name. So this is going to be OBS demo for me. For you, it can be whatever. Click OK. And now make sure this is selected. And now you can see I have a black screen as well. And now you have to add a source. So go in this second tab here and click on the plus icon. And go ahead and select whatever it is for you, which is in my place of Mac OS screen capture. So if you're on Mac, it's gonna write something like this. If you are on Windows, it might just write screen capture or Windows screen capture. So make sure you select that like this, and the name doesn't matter, just click OK. And now you go ahead and select your display monitor, right? So this is my MacBook and this is my external monitor. So just change these options until you can see your screen in this little box. And go ahead and click OK. Great, so if you have the same case that I do, and that's that the resolutions don't match, what you can do is just kind of drag this, and then you can see that you have these little points here where you can adjust it to fit the screen. So there we go, you can see how I can drag this and align it so it fits the entire screen. And there we go, this is my monitor. I am recording this, right? And now you can do the same thing to add your microphone if you want to. So you can click on this sources plus icon and then select audio input capture if you want to. So for now, I'm just going to demonstrate how to do it on screen capture. You can Google OBS tutorial if you're really interested in this. And now I'm just quickly going to go over these controls here. So what's important is that you set up your settings correctly. So in the general tab, it doesn't really matter what you do. What does matter is in the video tab. So in here, I recommend that you try and do this with 180 resolution, right? So this is my native resolution. 1440. And if you select one resolution here, make sure that you also select the same resolution for the output. So these two need to be the same. And if I change this resolution, for example, you can see how my canvas is now much higher. So I have to expand this so it fits the entire screen, right? So if you want to, you can use the exact same method in the video tab to lower your resolution. So that's going to be faster streaming and less problems because this is not some high quality, right? And then when you lower it, you have to go ahead and use these little red markers here to align it to your canvas like I'm doing right now. And then in my settings here, let me go ahead inside of the output here and make sure that you select output mode to be advanced like this. So you can see all these options that I have. And now the streaming tab is important for us because this is what's actually going to be sent to our Ingress. So make sure you use an X264 video encoder like that. Make sure that your rescale output is not selected. And for the encoder settings, this is what I use. So my rate control is CBR and my bitrate is 3500 kbps like this. And this CPU says very fast. I don't know if that means anything to you, but if you want to, if you have the option, you can select it. If not, it doesn't matter. I don't believe it. And in the recording tab right here, my type is standard. This is my recording path. And this is my video encoder like this. So those are my options if you are interested in them. And what we have to do now is we have to copy the server URL and we have to go inside of the stream tab. And inside of service, make sure you select custom and then paste that inside of your server here. And then go ahead and copy the stream key and go ahead and paste it here like this. So make sure that what you have here matches what you have here. And that's it. Just click OK. And then in the controls tab, just click start streaming like this. And in a couple of seconds, right here, you can see how I have my connection and you can see that I'm sending some packets, meaning that we have successfully connected our OBS to our Ingress. And you can confirm that by going inside of your Livekit analytics and go inside of egress and ingress here. And I'm going to go ahead and refresh this a couple of times. And at one point, you're going to go ahead and see this go from inactive to publishing. And you're going to see the duration. So obviously I have some more here because I've been trying this off my screen, but you should probably only have one or two, right? And one of them should have a status of publishing, and I think you should only have one active session for it. So if you go ahead and refresh this a couple of times, you should be seeing the new duration, the new status and stuff like that. Great. And if you go ahead and stop your stream, it should stop successfully, right? And then when you refresh after a couple of seconds or minutes here, this is gonna go back to inactive, right? And then if you go ahead and generate your connection again, remember that you have to use the new stream key inside of your OBS Studio. Great, so I hope that kind of cleared it up, and you can see we successfully connected. We have some information about that here, and now what we're gonna do is we're gonna finally use that connection to create our stream player and actually render our stream on this screen right here. So what I want to do now is I want to go back to our follow service and to our recommended service. So in here, if you remember, we have a property called isLive, and this is supposed to change every time the user successfully connects their OBS with our Ingress, right? But if you remember what we do currently, let's go ahead and revisit that. So inside of our app, which I think it's browse components sidebar. So in here we have following and recommended, right? So let's check out recommended first. And in here we have the property is live and we manually set it to false. I want to change this now to use the stream model and the property we have in our Prisma schema. Here we have model stream and we have a property called is live. And right now this live cannot be triggered in any way, right? But so this is what we're going to do. First, we're going to revisit our follow service and our recommended service so that inside of this user object, we also include the relation with the stream for that user. And then we're going to go ahead and change this is live to use user.stream.isLive, right? And then what we have to do is create a webhook with Livekit so that every time we connect to our Ingress, this boolean changes from false to true. And also when the Ingress ends, we want to change it back to false. So this is what I'm going to do first. Let's do the recommended service. So go inside of your lib folder and go inside of the recommended service here. And in here, go ahead and find the function get recommended. And in here, what I want to do first is go inside of this function where we are logged in, right? Where we have the user ID. So in here, we have a chain of some queries here to ensure that we are not blocking the user, that we are not following the user, and that we are not the user themselves. And now what I want to add is just above the order by, I want to add include stream to be true, like this. And I also want to do that right here in the else function where we load the users for logged out users. So also add include stream true here, like this. And now what I want to do is I want to go back inside of the recommended component. So inside of the app browse components sidebar. And if you take a look at my index here, so now we're loading the recommended here. And what you're going to see is that we now have the stream model inside, which means we have to modify our data prop for the recommended component. So go inside of the recommended component.tsx where we have hard-coded is live to false, and let's modify this to not just load the user, but also load the populated stream model. So I'm going to change this to use parentheses, and then I'm going to write user and then I'm going to open an object, stream, and stream is going to be the stream from Prisma client. So don't accidentally import it from the stream package, import it from Prisma client like this, or it's going to be null like that. Great. And now if you take a look in the sidebar index, you should be having no errors here. So that type should be supported. And then in the recommended in here, let's go ahead and change this to not use is live false. Instead, let's use user.stream, which we now have, !.isLive, like this. Great. And now I want to go ahead and do the same thing for the following service. So let's go ahead and close everything. Let's go inside of the lib folder and let's go inside of the follow service here. So find get followed users inside, and we only have to do that inside of the try block because inside of the catch we just return an empty array for logged out users. So in here we already include the following. So now let's go ahead and do this. Let's extend the following include, and let's also add another include inside stream to be true, like this. Great. So very simple modification for get followed users. We extended our following from just being true to an object which also includes the stream of that following. And now we have to go back inside of our app folder, browse components sidebar following right here, and we have to modify this prop as well. So it's no longer going to be just the user. Instead, it's going to be the following. So it's going to be the user and go ahead and open an object and write stream to be stream from Prisma client. So make sure you add stream from Prisma client or null like that. And if you want to, you can even collapse this. Let me go ahead and do that just so it's a bit more readable. Let me try it like this. There we go. I think this is a bit more readable. So we are wrapping all of this inside of parentheses because that's going to be an array, right? So we get the follow model, we include the following, and I think I should have indented this as well. There we go. And then the following is the type of user which has the stream included inside. Great. So make sure you add this. And now we can modify our user item here as well to use is live. And let's give it a property of follow.following.stream ?is live. Like that. Great. And nothing should change in the code now, right? Because both of these are not working. But what you can already do manually is go ahead and open your Prisma Studio if you want to. So npx Prisma Studio, right? And that should open it on localhost 5555. And now you have to find the stream of the user you can see in the recommended. So my user is Code with Antonio. So in my Prisma Studio, I'm looking at Code with Antonio's stream, and I'm going to manually change this value of is live to be true, like this. And I'm going to click Save One Change. And now what should happen is when I refresh here, this should stay live like this, right? Because now we're no longer hard coding that prop. Instead, we are using the is live property. And if you log out, you will also see it as live as well. Great. So what I want you to do now is go back inside of your Prisma Studio and just change this property back to false and click Save One Change like this. So we have the proper data inside of our database. What we have to do now is we have to spin up our ngrok local tunnel and we have to create a webhook with Livekit. So just a quick reminder where you can find that. So go inside of ngrok, click on your Cloud Edge sidebar, domains right here, and in here you should have your domain. Click on the little terminal icon which says start a tunnel, and there we go, you have the URL from here. So you can do it this way, or you can simply run ngrok http 3000 and then use that new URL. But remember, you have to change it everywhere we are using it. So I'm going to shut down this for now just so I can show you everything I have running. So I have running npm run dev, so we can do that together. So make sure you do npm run dev on localhost 3000, open a new terminal, and then paste this command which you just copied from ngrok like this, and make sure you change the port from 80 to 3000 like this. So this is one option you can do, just press enter and then you have your stable URL, and you don't have to change that from clerk because remember, this doesn't change, right? Or you can do ngrok http 3000 if for any reason your domains are not working, and then you're going to get a randomly assigned URL. So just remember, you have to go ahead into clerk webhooks and then change that to the new URL. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using this command which we just copied from the ngrok. So I have my stable webhook URL. Make sure you're doing it on port 3000 and not 80. So make sure you change that part of the command. Great. And now what I want to do is just confirm in my URL that this will render my localhost 3000, and it seems to be working. Great. So what I want to do now is go inside of my Livekit here, and let's go inside of the settings and let's click on webhooks right here. And let's go ahead and click add new endpoint like that. And I'm going to call this development as well. And let's go ahead and paste this. And then what we have to do is go add to this URL to go to /API/webhooks/livekit. So this is very important that you add this part because that's where we are going to create our webhook, right? And then in the signing API key, it is important that you select the one you created when we were setting up Livekit. So don't choose the default one. We created together a new one, if you remember, and we called it development. So make sure that one is selected. And then just click create. And that's it. Nothing else you have to do here. And now we are ready to create our webhook. So let's go ahead and create the appropriate URL for that. So I want to go inside of my app folder, inside of API, and in here we have webhooks. So inside of this folder, create a new folder called Livekit, like this. And inside, simply create route.ts file. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's import headers from Next/headers. Let's go ahead and import webhook receiver from Livekit server SDK. Let's go ahead and import our database from @/lib database. And now let's set up our receiver. So const receiver is new webhook receiver, which accepts process.environment.livekit_API key and process.environment info.livekit_API secret, and make sure to add exclamation points at the end. And double check that you actually have those in your .environment file. So you should copy the Livekit API key, paste it here to ensure you don't have any typos, and do the same thing with the secret. So Livekit API secret, and add it here, and they should match. Great. Now let's do export asynchronous function post, which accepts the request, which is a type of request. Let's get the body using await request in a form of text, so our webhook can process this. Let's get our header payload. So const header payload is headers. And now let's get the authorization from the headers. So header payload.get authorization with capital I, like this. If there is no authorization header, we're gonna go ahead and actually return new response, which is going to say no authorization header, and let's pass in a status of 400, meaning that we cannot proceed with this webhook. And now let's get the event which was passed. So event is receiver.receive, pass in the body in form of text here, and authorization, so we can confirm that the Livekit has access to this webhook, right? And then we can simply check which event was fired. So if event.event is equal to ingress underscore ended, like that, let's do await db stream update where, and we're going to find the stream using our ingress ID. So that's why we added that in our schema Prisma. Our stream model has the ingress ID, and inside of our ingress action, when we create an ingress, you can see right here that we make sure to assign the ingress.id, right? So make sure you do this now. So we're going to find the stream using the ingress. So go back inside of your Livekit webhook, right? And in here, we're going to write ingress ID is event.ingressinfo ?.ingress ID, like that. And then let's add data is live to be false, right? So when the ingress ends, we turn it back to false, like this. And now let's go ahead and let's add a new one here. So this is for ended. You can easily copy and paste this and change this one to be if event.event is ingress started, like this. The where query is exactly the same, but the data changes from isLive false to isLive true, like this. Great. And one more thing that I want you to confirm is that inside of your middleware, you have this route in your public routes, so the webhook can be received without authentication from Clerk. Great. And now what should happen is that you should be able to go inside of your OBS studio. So let me just go ahead back to localhost 3000 here and ensure that you have both your terminal running using the npm run dev and also the ngrok with the URL which you just passed to Livekit. Go inside of your creator page here and go inside of the keys, and in here go ahead and make sure that you have those in OBS and click start streaming. So I'm gonna go ahead and attempt to do that. I am recording currently with my OBS, but I'm still going to try and stream as well. So I will just confirm that I have the correct stream key inside of my OBS settings here. So inside of my stream, looks like I have the correct key, and I'm going to click start streaming like this, and let's see if that's going to successfully connect. There we go, I have a successful connection. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to log out, right? Because we cannot see ourselves in this sidebar. So let's go ahead and log out, and there we go. You can see that it says that I am live, right? I can refresh and it still says that I am live. So our webhook is working. And now what I'm going to try is click stop streaming in the OBS. And now when I refresh here, maybe not instantly, but after a couple of seconds, it should go back to offline. Great, so make sure you just refresh a couple of times. It could be cache, it could be a bit of a late webhook, but this is fine. Other streaming services also have a bit of a delay. Sometimes it says that the stream is active and then you click on it and then it says it's offline, right? So this is perfectly fine. Great, so our webhook is officially working, and you can also double check this by opening up MPX Prisma Studio here and just ensure inside of your stream. Right now both of my streams is live is false, but if I go and click start streaming in my OBS studio, in a couple of seconds one of them should be true, and there we go. You can see that the first one is live is true, and if I go ahead and click stop streaming, then after a couple of refreshes I believe it should change to false, so it's still true. Let's try again. Let me scroll here one more time. Let's hope this is the one. And there we go. Now is live is false. Great, so you successfully connected the webhook with your Livekit, and you can see how almost in real time it works, and it's a great experience for your users so they can see what's going on in the page here. Perfect, so we now have control over the is live property, and what we're gonna go ahead and do now is finally create the interface where other users will be able to look at the live stream and chat in real time. Great job. So before we go on and create the actual stream player, I want to point out one thing that I've noticed while looking back at our previous module, and that is that inside of our lib folder, specifically our follow service and our recommended service, we include the entire stream. And what we do then is we pass that to a client component. So inside of this sidebar by itself is a server component. So this is secure, right? But then we pass the entire data to client components, right? So this stream model could technically be visible inside of a JavaScript bundle, right? I don't have the skills to extract that, but I'm pretty sure there are some malicious users, or maybe just white hat, hackers who do this for a living, who could point out this mistake for us. So this is what I want to do instead. I don't want to pass the entire stream model, because in our schema, our stream model has some pretty sensitive information here, which could be used by other users. So I'm going to try and fix that by first going inside of the recommended service. And instead of just plainly doing include stream true, what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this and use select and just write is live to be true. Like this, because that's the only piece of information we need, and it's not malicious or harmful to send this to the client. And let's modify the same thing in the else clause here. So instead of stream true, let's do select is live true, like this. And now let's go back inside of our sidebar index, and I believe we should now be having an error here for our recommended data. So let's go inside of the recommended field here, and I'm going to go ahead and modify this to not be a stream entirely, instead just is live, which is a boolean. And I think that's going to fix the TypeScript error. As you can see, it fixed it for me, right? So this is now working, and our code is also working like that. Great, so let's do the same thing inside of the follow service. So go inside of the follow service here, and in here in the get followed users, we do the same thing. We include the entire stream, right? But we are passing some sensitive information to the client. So instead, let's change this to be select is live true. Like that. And then we have to go back inside of our sidebar index where we now have the TypeScript error and fix the following component. So go inside of following, and let's change the stream to not be the entire object, instead just is live boolean. And now you can remove the stream from your imports in the following component and in the recommended component like this. Great, so I believe that now this should still be working. So you can go ahead and start the stream if you want, but let me just do that. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and click start streaming. So I just clicked it in my other browser, right? You have the previous two modules where I showed you how to start your stream. So just go into OBS and click start streaming, and there we go. It's still working. And now I'm going to click stop streaming, and I believe that after a couple of refreshes here, it should go back to offline. Let's go ahead and wait for it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Great, so we fixed that little security issue that we have, and now our code is secure because we are not including the sensitive information like Ingress ID, server URL, and stream key. Great. So now that we resolved that, what I want to do is I want to go inside of my app folder, browse username, sorry, not browse, my apologies, dashboard username, and homepage.tsx. So right now all we do here is we have the creator page, right? Well, instead of that, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and render the following. So let's go ahead and do a class name here, and let's do h-full like that. And then what I want to do is I want to ensure that whoever is visiting this page is the proper user. So let's mark this as an asynchronous page here. And let's edit the interface to accept this username prop from the URL. So interface creator page props will have params, and those params have the username, which is a string, and we know it has a username exactly because that's what we named this folder, which is encapsulating this. Then we can go ahead and assign those props, so creator page props, and we can extract the params. And then let's go ahead and do const external user to be await current user from clerk Next.js. So make sure you add this import. And then let's go ahead and write const user to be await get user by username from lib user service. So we already have that created. If you don't, make sure you create the user service and add this, even though you should be having it because we created this together. But just in case you somehow missed it, you can either code it right here or go inside of my GitHub. And let's do get by username, params.username, like that. And now let's do if there is no user, or if user.external user ID does not match the external user (.id), or if there is no user.stream. So if any of those cases happen, we're going to throw new error unauthorized, like that. And you should probably be getting this error for the user stream, and I think that's because we have to include the stream from this get user by username service. So let's go ahead and click here, get user by username service, and let's add include here stream to be true, like that. And there we go. Now we don't have that error. Perfect. So we're going to need the entire stream object for this one, because this, you can see that we are going to redirect immediately if the user who this stream does not belong to is trying to load this page. So we don't have to worry about security on this part because this will handle that for us. And instead what we can do here is render a component stream player, which is going to be a self-closing tag. And of course, it does not exist yet, but it is going to exist in a second. And let's go ahead and do the following. Let's pass in the user to be user, stream to be user.stream, like that. And now we have to go ahead and create the stream player component. And the good thing about this component is that we're going to create it once, and then we're going to reuse it both in the creator dashboard and also in the viewer browse page. So the place for that component is inside of our components folder. So inside of here, create stream-player.tsx like this. And let's go ahead and mark this as use client. Let's export const stream player, and let's return a div stream player. Now go back inside of your dashboard username homepage here and import stream player from as/components stream player, like that. Now what I'm going to do is log in and go to my creator dashboard so that we can actually see this text. Alright, so make sure you click on the little clapperboard icon in the navbar and you should be seeing the text stream player. And now what we have to do is we have to create an interface to accept those props, which we've written right here. So let's create an interface stream player props. User is going to be a type of user from Prisma client, which is going to have stream, which is a type of stream from Prisma client, like that, or null, like this. And let's also go ahead and include stream itself as a prop. We already have stream imported from above. And let's do is following to be a boolean like that. And here's the thing. So, well, let's go ahead and assign this. So stream player props like that, and go back inside of this page, and you can see we still have an error. That's because we are missing the is following prop. So in the viewer page, is following is going to be dynamic, right? We're going to use that server. We have the following service, so we're going to simply use that constant is following. But in this case, this is our creator dashboard. So we already know that this is going to be our stream. So what we can do is we can just hard code this like this, or you can pass in true explicitly if you like it more that way. So I'm going to use this method, and as you can see, we no longer have any errors inside of our stream player. Great, so now let's go ahead and let's extract this. So user stream and is following from the props here. And what we have to do now is we have to create a hook called use viewer token, right? So I'm going to go ahead. Well, I'm not going to write anything here. Instead, let's go ahead and create, so just save this file stream player. We're going to create a new folder on the root of our application called hooks. And then inside, I'm going to create a new file, use viewer token.ts. So this is going to be a hook, which is going to be used to create the identity of the user that is trying to watch our stream. So for that, we're going to need to install a package. So this is what I have running. I have running my npm run dev, that's this right here, and I have running my ngrok here. And this is my other terminal where I'm simply going to write npm install jvt decode. So make sure you install this package. And now let's go ahead and let's import everything we need. So we need toast from Sonar. We need use effect and use state from React. And we need JVT payload and JVT decode from JVT decode. So JVT payload starts with a capital J because it is a interface, and this is a function, so it starts with a lowercase. Make sure you don't do the mistake in the imports here. And now let's do export const use viewer token to accept the host identity, which is a string. And now let's create states for the token and set token to be use state and empty by default. Let's do the same thing for name and set name to be use state and empty by default. And let's create the identity and set identity from use state like this. Great. And what we have to do now is we have to create our use effect hook, which is going to run once and create and fill out this information. So using this information, we're going to have info of who is watching the stream, what is their token, what is their identity, what is their name. And using those information, we're later going to be able to kick users, or even further, if you want to develop these applications, you can grant them some additional permissions like joining the stream, right? So that's why we need this information here. And host identity prop is going to be the identity of the streamer we are trying to watch, right? So that's going to be their ID. So let's go ahead and do const create token to be an asynchronous function like this. And let's go ahead and open a try and catch block. And what we have to do in here, so let me just go to catch here, and I'm going to very simply do toast.error. Something went wrong. So in case we are not able to create the token. And what we're going to do here is do const viewer token to be await create viewer token. But we don't have this function yet, so we have to go ahead and create it. So let's go inside of our actions. So there's going to be a server action, and let's create a new file token.ts inside of our actions. So just leave this error like this for now, because we're now going to create that function. Since this is an action, mark it as use server. And go ahead and we have to install a package called UUID. So let's do npm install UUID like that. And let's see if it comes with the types. So import v4 from UUID, and it doesn't have the types. So let's go ahead and do the following. We're going to do npm install -d add types /UUID like that. So make sure you add that. And now this error should go away and you should have the types. Great. And now let's import access token from Livekit server SDK. Let's go ahead and import get self from libauth service let's go ahead and import get user by, oh, we only have get user by username. So we have to go back inside of our user service and we have to create get user by ID, right? So this should be get user by ID. So leave this token as it is for now. And we have to go back inside of our lib, inside of the user service. My apologies for not doing this beforehand. And let's just go ahead and write export const get user by ID to be an asynchronous function which accepts the ID, which is a string, and simply gets the user using await database user find unique, where we have a matching ID, and let's also add include stream to be true. So a very simple function here, and let's return the user. That's it. That's our new function inside of the user service where we already have get user by username. And now we can go back inside of our actions token.ts, and instead of importing this, we can now import get user by ID like that, because we're going to pass in the host identity, which is their ID. And let's do export const create viewer token asynchronous function, which is trying to connect to host identity, which is going to be the ID of the user, which is who is streaming. And now in here, first, let's try and see if the user that is trying to watch this stream is logged in or logged out, because we're going to allow guests. So let's do let self, and then let's open a try and catch block. Inside of try, let's attempt to assign await get self to the self constant. Else, if this function fails, meaning we are not logged in, we're going to create a mock ID. So const ID is going to be equal to v4 from UUID. So that's going to create the guest ID. And then what we're going to do is const username is going to be guest, and then add a little hashtag here. And then we're simply going to use math.floor math.random times 1000, right? So we're going to generate a random guest ID. So it's going to be something like guest 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. That's going to be the random username of the guest that is joining. And then we can do self is an object which has the ID and the username. So this way we handled logged out users. Great. And now let's find the host who is streaming. So const host is equal to await get user by ID host identity, like that. And then if there is no host using this identity, we're going to throw new error, user not found. Then let's check if we are blocked from watching this stream. So let's do const is blocked to be await is blocked by user, which you can import from our block service. We already did that when we implemented the blocking functionality. So we're going to check if this host has blocked us. If it did, we're not going to be able to create the token. So if we are blocked from watching this user, we are simply going to throw new error, user is blocked. And what that's going to do inside of our hooks, inside of the use viewer token, is going to go inside of the catch and just simply throw an error. Something went wrong. You cannot watch this user, right? So go back inside of your actions folder inside of the token here. And now let's go further. So let's check if the host themselves is trying to watch this. So we're going to write const is host self.id is equal to host.id. Like that. And then let's go ahead and finally create the access token to watch this stream with all of this information that we have. So const token is new access token, which we have imported from Livekit server SDK, right? And let's pass in process.environment.livekit_API_key and process.environment.livekit_API_secret. And as always, double check that you passed this correctly from your environment file, right? So you should have the Livekit API key copied from here and pasted here, and you should have the Livekit API secret copied from here and pasted here. And if you want to, you can even add this exclamation points at the end if you're having any errors here. Great, and now we're gonna add some configuration for the access token. So that's gonna be the identity. So if is host, we have to modify the identity a little bit, because in our action to create the ingress, we already have in here, you can see that we already have the participant identity to be our ID. So we cannot have same ID twice in one live stream. So we're gonna have to modify the identity inside of the token action here if the host is watching. So we're simply gonna add a little prefix here, host self.id, otherwise self.id. Very simple. And then name is gonna be self.username. So that's either gonna be the currently logged in user, right? Or this randomly generated guest username. Great. And finally, now we are ready to add some permissions to this token. So token.addGrant room they're trying to join is going to be host.id. Room join field is going to be true. Can publish is going to be false. And can publish data is going to be true. Like that. And all we have to do now is return await promise resolve token dot to JVT, like that. Great, there we go. We now have create viewer token, and what we can do now is we can head back inside of our hooks, use viewer token here, and we can import create viewer token from actions token. So make sure you add this new import here. So we are back inside of our hooks use viewer hook here. And what we have to do inside is pass the host identity where we are trying to join. And then once we have the viewer token, let's simply do set token to be viewer token. So that's going to be the entire JVT token. And now we're going to decode it. So decoded token to be JVT decode, which we imported from this package right here. So JVT decode, pass in the viewer token, and let's write as JVT payload and open an object and write name to be an optional property, which is a string. So let me zoom out so you can see it in one line. So decoded token is JVT decode as JVT payload and an object with an optional property of name, which is a string. So make sure you have JVT payload and JVT decode imported from the same package. And now that we have our decoded token, let's check, let's extract the name, which is decoded token (name), and let's get the identity, which is decoded token actually it's not question mark, it definitely exists, but it is under .jte, like that. If we have the identity, let's simply do set identity to the constant. And if we have name, let's go ahead and set the name to the name. Like that. Perfect. And what we have to do now inside of the use effect is actually call this create token function. So go where it ends here and simply do create token like this. And what we have to put inside of the dependency array is host identity. And then we have to return something from this hook. So let's go ahead and return token, name, and identity like this. Great. So now we have our use viewer token here, and now we are ready to add this inside of our stream player component. So let's go inside of the components folder and find the stream player here, and let's go ahead and do const use viewer token, which you can import from hooks use viewer token, and inside we're going to pass in user.id like that. And then from use viewer token, we can extract the token, name, and the identity. So all of this is the information of the person that is trying to watch the stream that this user is currently streaming. And then what we can do is if we have no token, or if we have no name, or if we have no identity, let's go ahead and let's return a div saying cannot watch the stream like this. And let's go ahead inside of here and we're gonna watch allowed to watch the stream like this. And now if you go ahead and refresh here, at first you should have cannot watch the stream, and then you're going to get allowed to watch the stream, right? Because what we're doing is we are firing this use viewer token here, and in here we're calling a server action, right? So make sure that you added use server here at the top, and in here we are doing all of that necessary information to create the identity of the person that is trying to watch. And then finally, inside of our stream player, if we receive the token, the name, and the identity, it means that we have all the information we need to give this user access to the stream. Great. So just make sure that when you refresh for a second, you should have cannot watch the stream, and then it should change to allowed to watch the stream. If you're having any issues here, you can go ahead and add a console log here and log the token, the name, and the identity here. And then just go ahead and look at them inside of your inspect element, and all of them should be filled. And if one of them is not filled, that's how you can debug. So now you know if something is missing, right? So you can go ahead and trace your steps back in the use viewer token, for example, and add some console logs here, for example. Log the name and identity, see if this function fires, see if this function fires, right? So that's only if you're having any issues with this. If it's working, great, no need to modify anything. Perfect, so we did that, and what we're gonna do next in the stream player is we're gonna go ahead and start to style this. Primarily, we're gonna go ahead and create our video component, which is going to render the connecting status, the offline status of the streamer, and the actual video status of the streamer. So now I want to go ahead and I want to create the first component in this allowed to watch stream, which is going to be the video component. So in here, we're going to have a loading state, we're going to have an offline state if the user is not streaming, and finally, we're going to have the actual live stream. So in order to do that, I want to do the following. First thing, I want to replace this with an empty fragment like this. And then I want to go ahead and I want to import Livekit room from @livekit/components-react. So let me show you my package JSON. This is my version. If you're wondering, if you have a higher version, it doesn't mean that it will not work. It can definitely work, right? But in case you run into some issues, just so you know, this is the exact version I have, so you can always use that one if you're having any problems. Great, so now what we have to do is we have to render that Livekit room. So let's do Livekit room like this, and let's open it up like this, and inside I'm going to write stream like this. And now we have to go ahead and pass in some props here. So let's go ahead and let's pass in the token to be token, which we get from our use viewer token hook right here. That's why we need to check if we have it. Then let's go ahead and pass in the server URL, which is going to be process.environment.next_public_livekit_vs_URL. And as always, just double check inside of your .environment file that you have this property right here. You can go ahead and find it. Well, it's actually exactly the same as your Livekit URL. As you can see, it's exactly the same. The only difference is that instead of HTTPS, you use VSS like this. So just make sure you have next public livekit vs URL. You can also find it in the Livekit config page. Just go into your settings, into API keys, and paste that here. So make sure that this is correct like that. And now this is what I have. I have a little error here, which says that attempted import error, local participant is not exported from a Livekit client. So they have an open issue about this error, and it's actually not a Livekit issue, it's a Next.js issue when it comes to this .mjs extensions. And thankfully there is a fix for it. So if you're not having this error, in that case, Next.js has updated and they fixed that. But in case you are having this error, this is what you can do. So go ahead inside of your next.config.js inside, and let's go ahead and let's add webpack option. Let's get the current config, and let's go ahead and do config.module.rules.push. And inside, let's write test and go ahead and add a /, then go ahead and add the /, I'm not sure where it is. There we go. The backward slash .mjs, add a little $sign and then a forward slash. So an regex2 recognize .mjs. And you can also copy this from my GitHub directly if you're having trouble writing this. And then let's do include forward slash node underscore modules forward slash as well. And type, let's go ahead and write JavaScript slash auto like this. And very important is that you do return config in the end, like that. And what I recommend you do next is shut down your application. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut down my npm run dev and do npm run dev again. And you can keep your ngrok running, right? So this is automatically going to get connected, don't worry about that. And go ahead and refresh your page again, and let's see if this resolved the issue. There we go. Now you can see the text stream, and you can see how for a second it said cannot watch the stream, meaning it's loading the token, and now we have our text, meaning that we successfully fixed that little issue. So go back inside of the components, stream player, and now we can continue developing inside of here. So let's go ahead and give this Livekit room a class name, which is gonna go ahead and have a grid calls 1, lg gap y 0, lg grid calls 3, xl grid calls 3 as well, 2xl grid calls 6, and h full, like this. And let's just not misspell grid here, so make sure you don't have any misspellings. So whenever you hover on a class, it should give you exactly what it's doing. That way you know that you have correct names, and that is the extension called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, which we install in the beginning of the project. And then let's add a little div here, and let's create the class name for the first column inside of this grid, which is going to hold our video column. So space y4 call span 1, on lg call span 2, on xl call span 2 as well, on 2xl call span 5, on lg overflow y auto hidden scroll bar. So this hidden scroll bar is what we got when we copied my globals CSS. If you remember from the beginning, I told you to copy it from my GitHub, and in here we have hidden scroll bar. So that's what we're going to use here. And padding bottom of 10. Like that. And then inside we can go ahead and render the video component, which you don't have yet, so don't import this from anywhere. Instead, just pass the prop host name to be user.username and pass in the host identity to be user.id, like that. Great. And now we have to go ahead and create the video component. So we're going to do that inside of the stream player. And what I actually should have done is created a folder for stream player. So let's do the following. I'm going to shut down my app just so I don't have any cache errors here. So I'm shutting down my npm run dev. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder stream player. I'm going to drag and drop the component stream player inside of that folder like this. I'm going to click OK if this pops up, and then I should have one unsaved file here inside of my dashboard username home page. So in here now I have stream player from stream player. So you can save this for now, but we're going to fix that in a second. So go back inside of your components and simply rename this component to index like this. And if this shows again, you can click OK, and then again you're going to have an unsaved file here in dashboard username homepage.tsx, and you can see how now it changed back to that previous version because we're using the index. So you can just click save, and there we go. Great. And now let me go ahead and just run my app again. So npm run dev like this. Let's refresh the local host and let's go back inside of here. And now inside of this stream player folder, create a new file video.tsx like that. Let's go ahead and mark this as use client. Let's create an interface video props to accept a host name, which is a string, and a host identity, which is also a string. And let's do export const video, and let's assign the props video props, and let's return a div saying video like this. Now let's go back inside of the stream player index and import video from video as I did right here. And when you save, you should no longer be having any errors. Instead, once this token loads from cannot watch the stream, you should be seeing the video. Great. So now let's go inside of the video and let's go ahead and start developing our loading states. So in here, I want to give this div a class name of aspect video, border bottom, group, and a relative, like this. All right, and now you should have a little border right here in the bottom, as you can see. And when you expand to a larger screen, you can see how it has a cutoff, because this space here is going to be for our chat. But on mobile mode, the entire space is going to be for the video. Now inside of the video component, we have to import a couple of hooks which are going to help us with the current status of the stream. So let's go ahead and import connection state from Livekit client, and let's also import track from Livekit client. Then let's go ahead and import the following hooks from @Livekit components React. So we're going to need use connection state. We're going to use remote participant and use tracks, like that. And now inside of here, let's extract the host name and the host identity. And let's go ahead and first get the connection state, which is going to be use connection state. Then let's go ahead and let's get the participant from use remote participant and pass in the host identity. Then let's go ahead and get the tracks, so audio and video tracks, right, from use tracks, like that. And go ahead and pass in an array inside to use track.source.camera and track.source.microphone, like that. So make sure you have imported track from Livekit client here at the top. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add .filter, get the individual track, and only use those which match the host identity. So track.participant.identity is equal to host identity, like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and dynamically render the content. So let content, and I'm going to go ahead and replace this with content, like this. And let's go ahead and do the following. If we don't have the participant from the hook, and if the connection state is connection state.connected, so you can import connection state from Livekit client. So if we don't have the participant and we are connected, in that case, it means that we are offline. So I'm just going to write a paragraph, host is offline, like that. Now let's go ahead and write else if there is no participant or tracks.length is 0. In that case, the content is going to be a paragraph which says loading. And then let's do a last else. Content is going to be a paragraph, live video, right? Great. So now let's go ahead and try this out. So now it says loading, cannot watch the stream, loading, and then host is offline. So now I'm going to go inside of my OBS studio and I'm going to click start streaming. So do the same thing and just confirm that inside of your stream settings, you have the matching server URL and stream key. So now if I go ahead and click start streaming, I shouldn't even have to refresh. Instead, there we go. Now it said loading for a second and then it said live video. And if I go ahead and click stop streaming, it should go back to offline. There we go. So we successfully have the connection. All we have to do now is change this from being paragraphs to actually being video components. So just one more time, I want to show you how to do it in your OBS, just in case you're confused. So you should have a big button which says start streaming, and just confirm in your settings in your stream that you have the matching server and stream key from your keys right here, right? So confirm that these two are matching, go back inside of here and go ahead and click the big start streaming button right here. And then once you do that, it says live video. Once I go back and click stop streaming, it's going to say host is offline. So the first state I want to create is the offline video. So make sure you are not streaming. Make sure this says host is offline, right? And let's go ahead and create another component inside of our stream player folder called offlinevideo.tsx, like that. And let's go ahead and import Wi-Fi off from Lucid React. And let's create an interface offline video props here to accept the username, which is a string. And let's export const offline video like that to accept the props offline video props. And then we can destructure the username. And all we're gonna do is simply return a div with a class name of hfull flex call space y4 justify center and items center. And then inside we're going to render the Wi-Fi off icon, and we're going to give it a class name of height of 10, width of 10, and text muted foreground. And then below that, open up a paragraph and give it a class name of text muted foreground as well. And inside render a span, my apologies. So a span like this, which is simply going to render the username. Actually, we don't need a span at all. We can just do username is offline. As simple as this. Now go back inside of your video component, and instead of rendering the paragraph host is offline, we can now render the offline video component. So make sure you add the import for offline video as I did here. And go ahead and pass in the username property to be host name, like that. And now you should have a nice text which says Antonio is offline. Great. So now what I want to do is I want to create the loading video component. So it's going to be very similar. So you can actually copy offline video and paste it here and rename it to loading video, like that. Go inside of the loading video, and first let's rename the props from offline video to be loading video, like that. And let's change the prop to accept a label, and let's go ahead and extract the label from the props here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm not going to import Wi-Fi off. Instead, I'm going to import loader like this. And let's go ahead and replace that icon here. And alongside height of 10, text muted foreground, let's also give it a class name animate spin. So it's going to be spinning all the time. And inside of here, let's go ahead and simply render the label like this. Great. So that's going to be our loading video here. And now let's go ahead inside of video component, and let's replace the loading state with the loading video from /loading video. So make sure you import this, and we are simply going to pass the state label to be the connection state, like that. And now if you go ahead and refresh here, you can see how we have a little spinner connecting. Antonio is offline. That's how we also have disconnected when you refresh. And one thing that I want to do is go inside of the loading video and give this paragraph a class name of capitalize. So it starts with a capital letter. You can see now it looks a little bit better with the connecting being capitalized. Great. And there is one last left, and that is to create the live video component. So let's go back inside of our stream player and create a new file, livevideo.tsx, like that. Go ahead and mark this as use client, and go ahead and export const live video here and return a div live video. And now let's go ahead and create an interface, live video props, to accept a participant, which is going to be a type of participant from Livekit client, like that. And go ahead and assign the live video props here and extract the participant like this. Now go back inside of the video component, and in here finally replace this with live video from /live video, and we have to pass in the prop participant to be participant like this. There we go. Great. And now we're going to do a very simple way to render this and show the video. So inside of this div right here, we're going to add a class name, relative, hfull, and flex. And then inside, we're going to render a video element. And let's go ahead and make this a self-closing tag. And what I want to give it is a ref, which we don't have yet. So let's just give it a width of 100% for now. And then let's go ahead and let's create two refs here. So const video ref is use ref from React. So make sure you add use ref from React as I did. And we're also going to have the wrapper ref, which is also use ref. And now go ahead and give this a type. So video is going to be HTML video element, and wrapper is going to be HTML div element, and give them both default values of null, like this. And then go ahead and assign those. So this div right here is going to have a ref of wrapper ref, and the video is going to have a ref of video ref, like that. So make sure you added this. And what we have to do now is we have to use some hooks again to enable this from actually working, right? So let's go ahead and import everything we need from Livekit components here. So let's go ahead and import use tracks from components Livekit, from Livekit components React, and from Livekit client, let's import the track itself. And now what we can do is go ahead and do the use tracks, sorry. So make sure you imported use tracks. And let's go ahead and write track.source.camera, track.source.microphone, like this, .filter, get the individual track, and confirm that track.participant.identity is equal to the prop that we passed, so participant.identity. And then let's do for each track. If we have video ref.current, go ahead and do track.publication.track?attach video ref.current, like this. And if you start streaming, this should be working. So I'm going inside of my OBS and I'm going to click start streaming again. And I believe that we should be seeing my screen here. There we go. You can also hear me twice because our microphone is working as well. So you should be seeing exactly what you're seeing in your OBS. Let me go ahead and show you this. So I just moved my OBS to the side here, and this is what I'm seeing here. And you can see that it has a little bit of a delay because that's exactly what's rendering in this page right now. And you should also be hearing your voice if you added the microphone source, right? Great, so this is now working, right? And if I click stop streaming in here, in a couple of seconds, this turns back to offline. Great, so what I want to add now is I want to add controls for the volume and for the microphone. What I meant to say are controls for the microphone and for the full screen preview. So go inside of the stream player and create a new file, full screen control.tsx, like this. Let's go ahead and let's import maximize and minimize from Lucid React. Let's also go ahead and mark this as use client. And let's go ahead and import the hint from /hint, but I'm going to change it to /components so it's clearer. Let's create an interface, full screen control props. Is full screen is going to be a boolean, and on toggle is simply going to be a void. And then let's do export const full screen control. Let's assign the props, full screen control props, and let's go ahead and extract the is full screen and on toggle from here. And now let's go ahead and dynamically render the icon. So const icon with capital I is going to check if we are full screen. In that case, we use the minimize icon, otherwise maximize icon. Maximize, like this. And then let's render the label for the hint. So if is full screen, in that case, the hint is going to be exit full screen, otherwise it's going to be enter full screen, like this. And let me just expand this so you can see it in one line. And then let's go ahead and return a div with a class name of flex items center, justify center, and gap 4. Let's go ahead and add our hint component. Let's give it a label and as child property. And inside, we're going to render a native button. So don't import button from anywhere, right? So this is a native button component. We are not importing this. And inside, we're going to go ahead and render the icon component. And let's go ahead and give it a class name of h-5 and w-5. And give this button an on-click to be on toggle. And let's give it a class name of text white p-1.5 hover bg-white/10 and the rounded large, like that. Great, so we have our volume control. Now we can go back inside of the live video here, and below the video component, let's add a div with a class name of absolute top 0. So we have to make this absolute to our relative container so we can always put it at the bottom. And we also want to add a little overlay which is darkened so the user can clearly see those buttons, right? So let's give it an absolute top 0, h full, width full, opacity 0 by default. But when we hover, that's when we're gonna see those actions. And let's also add a transition all. Then inside, let's create a div and further position these elements. So class name here is going to be absolute bottom 0, flex h14, width full, items center, justify between, bg gradient to right from neutral 900 and px4, and then inside put the full screen control like this, and let's give it a value is full screen of false, and let's give it on toggle to just be an empty arrow function like this. And now I'm gonna go ahead and click start streaming again, so make sure you click start streaming, and this should connect, and there we go. You can see how I have a nice button which says enter full screen, and it's not visible now, but when I hover, that's when it's visible. Great. So now what I want to do is create the actual functionality to toggle between full screen or not. So first thing that I want to do is create a state. So let's do use state here, and after this refs, let's add const is full screen, set is full screen, use state, and by default it's going to be false. And then what I want to do is I want to go ahead and create const toggle full screen to be a function which is going to check if we are full screen, if is full screen, right, from this state. In that case, is full screen. So basically this one, make sure you have no errors, right? So if it is full screen, we're gonna do document.exit full screen like that. And let's go ahead and do else if we have wrapper ref current. Let's do wrapper ref.current.request full screen like that. And then let's go ahead and add the states here. So we're gonna go ahead and do set is full screen to be true, and let's go ahead here and write set is full screen to be the opposite. This is true and this is false, right? So let's go ahead and do that now. So inside of this on toggle, I want to go ahead and give it a property of on toggle full screen, and give this one a property of is full screen, right? So let's see if that is enough for this to work. So make sure you start your stream. So I'm going to do that now. There we go. I'm connected. And when I click on this, there we go. I am in full screen. And when I click again, I exit the full screen. Perfect. Exactly what we want. And as you can see, there is a little issue that we have here. So that happens if you go ahead and click on enter full screen and then use the escape button to exit the full screen, right? And then when you try again, we have an error. So let's go ahead and resolve that. So I'm going to import use I'm going to import use event listener from use hooks. So let's import use event listener from use hooks TS. And then what I'm going to create is another function here. So just below the toggle full screen called const handle full screen change, like this. And I'm going to do const is currently full screen to be document dot full screen element is not null, like that. So let me see if I can zoom out a bit more so you can see it in one line, like that. And then I'm going to do set is full screen to do is currently full screen, like that. And then let's do use event listener, which we imported, to listen to full screen change, and do handle full screen change and add the wrapper ref as the third argument, like this. So I believe that now we should no longer be having that issue. I'm going to refresh here just to confirm. So if we go ahead inside and escape and then try again, and it is working great. And I believe that actually we can now remove this manual state changes because we have an event listener. So I think we can just remove this and let this handle the wrapper and let this handle the state. So let's try it now. I'm going to refresh again. Cannot watch the stream. Okay. And I think this is still working. Yeah, looks like this is an even better solution because we won't have any conflicting set states here. Perfect. Great. So just don't spam this too much. I actually tested this on other streaming websites as well. And apparently there is a limit to how much you can toggle between full screen and minimized. And apparently at some point it will break and you're just gonna keep getting errors until you clear the cache or something like that. So just don't spam it too much. Just confirm that you can exit and enter, and that you can click the escape button and then enter again. Great, so we finished that. What I wanna create now is the volume control. So let's go back inside of our stream player folder, right? And just as we created the full screen control, I wanna create the volume control.tsx. Let's mark this as use client, and let's import volume 1 from Lucid React, volume 2 from Lucid React, and volume X from Lucid React. So we're gonna handle 3 states, right? If we are muted, if we turned on the volume, and if we are at max volume. So let's go ahead and import hint from /hint. So I'm just going to change this to use @/components, like that. And we also need a slider, so we can import that from chat-cn UI. So go ahead and make sure that you have npm run dev running and that you have your ngrok running. And I'm just going to use a new terminal to do npx chat-cn -ui at latest add slider, like this. Just wait a second for this to install. And great, go back inside of the code, and now you can also import slider, not from Radix, but from /UI slider or components UI slider. Let's create an interface volume control props here. On toggle is going to be a simple void function. On change is going to be a value which passes in the number and a void, and value is the current volume value. Now let's export const volume control here. Let's go ahead and assign the props here. Volume control props. Let's extract on toggle, on change, and value, like this. And now let's go ahead and let's do const is muted if value is equal to 0. And const is above half is going to be if value is larger than 50. So the icon by default is going to use the volume 1 option, but if we are muted, then we're going to change the icon to use volume X. Else, if is above half, we're going to go ahead and do icon to be volume 2, so it indicates to the user that it is louder. Now let's create the label for our hint. So if is muted, let's go ahead and write unmute, otherwise mute. And let's do const handle change to accept the value, which is an array of numbers, because that's how the slider component works. And what we're going to do is just do on change and pass in and passing the first of that like this. And now let's go ahead and create our components. So return a div with a class name of flex item center and gap 2. Let's create a hint component. Let's pass in the label to be label and as child property. Inside, render the button component, and let's go ahead and give it an onClick to be on toggle. And let's give it a class name of text white, hover bg white /10, padding 1.5 and rounded large. And then let's render the icon component and give it a class name of h6 and width of 6, like that. And then outside of hint, render the slider component and go ahead and give it a class name of width 8 rem, like that, and cursor pointer. Give it an onValue change to be handle change and give it a value of array and just pass in the current value. And max is going to be 100 and step is going to be 1. Like that. Perfect. And now let's go back inside of our live video component. And just as we render the full screen control, above it, render the volume control from /volume control. So make sure you have both of those imported. And now let's go ahead and pass in the onChange to just be an empty arrow function. Let's pass in the value to be 0. Let's pass in the onToggle to be an empty arrow function as well. And go ahead and start streaming. And now you should be seeing those two icons. Once you connect, there we go. You can see how we can mute and unmute, and we have this little slider. So what I do now is modify this slider so it looks a bit better. So for that, let's go inside of our components folder, UI slider. And in here, I want to change a couple of stuff here. So first, I want to change this from not being H2, but instead I want it to be H0.5. So it looks just a little bit smaller. You can see how my line is very small. And then I'm going to change this from BG secondary to BG white /10. And now you can see how my slider is kind of transparent. What I want to do next is I want to go ahead and modify this thumb here. So I want to change the height and width of 5 to instead be 3.5 and width 3.5 as well. And I want to go ahead and change it from BG background to be BG white like this. And let's see if that's going to improve it. And there we go. That looks better. Great. And now well, let's go ahead and create the actual functions for this. So let's go inside of the stream player and inside of the index here. And let's go ahead and add the state for, not inside of stream player, inside of live video, sorry. Let's go ahead and let's duplicate this and change this one to be to volume. And let's do set volume. And let's go ahead and give it a default value of 0 like this. And now let's go ahead and let's write const on volume change to accept the value, which is a number. Let's do set volume. And let's go ahead and just do plus volume value like this. And then let's go ahead and do if video ref (current). Let's do video ref.current.muted is value is equal to 0, and video ref.current.volume is going to be plus value times 0.01, like that. So we have to modify both the state and the actual video element, right? And now let's go ahead and create const toggle mute like this, and check const is muted to be volume equals 0, and let's do set volume is muted 50, otherwise 0. So that's how we're going to toggle. If we toggle from muted to unmuted, we're going to bring it back to 50. Otherwise, we bring it to 0. And now we have to do the same thing. So if we have video ref.current, in that case, let's do video ref.current.muted to be the opposite of the current value. And video ref.current.volume is going to check if is muted, it's going to be 0.5, otherwise is going to be 0, like that. Great. And one more thing that I want to do is I want to add the use effect, like that. And I want to ensure that at the beginning of when this page loads, the volume is muted. So I'm going to do use effect like this. And I'm just going to do on volume change and pass in 0 manually, like that. Because it's not enough that we just set the volume to 0 here, because we have to fire these elements on video ref. So that's why I'm calling a use effect, which will only fire once because there's nothing in the dependency array, and trigger that. Great. And now let's go ahead and pass in all of the props here. So on change in here is going to be on volume change. Value is going to be the volume, and on toggle is going to be toggle mute, like that. So make sure you are live streaming, and you should now be able, as you can see, when I go above 50, I have one icon. When I mute, it's another icon. So you should be able to mute, unmute, and do all of those things. Great job. You just finished the video component, and now we're going to go ahead and we're going to create the chat component. So now I want to go ahead and create our chat component. So first things first, I want to create our store, which can handle whether the chat is collapsed or expanded. So let's go ahead and let's copy the creator sidebar and paste it here in the store, and let's rename it to use chat sidebar, like this. Now what we have to do is rename all the instances of creator sidebar to chat sidebar, like that. And then I quickly want to add one more thing here, which is export enum chat variant, like that. So we're going to be able to toggle between chat and between community to look at all the people who are currently in the stream, right? And from then we can ban the user or something else. So let's give it the default. Let's go ahead and add the variant. Sorry, that's what I meant to say here, to be the type of chat variant. And let's go ahead and add one more function here on change variant, which accepts the variant, which is a type of chat variant, and simply returns a void. And now we have to add a default value for the variant to be chat variant.chat. And we have to add the onChange variant to be variant and accepts the chat variant type and returns set, which simply assigns the variant. Like that. Great. And now I want to go back inside of the stream player component. So we have stream player index right here. And in here, I want to go ahead and I want to import use chat sidebar. And I also want to import cn from libutils, like that. And now in here, just after we do the viewer token hook, let's go ahead and let's extract from use chat sidebar, where we're gonna get the entire state here. Let's go ahead and extract collapsed, like this. And then I want to go ahead inside of these options here and kind of modify these class names here. So let's wrap this inside of curly brackets. Let's wrap it inside of cn, like this. And let's go ahead and collapse these classes inside of the first line. And then let's add dynamically collapsed, in that case, on large grid calls 2, on XL grid calls 2 as well, and on 2XL grid calls 2 as well, like that. Great, and I want to go ahead and now render our chat component. So we're going to do that outside of this div, which encapsulates our video. So go ahead and add a div here. And let's go ahead and give it class name to be cn, so dynamic. So either call span 1, or if it is collapsed, it's going to have a hidden class name, like that. Great. And now inside we can render the chat component, which we're going to create in a second. And let's pass in the viewer name to be the name prop, Let's pass in the host name to be user.username. Let's go ahead and pass the host identity to be user.id. Let's go ahead and pass in is following here to go from is following, which we have as a prop from here. Let's give it is chat enabled to be stream is chat enabled from our settings, right? And we have the stream inside of our props because we pass it inside of app dashboard username home page in here. As you can see, for the stream player, we pass the stream. So we definitely have the stream option here. All right, besides is chat enabled, we also have is chat delayed. So that's going to be stream is chat delayed. And is chat followers only is going to be stream is chat followers only, like that. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's create the chat component. So inside of stream player, create a new file, chat.tsx. Let's mark this as use client. And let's create an interface chat props to accept the host name, to accept the host identity, the viewer name, the is following, which is a boolean, and then we have our is chat enabled, we have the is chat delayed, and we have is chat followers only. And let's do export const chat. And let's assign all of those props, so chat props like that, and we can return a div which simply renders the text chat. Now let's go back inside of the stream player index, and you can import that from /chat like I did right here, like we did with our video component, right? Great, now let's go back inside of this chat here and let's go ahead and extract all the props we need. So we need the host name, we need the host identity, viewer name, is following, is chat enabled, is chat delayed, and is chat followers only, like this. And make sure you add the appropriate commas here. And let me just go ahead and refresh this a little bit just so we confirm that this is still working. And there we go, you can see how chat is now here below, but if I expand to desktop mode, you can see how chat is here on the side, right? So when it collapses on mobile, it's going to be below the stream, but here it's going to be on this side, and we're going to be able to collapse it and expand it. Great. So now I want to go ahead and add all the necessary stuff we need in here. So const matches is going to be use media query from use hooks ts, and let's go ahead and do the same thing as we did in our wrapper and container components. We're going to automatically collapse, right? So let's use max width, in parentheses, max width is 1024 pixels. Now let's go ahead and extract from use chat sidebar, where we get the entire state. So make sure you added use chat sidebar import. So in here, we're going to extract the variant and on expand, like that, and then we're going to use some Livekit hooks to establish whether this chat is connected or not. So const connection state is going to be use connection state, and you can import that from Livekit components React, like that. And let's go ahead and let's do const participant to be use remote participant and pass in the host identity, and make sure you imported use remote participant from our Livekit package. And now let's go ahead and write const is online is simply going to be if participant exists and if connection state is equal to connection state dot connected. And we have to import the connection state from Livekit client. So go ahead and import this from Livekit client, like that. And let me just move my imports here and let me just collapse this. There we go. So these are the imports we need. So make sure that you check is online to have a participant and to confirm that the connection state from the use connection state hook matches the connected status, like that. Great. And now let's go ahead and write is hidden to see if we are able to display the chat or not. So for that, we're going to use the opposite value of is chat enabled or is online. So we are going to hide the chat if the user is offline. And now I'm going to go ahead and prepare some items from our form, right? Because we're going to have form to send messages. So value and set value come from use state, which you can import from React. So just make sure you do the import use state from React like this. And now let's go ahead and let's import chat messages and send from use chat from Livekit components React, right? So this is going to be using webhooks. Right here, use chat from Livekit components React. It's going to use webhooks for this specific chat room. And let's go ahead and remap this chat messages to messages like that. And now I'm going to go ahead and write a use effect here, which you can import from React. And in here, I'm simply going to go ahead and I'm going to reset the collapsed state depending on our matches query here. So the same thing we did a couple of times in our container components. So if matches on expand, like that. And let's pass in the matches and on expand. Great. And now, in order to render these chat messages, we first have to reverse them because this is chat, right? So it works in a reverse way. The newest messages are shown at the bottom. So let's do const reversed messages to be use memo from React. So we're going to memoize them. So make sure you imported use memo from React. And then we're going to go ahead and pass the messages in the dependency array. And then we're going to do return messages.sort, get message A and message B. And we're simply going to compare using b.timestamp minus a.timestamp like this. And now let's go ahead and do const on submit here. If send doesn't exist from this use chat hook, we're immediately going to break the function. And then let's do send value, and then let's reset set value to an empty string like this. And lastly, let's add a function const on change to accept the value, which is a string, and calls set value and sets that value. Great, like that. And now let's go ahead and let's create a div here with a class name of flex call bg background border left border bottom padding top of 0 and height is gonna be open square bracket calc 100 vh minus 80 pixels. Make sure you don't put any spaces like this because that's not a valid Tailwind CSS class. So let me zoom out so you can see it. So this is the class. This specific height is what we want. And now you can see when I zoom out, you can see how it takes the entire space here and it has a nice little color. Great. So what I want to create now is my chat header. So it indicates what's currently being seen here. So let's render chat header here. All right. And now let's go ahead and create that component inside of stream player chat header.tsx. Let's mark this as use client, and let's go ahead and do export const chat header. And let's return a div with a class name of relative, p3 and border bottom. And now I want to go ahead and create a paragraph stream chat like this with a class name of font semi-bold, text primary and text center like that. And in here, I'm going to add a little comment to do toggle chat sidebar, and in here I'm going to add to do toggle chat community like this. Great. And now I want to go ahead and already prepare my chat skeleton. So let's import the skeleton from .ui skeleton, but I'm going to change it to /components, and let's export const chat header skeleton so we can later use it while the chat is loading. So it's going to be very simple. We are simply going to go ahead and return a div with a class name of relative, padding of 3, border bottom, hidden, and MD visible. Like that. And let's add a skeleton component here with a class name of absolute h6 width 6, left 3, and top 3. So that's going to represent this button, which currently doesn't exist yet, right? In case you're confused. And the other one is going to simply represent the text in the middle, h6, and MX auto like that. Great. Now let's go back inside of the chat component and let's import the chat header from /chat header as I added right here. And once you save this, you should no longer be having any errors, and instead you should have a nice text which says stream chat at the top. So now I want to go ahead and actually create the chat toggle component for which we wrote a to-do, right? So go inside of the chat header here and replace this with a chat toggle component like that, and make sure you don't import this from anywhere. And now go inside of stream player and create a new file, chat toggle.tsx like that. Let's go ahead and mark this as use client. Let's go ahead and import arrow left from line and arrow right from line. So it's going to be very similar to our existing toggle components, but this one is specific for the chat. Let's import hint from /hint. I'm going to replace it to go to /components. Let's go ahead and import the button from /UI button. And I'm just going to go ahead and replace this to go from /components as well. And let's import use chat sidebar from @store use chat sidebar. Now let's export const chat toggle here. It's not going to have any props. Instead, it's going to be using the use chat sidebar and get the entire state here. And from the state, we're going to extract the collapsed, on expand, and on collapse. Like that. And now let's go ahead and let's assign our icon dynamically. So if it is collapsed, it's going to be arrow left from line, otherwise arrow right from line. And I believe this can actually be a constant, no need for let. And make sure the icon is capitalized like that. And now let's create const on toggle here. If we are collapsed, very simply, this is going to call the on expand function. Otherwise, it's going to call on collapse function. Now let's create a label for our hint component. So if it's collapsed, it's gonna say expand. Otherwise, it's gonna say collapse like this. And now let's finally return our hint component, which is gonna have a label of label, side of left, and an as child property. And inside, we're going to render our button component. So we have both of those imported right here, right? Our button component is going to have an on click of on toggle, a variant of ghost, and a class name of h-auto padding 2, hover bg white 10, and hover text primary. And on default, bg is going to be transparent, like that. And then inside, we can simply render our icon component with a class name of h4 and width of 4, like this. Now we can go back inside of the chat header and you can import the chat toggle from /chat toggle, which we just created. And now inside of your chat, you should be seeing this collapse component right here, but it looks like it messed up our text here. So let's go ahead and see if we are missing something from the chat header. Yes, let's go ahead and wrap this inside of a div and give it a class name of absolute, left -2, top -2, hidden, and LG block. So on mobile, as you can see here, the collapse button is not going to be visible, but when we expand, it's going to be visible right here. And you can see how it already works because we hide that if it's not visible. So now what we need is to render this chat toggle once it's collapsed somewhere, right? We need a way to bring it back. So for that, what we can do is go back inside of the stream player component. So in the stream player index right here, you can see how already this works because we use that dynamic CN hidden here, right? So let's go ahead and do the following. We already have collapsed here. So what I'm going to do is go outside of the Livekit room, and in here, I'm going to dynamically render if collapsed. In that case, render a div with a class name of hidden, but visible on desktop, fixed, top, 100 pixels from above, 2 from the right, and z index of 50. And inside, I'm going to render the chat toggle from /chat toggle, which we just created. So now what should happen is that you can click here, and there we go, you have a button to bring it back. Perfect, our content is nicely expanding now because of course we added that dynamic CN library here as well, so you can see how we change the grid if we are collapsed, so that's why it automatically expands. Great, and our chat is hidden if it is collapsed. Perfect. So now what I want to do is I want to create a similar component but to toggle the variant of the chat. So what we can do is simply copy and paste the chat toggle component inside of the stream player folder and rename it to variant toggle, like this. And now let's rename all instances here, so export const variant toggle as well, like that. And now let's go ahead and modify the icons here. So actually we're not going to need, first let's do the chat sidebar. So we're not going to need any of this. Instead, we're going to need the variant and onChange variant, like that. And then we're going to use the following. If variant is equal to chat variant, which you can import from store use chat sidebar, so from where we get the use chat sidebar itself, just confirm that you have an export for the enum chat variant. So now we can type safely confirm that something is a chat, for example, and in that case the icon is going to be users, otherwise it's going to be message square. So make sure you import both the users and the message square from Lucid React, like this. Great, so now what I want to do next is I want to create one stable constant here. Const is chat to be variant, chat variant dot chat, like this. So I don't have to repeat this too many times, and I can actually then do this. We can replace that with is chat, right? And then let's go ahead inside of our on toggle and let's write const new variant to be is chat, chat variant dot community, otherwise chat variant dot chat. And let's do onChange variant new variant. Very simple, like that. And let's change the label to check if is chat. In that case, the label is going to be community. Otherwise, it's going to be go back to chat, like that. And we can pretty much leave this the same. In fact, we can leave it exactly as it is. This is great. And now let's go back inside of our chat header component right here where we render the chat toggle and we have this to do comment. And let's go ahead and add a div here with a class name of absolute right 2 and top 2. And let's render the variant toggle from /variant toggle. And there we go. Now we have our variant toggle. You can see how it can switch between community and chat. And when it's collapsed, I mean when it's on mobile mode, we still have it visible here. Perfect. Now I want to modify what's rendered inside of the stream chat depending if we are on the community variant or the chat variant. So for that, let's go back inside of our chat.tsx component in here. And below the chat header, we're going to go ahead and check if variant is equal to chat variant, which you can import from store use chat sidebar. So just ensure that you have chat variant imported from store use chat sidebar, and ensure that you also extract the variant from use chat sidebar here. So you can do this check if chat variant is chat. In that case, go ahead and render a fragment. For now, it's going to say a paragraph chat mode. And then below that, write variant is equal to chat variant.community, and go ahead and simply render a paragraph. Okay, let's go ahead and do a fragment, and then let's do a paragraph community, like this. And now when you try it, it says chat mode. When I click here, it switches to community. Great. Now first let's do the chat mode. So what I want to do first is create a form. So let's do chat form here. And let's go ahead and pass on submit to be on submit function, which we've defined. Value is value, which we already have in our state here. OnChange is OnChange. Is hidden. Is hidden. Is followers only. Is followers only. sorry, is chat followers only, right? Is delayed, is chat delayed, and is following, like this. And now let's go ahead and create the chat form inside of the stream player folder. So chat form right here, let's go ahead and mark this as use client. Let's go ahead and import use state from React. Let's go ahead and import cn from libutils. Let's go ahead and import the input component from /UI input, which I will change to use /components. Let's do the same thing for the button, and let's do the same thing for the skeleton component like that. So I'm just going to replace those two to use components as well, like this. Now let's go ahead and create an interface chat form props to have on submit, which is a void, a value, which is a string, on change, which accepts the value and returns a void, is hidden, which is a boolean, is followers only, which is a boolean as well. And now we're going to have is following, and we're going to have is delayed, like that. And now let's do export const chat form. Let's go ahead and assign the props. So chat form props on submit, value, on change, is hidden, is followers only, is following, and is delayed. And now go back to the chat and import the chat form from /chat form the same way we did with the header. And let's go ahead and see what we did wrong. Oh, it looks like we're not rendering anything, so we can just return a div chat form. And now the error is gone and we can see the text chat form. Great, so now I want to go ahead and create a form element here instead of a div element, like this. I want to give it a class name of flex call, items center and gap width 4 and padding of 3. I want to go ahead and also give it an onSubmit, which for now is simply going to be an empty arrow function. So I'm going to collapse these elements here. Inside of the chat form, I'm going to go ahead and render the input component. So let's go ahead and pass in the on change for now to be an empty arrow function. Let's pass in the value to be the value which we get from the props. Disabled can go from is disabled if we don't have is disabled. So let's just go ahead and give it false for now. We are later going to create that. Let's give it a placeholder of send a message. And let's give it a class name that uses cn right here. And we're going to go with border white /10 like this, and then later we're going to create a case if we are supposed to be following this user and we are not following. So we're just going to prepare this to be dynamic. For now it's just going to be this, right? And then below this, let's actually go ahead and do this. Let's wrap this input inside of a div, and let's go ahead and give it a class name of width of full like this. And then below that, a new div with a button component, which is going to say chat. And let's go ahead and give it a type of submit, a variant of primary, and a size of small and disabled. For now, let's manually write false. And let's give its div a class name of mlauto, like this. There we go. So now we have our chat component, and this is later going to be rendered all the way to the bottom, but for now it should be rendered here. Great. So what I want to do now is I want to create all the necessary functions and constants here. So let's go ahead and let's create the delay functionality. So if the chat is delayed, this is where we're going to simulate that. So if is delay blocked, set is delay blocked from use state. Default is going to be false, and make sure you import use state from React. And now let's define is followers only and not following. In that case, let's go ahead and do that by matching if is followers only and if it's not following. And now let's do const is disabled to be if is hidden from our global props, or if is delay blocked or is followers only and not following. So this is now finally our is disabled, and now we can go ahead and use it inside of this input for the disabled and for this button for the disabled. And now what we can also do here is pass in another value here is followers only and rounded T none and border T 0. So we're gonna remove the border from the top. You can see that I, for my chat, have that enabled. So mine is must be following to chat. So if you enable this and go into your stream, you're gonna see that it looks like our button is cut off at the top. That's what we want, because above that, there's gonna be an info message to tell the user they need to be following, right? Great, and now what I'm gonna add next is a function to submit. So let's do const handle submit here to be a function which takes the event, which is react.form event, and takes in the HTML form element. Let's do e.prevent default and e.stop propagation. If we have no value or if the chat is disabled without the exclamation point at the end, break the function like this. Now let's check if is delay, and if we are not currently blocked by the delay, because it's delayed, this is the proper one, then and only then we can send the message. So let's first say that for the next part we're going to be blocked by the delay for 3 seconds, right, if it is enabled. And now let's do set timeout here, and the timeout is going to be 3000 milliseconds. And inside of the timeout, we're going to go ahead and simply do set is delay blocked like this to be false, and then on submit. And then in here, we're going to go ahead and write else. If delay is not enabled for these chat settings, we are directly going to submit like this. And now below that, I'm just going to write if is hidden, go ahead and return null like this. So now your chat should actually disappear because we are not live streaming. But if I go ahead and click start streaming in my OBS, the chat should be enabled. There we go. You can see the moment I start streaming, I can see this. But the moment I stop streaming, this is going to be disabled like that. All right. And now what I want to do is just assign all of this on submits here. So let's give this form a function of handle submit like that. And let's go ahead and give this one on change to take the event, and then call on change from our props to be event.target.value like that. And I believe we don't need to fill anything else. Everything else seems to be correct. And now let's go ahead and let's create a skeleton here. So export const chat form skeleton, return a div with a class name of flex call items center gap y4 and padding of 3, and inside render a skeleton component with a class name of width full and h10. Below that, render a div with a class name flex item center gap x2 and ml auto. And inside, let's go ahead and render 2 more skeletons. So this one is going to be class name h7 and width of 7. And the one below it is going to be h7 and width of 12. So we're practically representing what we have above. Great, now I want to create a component called chat info so we can put it above our input here. So let's go ahead and already prepare for that. So in here, I'm going to render chat info, which we don't have yet. So let's go ahead and create it inside of the stream player, chat-info.tsx. Let's go ahead and import use memo from React. Let's go ahead and import info from Lucid React. And let's go ahead and import hint from /hint or /components hint. Now let's create an interface. Chat info props is delayed is going to be a boolean, and is followers only is going to be a boolean as well. Let's do export const chat info here. Let's return a div chat info. Let's go ahead and assign the props chat info props. And let's extract is delayed and is followers only. And now we can go back inside of the original chat form and import the chat info. So make sure you're doing this inside of chat form, right? And now we have to pass some props here. So we get rid of this TypeScript errors. So above the input, we have chat info, and let's pass in is delayed to be is delayed from our props. And we're gonna have is followers only to come from is followers only, like this. Now go back inside of the chat info here, and let's go ahead and create some arbitrary values here. So const hint is use memo, which we have imported. And in the dependency array, we're gonna pass in the is delayed and is followers only. So depending on those, we're going to render a specific message for the user. So if is followers only, and if we are not delayed, so only followers only, we're gonna return only followers can chat. And then let's do if is delayed and not is followers only, return messages are delayed by 3 seconds. And last one, if both of them are active, is delayed and is followers only, return only followers can chat, messages are delayed by 3 seconds. Like that. And let's go ahead and write a default like that. So that's going to be our hint. And now let's create our label. So you can copy and paste this function hint and paste it here. Rename it to label. And the first one is simply going to say followers only. The second one is simply going to say slow mode. And the last one is going to say followers only and slow mode, like that. And now let's go ahead and add if none of these props are active, so if it's not delayed or if the chat is not followers only, then no need to show any message, right? It's just a normal chat. Great. And now we can go ahead and modify this and give this a class name of padding 2 text muted foreground bg white 5 border white 10 full width rounded top medium flex items center and gap x2, and render a hint, give it a label of hint, and inside render the info component which we have from Lucid React, give it a class name of h4 and width 4, and outside of the hint render the label and give it a class name of text extra small and font semi-bold, like this. And now I'm gonna go ahead and go inside of your chat settings here and go ahead and enable, make sure the chat is enabled, and go ahead and enable both delay chat and must be following, and go back inside of your stream and click start streaming. And now when this gets connected, there we go. We have info that followers only is on, like that. And if I go inside of my chat and just do, for example, turn off delay chat and just be the followers, then you're gonna see that it's gonna say a different message. Now it says followers only. Great. So now what we have to do is we have to create an actual list of messages. So let's go ahead back inside of our chat component. So chat.tsx, and in here we have a fragment which renders the chat form, and now above that we're going to render chat list like this, and we're gonna have to pass in some props here. So let's go ahead and give it messages, which are our reversed messages, and let's give it is hidden, which is our hidden prop, like this. And now let's go ahead inside of the, well, we have to create the chat list component. So let me just close everything but this. Great. Now let's go inside of stream player and create chat list.tsx like this. let's create an interface chat list props to accept messages, which are going to be the received chat message array. So received chat message from Livekit components React, and is hidden, which is a boolean. And now let's export const chat list like this, and let's return a div chat list. And let's go ahead and assign the props, chat list props like that. And let's go ahead and mark this as use client. Go back inside of your chat, and you can then import chat list from /chat list the same way we did with our chat header and our chat form. And now what I want to do is extract messages and is hidden. And what we're going to do now is we're going to write if is hidden, or if there are no messages, or if messages.length is 0, go ahead and return a text which says class name flex, flex1, items center, and justify center. Then in here, write a paragraph which is going to check if is hidden. We're going to write chat is disabled. Otherwise, welcome to the chat. And go ahead and give this paragraph a class name of text small and text muted foreground like that. Great. And now, since I am not streaming, you can see that it says chat is disabled. And same is true if you go ahead and turn on and disable the chat from the settings, right? So what we have to do now is we have to create our chat message component. So let's go ahead and do this here. So I'm going to write class name flex, flex1, flex call reverse, overflow y, auto, padding of 3 and full height. And inside, let's do messages.map, get the individual message here. Whoops. Get the individual message, and in here render chat message component. And let's go ahead and pass in the key to be message.timestamp, and data is going to be the message itself. Like that. And now we have to create our chat message component. So inside of the stream player, create chat message.tsx. Let's go ahead and mark this as use client, and let's create an interface chat message props data received chat message, but without an array since it's single. And let's export const chat message like this. Let's return a div, and let's go ahead and assign the props chat message props, and we can extract the data. Go back to chat list, and you can now import this from /chat message, and you should not be getting any type errors. Let's go inside of here, and now what I want to do is I want to go inside of my lib utils, so where we have the cn function, and we're going to add a new function, export const string to color. So we're going to generate a unique color based on the username of the sender. So we're going to accept a string. Let's go ahead and write hash is equal to 0. And let's go ahead and do a for loop. So for let I be 0, I is less than the total length of the string. And let's increase I on every iteration. And we're going to change the hash to be string.char code at 1 plus hash. Make sure you do double of this sign right here, minus hash, like this. And then let's do let color be a hashtag, and let's do for let I is equal to 0, I is less than 3, and I plus plus. So we are practically generating an RGB color using the string, right? So that's why we need these values. Now let's do hash in the opposite direction, doubles, right? Multiply by 8, like this. And now what you have to write is very specific. You have to write this and 0xff. You can also just copy this from my GitHub. So this is just some snippet that I found, which uses string to generate a hex code. That's all this does, right? And now let's add this to the color variable here. So 0, 0 plus value to string 16 dot substring -2, like that, and let's return color. Great. Or you can just copy it simply from my GitHub if it's simpler. Let's go back inside of the chat message here, and let's go ahead and write const color is string to color from libutils, which we just modified, right? So make sure you added an export for string to color, or you can use an npm package for this. It really doesn't matter. And let's do data.from $name or an empty string like that. And then let's go ahead and give this a class name of flex, gap2, padding2, rounded md, hover bg white /5. Let's render a paragraph here, and inside of here I'm going to render a timestamp. So we need to install npm install date fns. So make sure you add that to your project. Let's go ahead and let's import format from date fns. And inside of the paragraph, we're going to format data timestamp in a format of HHMM. And let's add this comma in a proper place right here. Let's give this a class name of text small and text wide /40. And then let's create a div with a class name flex wrap items baseline gap1 and grow. And then create a paragraph here with a class name of text small, font semi-bold, and white space, no wrap. Then create a span, which is going to render data from name. And let's go ahead and let's give this a class name of truncate, and let's give it a style color, like that. And then outside of that paragraph, add a new one with a class name of text small and break all. And inside data.message. Like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and try this out. So start your stream. Make sure that the chat is enabled, and let me try and send a message here. And there we go. You can see how we have a nice name generated from myself here. You can see that the messages are here in real time. And let me just go ahead and do one thing. Oh, so I added a space here for the format. So let's just join it like this. Great. So you can go ahead and test this with a user in another browser to see if it's working. But actually you cannot test this because this is only in the creator dashboard. So we're going to taste it later at the end. But there you go. You created the chat functionality, you have real time, you have sockets, and they reset after you refresh because, you know, streams are not here forever. So it's a business decision for you whether you want to save the chat messages or not. In this tutorial, I'm just going to make them temporary during the live stream, right? Because that kind of is the purpose of these messages. Great, so our chat is working great in real time, and it also handles like long messages. You can see how they collapse here nicely. Great job. So now what we have to build is the community tab, right? So right now we have the chat, and you can see how it's disabled when I'm not streaming. But if I go ahead and click start streaming in OBS, it's gonna get triggered right here. One thing that I see missing here is that we don't have the semicolon for who is talking, right? So let's go ahead and quickly fix that. So inside of this chat message, I'm gonna add a semicolon at the end of this, sorry, a colon here at the end. And there we go, now we have an indicator that it is Antonio that's saying this. And now while I am inside of, not inside of chat message, but go back inside of the chat list component where we render the chat messages, I want to go ahead and just create a little skeleton here. So let's go ahead and do export const chat skeleton. And let's return a div that's going to have a class name of flex h full items center and justify center. And inside, we're simply going to render a skeleton, which is going to represent our text, welcome to the chat, right? So I'm going to change this to use components, and I'm going to move it above my local import here. And let's just give it a class name with 1.5, and height of 6, like this. There we go. And also, if by any chance you're confused about how this chat is working, I didn't really go around explaining that too much because I do have 2 hours left to finish this video because YouTube has a video limit. So inside of our chat.tsx, in here, is it in here? I believe it is. Just let me find it. There we go. In here, we use the use chat hook, right? From Livekit components reactors. So how does this hook know to which room to connect? Well, because of the context. So if you go ahead and hover over this, you can see that it actually has some options that you can pass. And in here, you can specify the exact room you want this chat to work with, both the send functionality and the messages received. But the reason it knows that this is in this exact room where we created a viewer token for this stream is because it has context from the stream player. So go inside of the index for the stream player, and in here, we are wrapping the entire thing inside of Livekit room with the token and the server URL. So that's how it knows, because it's wrapped inside of a component which gives it its context, right? So that's how it knows where to send and where to read the messages. Great. So what I want to do now is go inside of the chat component here, and I want to create the other state. So we just finished the variant for chat, and now let's go ahead and create a component called chat community. And these are the props it's going to accept. So viewer name, which is viewer name, and host name, which is host name, and is hidden, which is hidden, like this. So make sure you save that. And now let's go inside of the stream player and create chat community.tsx. Let's mark this as use client. Let's export const chat community here and return a div. And let's create an interface chat community props to accept the host name, which is a string, the viewer name, which is a string, and the is hidden, which is a boolean, like that. Let's go ahead and assign the props, chat community props, and now we can go back inside of the chat component and import chat community the same way we did with chat header, list, and form. And now we should no longer be having any errors, and you can already try and click here, and there we go. Now we should just be an empty div if you switch to community mode. So now what I want to do is I want to load all participants that are inside of here, right? So let's go ahead and do the following. So let's add participants from use participants from Livekit components React, like this. So make sure you add this. And now what you can actually do here immediately is try it out inside of here. So I'm going to write participants.map and get the individual participant. And let's just go ahead participants, right? And inside, I'm just going to return, actually, I already returned. So let's just do a div with JSON, stringify, and let's give it an entire participant. And let's go ahead and just write math.random for the key here for now. And there we go. You can see that you should be having a big JSON output here. And here I can find my name, Antonio, right? So now we're going to go ahead and style this so it actually renders the proper participants. And we're also going to enable the ability to search for participants. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and add a value and set value in this component here, which comes from React. So that's going to be used to filter between our participants. And now what I'm going to do is I'm also going to import use debounce from use hooks. So we slow down the queries while the user is searching. And let's go ahead and assign that to the value. So const debounced value is going to be use debounce and passing the value, and the debounce is 500, like this. And you can also define that this is a string. So every half a second is when we're actually going to filter through participants. We're not going to immediately filter through them. Now let's write our onChange function, which is going to be binded to the input, which we will add in a second, to filter through these participants. And this use participants uses the same method as use chat. So it has context because of that Livekit component, Livekit room component from stream player index file. So that's how it knows in which room is it looking for participants. And now let's simply write set value and pass in the value from here. And let's actually call it new value. And then let's pass in new value here so we don't conflict with the existing name. And now let's write const filtered participants. Actually, let's do that later, right? For now, I'm just going to use participants. We're going to do this later. What I want to do first is do if is hidden. Let's return a div with a class name here. flex1 items center and justify center. And let's see if we are missing is hidden. We are missing it because I did not add any of the props. So host name, viewer name, and is hidden like this. There we go. So now go back here and inside of this div, enter a paragraph. Community is disabled like this, and give this a class name of text small and text muted foreground like that. And now it should say, well, if you turn off the stream, it's going to say community is disabled, right? But since I am active, that's not what I'm seeing here. And now let's go ahead and give this div a class name of padding 4. Let's go ahead and let's add an input component, which you can import from /UI input or from /components like I'm going to do. That input is going to be used to trigger our onChange and then filter through the participants. So let's give it an onChange to get the event and call our onChange function, which accepts the new value, which is going to be event.target.value. So that's going to go in this onChange function. The value is going to change. And then later we're going to have a new constant here, which I started writing first, filtered participants, but I'm going to leave it to the end. First, I want to show you how we render the participants, and then we're going to filter to them later. And let's give this a placeholder of search community and a class name border white 10, just so it's a bit more visible. And now what I want to do is I want to add a scroll area here from chatcn UI. So let's do npx chatcn UI at latest add scroll area like that. Make sure you add this to your project. And once it is installed, you can go ahead and import scroll area from /UI scroll area or from /components UI scroll area. Now let's go ahead and use the scroll area here. And I want to give it a class name of gap y2 and margin top of 4. And first I'm going to add a paragraph no results, which is only going to be visible if it is the last item in this element. So we can use CSS instead of JavaScript to do that. So let's go ahead and center this. Let's go ahead and make it smaller. Let's give it a specific color like this. And it's going to be hidden by default, and it's only going to appear if this last decorator matches, right? Meaning that it's the last child inside of this element. And right now that is true because it's the only child. And let's also give it a padding of 2 like this. But then what we're going to do is we're going to go through our participants.map, get the individual participant like that. And then let's render the community item. So previously we just stringified the entire data of the participant, but now we're actually going to use it inside of this component. So give it a key of participant, and this should be a single participant inside of this .map. So participant.key, .identity. Host name is going to be host name. Viewer name is going to be viewer name. And participant name is going to be participant.name, and participant identity is going to be participant.identity like that. And now let's go ahead and let's create our community item component. So let's go inside of the stream player and create community item.tsx. Let's go ahead and mark this as use client. And let's go ahead and import toast. Let's go ahead and import use transition. because from here, we're gonna enable our block functionality, right? So import this 3, toast use transition and minus circle, import hint from /hint, change it to components, import onBlock from actions block, which we already played around with when we created our block service, and go ahead and import cn and string to color from libutils, and also import the button component from // or components UI button. Now let's create an interface community item props to accept the host name, which is a string, viewer name, which is a string, participant name, which is an optional string, and participant identity, which is a string, like this. And export const community item. Go ahead and return a div here. And let's go ahead and assign the community item props. And let's go ahead and extract the host name, viewer name, participant identity, and participant name, basically everything that we have inside of our props here. Great, and you can go ahead and render participant name here, like this. And go back to chat community and import community item from /community item. And now, since we use this hook use participants here, and we iterate over them in here and give the data to the community item, and we render the participant name, you should be seeing 2 Antonios here, or 2 of your usernames here. So the first one is you as the streamer, and the second one is you as the viewer. So don't worry, we are going to deduplicate this, but I just want to show you that already you can see this working. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's do the following. Let's give this div a class name, which is going to be dynamic. So go ahead and fire up cn. Let's give it group, flex, item center, justify between, width, full, padding 2, rounded MD, text small, hover bg, white /5, like this. And now let's go ahead and wrap this inside of a paragraph. And let's give the paragraph a class name. Actually, not a class name, but what we're going to give it is our dynamic color, right? So you can do that by adding const color to be string to color and passing the participant name or an empty string like this. So make sure you import the string to color from our previous module, or again, you don't even have to do this. Like, this is just some cool thing that I think it is. So just pass in the matching color, or you can do the color like this. And now what's cool is that the community tab will match the exact identifier, which in our case is the color, with the chat, right? So if the user sends a blue message in the chat, it's going to be blue here in the community as well. Great. And now I'm going to go ahead and just, I'm going to go ahead and define a couple of more constants here. So const is self is going to be if the participant name is equal to the viewer name. And then I'm going to write const is host to be if viewer name is equal to host name. So we have to define whether the person we are looking at here is ourselves, right? So what I'm going to do now is go ahead below this paragraph and check if we are the host, and if the current user in this community tab is not ourselves, in that case, we're going to go ahead and add a little hint here that we can block this user. So let's give it a label block, and inside let's render the button component, which we imported from /components UI button, and let's render the minus circle, which we imported from Lucid React. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of hauto, width of auto, padding of 1, opacity 0, group-hover, opacity 100. So group hover refers to this group class name in this div. So when we hover on this, this little icon is going to appear on the side, right? So let's go ahead and continue with this. And also let's give it a transition like that. Great. And now, besides the class name, this button will also have on click to be on block, will be handle block, which we don't yet have. So let's go ahead and quickly create it here. So const handle block. If there is no participant name, if we are self, If we are not a host, in any of those cases, return. And otherwise, start transition. Actually, we first have to extract the transition. So is pending and start transition from use transition, which we imported from React. So let's go ahead here and write start transition. And let's go ahead and call our onBlock and pass in the participant identity. Now let's do .then here and write those.success blocked and just render the participant name. And let me not misspell this, participant name. And let's do .catch toast error, something went wrong, like this. Great. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and add this here. We can go ahead and add a disabled is pending here, and we can also add a different color here while it is pending. So I'm going to write opacity 50% and pointer events are going to be none. So it's going to be pretty clear that we are currently in progress of blocking a user. And right now, you're not going to see this, right? Because we don't show this if we are trying to block ourselves. And this is me, right? These are two instances of me inside of the community tab. So what you can do is you can temporarily just hide this ternary, right? Just so you can see how this looks, but don't click on it, right? Because you're gonna get an error. And there we go. Oh, we actually have to modify. Good thing that we did this. Okay, so let's make sure this looks a little bit better. So I want to go ahead and give this button a variant of ghost like this. And I think now it should look a bit better. And let's also give this minus circle a class name of h4 with 4 and text muted foreground like that. And there we go. Now it looks better. And remember to bring back this ternary here so you can only block a specific type of user. And okay, like this. Great. So now we have this finished. What we have to do now is go back inside of the chat community. And in here, I now want to create the ability to filter and search throughout our participants. So let's go ahead and create const filtered participants to be use memo. So make sure you import use memo from React. We are now in the chat community component. Let's go ahead and pass in the participants and the debounced value as the dependency array. And let's first dedupe our items. So const deduped is going to be participants.reduce, get the accumulator and the participant like this. Let's do const host as viewer. So we're going to add that little prefix here because we are a host which is currently inside of here. So we're going to recognize ourselves because of this prefix that we have, right? If you remember when we created the viewer token, if we are a host, we add this prefix because we cannot have the same identity twice in one stream. So let's go ahead and write participant.identity like that. And now let's do if not accumulator.sum. Whoa. Accumulator.sum. Oh, it says that accumulator.sum does not exist on this method. So let's go ahead and just see why it doesn't exist. I think it's just due to the fact that I haven't finished the function. So let's continue. If not accumulator sum p as participant p.identity is equal to host as viewer accumulator.push participant like that. And then let's just return the accumulator like this. And then let's go ahead and give it a default value of an array. And now that error from above is gone, but we also have to define the types to be as remote participant from Livekit client. So make sure you import remote participant from Livekit client or local participant from Livekit client, and then put an array at the end. And there we go. Now this should not be having any errors. And I'm just going to move this import here. So make sure you have both local participant and remote participant. So that's why we have two of them, because one of them is our local participant and one of them is us as viewer looking at the remote participant. Which in our case is us again, right? So now let's go ahead and do return deduped.filter get the participant and the return participant dot name question mark to lowercase includes the bounced value dot to lowercase, like that. So in here we do the actual search, and then we're gonna use let me just zoom out so you can see this in one line, right? So this is the function which we just created, and now we're gonna use these filtered participants in the dot map instead, like this. So let's go ahead and refresh our page now. And now we should be able to search throughout our participants. So make sure you are streaming so that you can see this. And you can see no longer we have any duplicates. And now if I search for Antonio, it says Antonio. But if I search for something else, it says no results. Great. So we finished our community tab. We finished our chat. You can see how fast this is working. And now what I want to do is I want to create a little loading skeleton, right? That's why we created those skeleton items. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. So let's go back inside of the original chat component. So inside of the stream player, we have the chat component. And in here, let's go ahead and let's export const chat skeleton. And let's go ahead and return a div with a class name of flex call border left, border bottom, padding top of 0, height, calculate 100 VH minus 80 pixels, and border 2. And let me zoom out so you can see it in one line like that. And then inside, we're going to render the chat header skeleton. We're going to render the chat list skeleton. And it looks like we did not create that one. So we have the chat header skeleton, right, from chat header. But our chat list, didn't we create one? Oh, we call it chat skeleton. It should be chat list skeleton. So inside of your chat list component, make sure that you rename the skeleton to be appropriately named chat list. And then you can import chat list skeleton the same way we added chat header skeleton a second ago. And below that, add chat form skeleton. Great. So make sure that all of those are important, and we don't need one for the community. And now I just want to check if we have a video skeleton. So go inside of video, not live, not loading, just video. And in here, we also have to create a quick skeleton. So let's export const video skeleton here. And let's go ahead and return a div with a class name aspect video, border X, border background. And inside, we are simply going to render a skeleton. So make sure you import that from .ui skeleton or from the components like I'm gonna do now. And in here, just go ahead and give this skeleton a class name of hfull, width full, and rounded none. Like this. And now you can go inside of the index of the stream player component, go all the way to the bottom, and we're gonna go ahead and create export const stream player skeleton. Like this. And go ahead and create a div with a class name, and this is gonna have the following. So grid calls 1, gap y 0, lg grid calls 3, xl grid calls 3, 2xl grid calls 6, and h full. And then inside another div with a class name of space y4 call span 1, lg call span 2, xl call span 2, 2xl call span 5, lg call span 5 as well, lg overflow, sorry, the last one is supposed to be 2xl. Okay, I made a mistake. So the lg is the overflow, like this. So the last one is 2xl call span 5. This one is overflow y auto, hidden scroll bar, and padding bottom of 10. And then inside, render the video skeleton component, render the header skeleton. We don't have this yet, so I'm gonna add to do header skeleton like this. And then below that, add a div with a class name call span1 and bg background, and render the chat skeleton component from ./chat like this. So make sure you imported the video skeleton and the chat skeleton. And what you can do now is, instead of rendering this while it's loading, you can render stream player skeleton like this. And now if you go ahead and expand, and refresh, you can see how we have a much nicer loading skeleton now. Great, so it's not that weird state now. Perfect. And one more place where we have to add this is inside of where we're actually rendering this. So app folder, dashboard, username, home inside of this page, but we're gonna create loading.tsx here. And let's go ahead and do creator loading, and let's do div class name h_full and render stream player skeleton from components stream player like this. And there we go. Now it is fully supported. As you can see, we also have a special loading state when it is on mobile, and it also collapses when it's on desktop. Perfect. So we have a nice little skeleton here. We can expand, we can collapse, we can search the community, we can ban users, we can chat here. And what we have to do now is create a little header here so that we can follow the user, right? Great job. So what I want to build now is the little header component here, which will have the follow button, the name of the current streamer, and also all active participants that are currently watching the stream. So for that, I want to go back inside of my stream player component. So let's go inside of stream player and let's find index.tsx. And in here, inside of the Livekit room, because we're going to need to use context from Livekit room in order to get the proper number of participants, the connected status, and all of those hooks that we used, throughout our video and our chat component and all of those things. So below the video component, add a header component. And right now it doesn't exist, but I already want to prepare some props. So pass in the host name, which is going to be user.username. Go ahead and pass in the host identity, which is going to be user.id. Viewer identity, which is going to be identity which we have stored from this hook, use viewer token, right? This is where we have that. Let's also pass in the image URL of the user. So that's going to be user.image URL. And let's do is following to be the is following prop. And name is going to be stream.name, like that. Great, so now that we have this, let's go ahead inside of the stream player and let's create header.tsx like this. Let's mark this as use client and let's export const header and return a div header component. And now go back inside of the stream player index and you can import header from ./header as we did with our chat, video, and chat toggle. And let me just assign this here. Like this. So now let's go ahead and fix this little TypeScript error that we have because of these props here. So inside of our header component, we're going to create an interface header props like that. And let's go ahead and assign everything we need. So we need the image URL, which is a string, host name, which is a string, host identity. We need the viewer identity. So all of these things are strings, and now we have is following, which is a boolean, and we need the name of the stream, which is a string. And now we can go ahead and assign those props, so header props here, and we can go ahead and extract the image URL, host name, host identity, viewer identity, and is following. Like this. Great. And now what I want to do is go ahead and start to render this component. So let's give this div a class name of flex call1, lg flex row, gap y4, lg gap y 0. So we are doing some responsive stuff here, right? On large devices, all of this is going to be in a row next to each other, but on mobile devices, it's going to use flex call, right? And this should just be flex call, not flex call 1. My apologies, like that. And this should have a dash next to it, like this. And then let's do items start, justify between, and px4, like that. Now inside, I'm gonna go ahead and write a class name here, flex items center and gap x3. And now let's reuse our user avatar component, which we have from /user avatar, but I'm gonna change it to gum from /components, like this. And now we can go ahead and pass everything we need from this. So we're gonna give it the image URL, which is image URL. We're gonna pass in the username, which is the host name. We're gonna need the size, and this time it's gonna be large. And you can already see it appearing right here. And now we're gonna have to pass is live prop, and let's see if we have the is live prop. It looks like we don't have is live. Well, we're gonna create the is live prop from our hooks from Livekit, because remember, we are doing the header component inside of the Livekit room component, meaning that we have access to all the participants, connection state, our stream, everything. So for now, I'm going to hard code this to true, so you can see how this looks now. And let's also add the show badge property, because since this is a large type of avatar, it's gonna look better. You can see it right here how it looks. Perfect. So we have this streams user and the badge, right? And we hard coded is live to true. So we're gonna leave it like this for now. And then below that, I wanna open up a div with a class name space y1. And then another div with a class name flex items center and gap x2. So it's going to hold multiple items inside. And the first one is going to be an h2 element, which is simply going to render the host name. And a class name is going to have text large and font semi-bold, like this. And then below that, we're going to add the verified mark. So I want to create a little component for that so we can reuse it wherever we need. So inside of your components folder, create a new file, verified mark.tsx, like this. And let's go ahead and import check from Lucid React. And let's export const verified mark. And let's return a div which renders that check icon. And I already want to use that. So go inside of header. And what I want you to do is below this h2 element, render the verified mark component from /verified mark. And I'm going to change the import to go to /components, like this. So now you should just be seeing a plain check icon next to it, so you can see in real time how we're going to modify these classes. So let's give this wrapping div a class name of padding.5, like this, flex items center, justify center. Then now let's give it a height of 4 and a width of 4, rounded full, so it's going to be a circle. And let's give it bg blue 600, like this. There we go. And now let's go ahead and give this check a class name of age 10 pixels specifically, width of 10 pixels specifically as well, text primary, and let's give it a stroke of 4 pixels, like that. And there we go. I believe now we have a check mark which is similar to what other streaming services have, and it uses our primary blue color. Let's go back inside of our header component now. And now I think it's time for us to add some hooks here so we can actually render all the dynamic content we need, like the amount of viewers, right? So first, let's go ahead and get all the participants. So const participants. So we're going to use the same hook, which we just used inside of our community, inside of our chat community, right? So in here to render the participants and to filter them, we use the hook called use participants, right? So we're going to reuse that. So that's how useful these hooks are, because they all live in the same context. So they all have the exact same information and they are all connected in real time. So make sure you import use participants from Livekit Components React. And we're going to use that as a count for our participants. And now we have to get the actual streamer. So we're going to call him participant, a single, right? And now let's do use remote participant from Livekit components React and make sure it uses the single one. So make sure you add the use participants and the use remote participant hook. And now we have to pass in the identity here. So let's pass in the host identity like this. And now let's go ahead and do const is live to be so turn this state of the remote participant into a boolean by adding double exclamation points. So just add participant. And now you can see that this is live hook is a type of boolean, right? We could have used this as well, but then you can see that it's this type. So I want to go ahead and make sure that this is a boolean. And now let's go ahead and add const participant count to be participants, right? So we're using the result from this hook, participants.length. And let's also do -1 because we know that one of the participants is going to be us locally streaming, right? That's why we had that duplication inside of our community, if you remember, which we had to dedupe. And now let's go ahead and write const host as viewer to be open backticks host dash and render the host identity inside. And then what we can do is check if we are the host. So const is host is viewer identity equals host as viewer like this. Great, so now we have all these necessary hooks. So let's go ahead now and let's go outside of this div, which is wrapping the h2 element and the verified mark, and go ahead and write a paragraph here, which is simply going to render the name of the stream, right? So that should now be, did we add the name? We have the name in the types, but it looks like I forgot to destructure it in the props. So make sure you do that. And now you should see the text which says Antonio's stream, which is the default name of our stream. If you remember in my Livekit webhook, when I create in my clerk webhook, when we create a new user, we create a stream with a default name of Antonio or whatever is the username, Antonio's stream, right? So that's why that is appearing here. So let's head back inside of our header component here. And let's go ahead and give this paragraph, which renders the stream's name, a class name of text small and font semi-bold. And now let's go ahead and dynamically render some content. So if we are live, in that case, I want to go ahead and render a div with a class name, font semi-bold, flex, gap x1, items center, text extra small, and text rows 500. And then inside, I'm going to render the user icon from Lucid React. So make sure you add the user icon here. And I'm just going to move it to the top with the global imports. And let's go ahead and give this user icon a class name, height 4 and width 4. And below that, we're going to add a paragraph, which is going to render our participant count. And then we're going to change the label. So if participant count is equal to 1, we're going to say viewer. Otherwise, it's going to be viewers, right? So if it's 0, it's going to be 0 viewers. If it's 2, it's going to be 2 viewers. But if it's 1, it's going to say 1 viewer. So this should be in one line, of course, like this. All right, and now what we have to do is we have to render an alternative for this ternary. So let's write a paragraph here. And I'm simply going to write offline. And in here, let's write a class name, font semi-bold, text extra small, and text muted foreground, like this. Great, and now let's go ahead and modify this user avatar is live to actually use our is live constant. So there we go. Now, as you can see, I am completely offline and this says offline. But if I go into my OBS and click start streaming, this should all change and this should go from offline to 1 viewer. Great, so it is working. So I'm going to stop streaming now. And what I want to create now is the actions here so we can follow and unfollow this user. So for that, we're going to go ahead just above this last div here, add an actions component like this. And go ahead and pass in the is following to be is following. Pass in the host identity to be host identity and is host to be is host. Like this. Great. So now obviously we have this error here because we don't have actions defined. So let's go inside of the stream player and create a new file, actions.tsx. Let's go ahead and mark this as use client. And let's go ahead and let's create an interface, actions props here. Let's pass in the host identity, which is a string, is following, which is a boolean, is host, which is a boolean as well. Now let's go ahead and export const actions. Let's return a div actions. And in here, let's assign the props. So actions props and host identity is following and is host. Like this. Great. So what I want to go ahead and do now is replace this div with a button component from /UI button, and let's change this import to use components. And while we are here, let's go back to the header and let's import this actions from /actions. So make sure you don't import this from anywhere else, because we do have some components named actions inside of our navbars, right? Great. So now inside of these actions, I want to go ahead and do the following. I want to give this button an onClick for now to be an empty arrow function. Then I want to go ahead and give it a variant of primary. I want to give it a size of small and a class name of width full and LG width auto, like this. You can see how now it looks on mobile, right? And you can see how it looks on desktop. Great. So now what I want to do is I want to add a couple of dynamic items here. So first, did we mark this as use client? We did. Good. Let's go ahead and add our use auth hook. So let's go use auth from clerk Next.js. So make sure you import this. And in here, go ahead and extract the user ID like that. So let's just make sure that we have this. And we're going to use this in a moment when we create our follow function, right? We already have that service. We're just going to go ahead and call it from here. But what I want to do now is show the content for this action button. So let's go ahead and render the heart icon from Lucid React. I'm just going to move this to the top. And I want to give this heart icon a class name, which is going to be dynamic. So open up CN and make sure you import CN from libutils like this. And inside of here, let's go ahead and first render h4, width 4, and margin right of 2. And then we're going to use the isFollowing prop to dynamically render some content. So if it's following, it's going to be fill white. If it's not, it's going to be fill none. Like this. Great. And then let's go ahead and modify this label to again use isFollowing, unfollow, or follow like this. Great. So what I want to do now is I want to create a function called const handle follow like this. Oh, let's call it toggle follow, right? And in here, I'm first going to check if we have the user ID or not. So if we don't have the user ID, what we have to do is we have to redirect the user. In order to do that, I want to go ahead and import use router from next/navigation. And then in here, I can get my router, use router like this. And I can simply go ahead and do router.push/sign in like that. And now let's check if we are the host. So if, and yeah, don't forget to return this, right? So we need to break this function. So make sure you do return, right? Now let's go ahead and check if is host. We can also return, right? The host cannot follow themselves. And now let's go ahead and do if is following, is following, unfollow, else follow, like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and import onFollow from actions follow, and And I'm also going to go ahead and import on unfollow like this. And I'm also going to go ahead and import use transition from React. Now in here, I'm going to go ahead and extract is pending and use and start transition from use transition. And then in here, I'm going to go ahead and create const handle follow to very simply be a start transition, which is then going to go ahead and do on follow, and we have to pass in the host identity like this, right? And let's go ahead and add .then, and we will get the data so we can fire up our toast. So make sure you import toast from Sonar. And in here, we're going to do toast.success. You are now following, and let's go ahead and render the username, which is going to be data.follower. Is it following? I think following.username. Like this. And let's add .catch here, which is just going to be toast error, something went wrong. Like that. So now we have the handle follow function, so we can go ahead and pass it inside of this comment, handle follow. And now we have to create an equivalent unfollow. So we can just copy handle follow and rename this to handle unfollow. And let's change the action to use on unfollow. And we're gonna write you have unfollowed the user like this. And I believe the data following is exactly the same. And now inside of inside of toggle follow, let's call the handle unfollow like this. Great. And now we can use the toggle follow to be on click here, and we can add disable to be is pending like this. Great. But I believe we also want to disable this button if we are already following. Sorry, if we are a host, right? So let's do a pipe is host like this, and there we go. Now, as you can see, I cannot follow myself because I am a host. Perfect. What I want to create now is a skeleton of this, so it has its own loading state. So let's go ahead and let's import skeleton from .UI skeleton on, or in our case, components skeleton. And let me just align this like that. And let's go ahead and let's do export const actions skeleton and return a skeleton component with a class name h10 with full and LG with 24 like this. Great. So now we have that. Perfect. And now we can go back inside of the header component here where we render these actions. And what I want to do is create a header skeleton. So export const header skeleton here. And let's go ahead and return. And let's also import the skeleton, right? So in here, import skeleton from /components UI skeleton. Like this. Great. And let's go ahead inside and let's return a div, which is going to have the exact same class names as our div. So this one, right? You can literally copy the class names like this and go ahead and paste them here. And then inside, also the same div, so flex item center and gap x2. Then let's render the user avatar skeleton. So that's why it was very useful that we had that. And we can also pass in the size for the skeleton. Great. So make sure you import user avatar skeleton, which we defined somewhere in the beginning of our application, I believe, when we were working on the sidebar. So we have the user avatar skeleton. And now below it, I want to open up a div with a class name of spacey2. And I want to go ahead and render the skeleton component with a class name h6 and width of 32. And below that, I want to use h4 and width of 24. And outside of here, I want to render the actions skeleton from /actions, which we just created like this. There we go. And now that we have the header skeleton, we can go back inside of stream player. So inside of stream player, we should have an index component here, and go inside of stream player skeleton, and we left a comment to do add header skeleton. And now we can do the header skeleton from /header. So make sure you import header skeleton like that. I'm gonna move it here. And now we should have a nicer loading state. There we go. You can see how we now have header elements here, and even on mobile, it should be like this. There we go. So it's fully supported on desktop and mobile. Great. So you wrapped up the header skeleton. What we have to do next is we have to create our stream information and our user bio box. Now let's create our info component right here. So I want to go back inside of my stream player, and just below our header component, I want to go ahead and add an info card. So let's go ahead and let's render the info card, which we're going to create in a second, and let's prepare all the props it needs. So it needs host identity, which is user.id. It needs the viewer identity, which is the identity which we get from our useViewerToken hook. It needs the name of the stream, which is stream.name, and it needs the thumbnail URL, which is stream.thumbnail URL, like this. And now we're gonna go ahead and create our info card.tsx, and let's go ahead and mark this as use client, and let's go ahead and create an interface info card props. And let's make it accept the stream name, thumbnail URL, which is string or null, host identity, which is a string, and viewer identity, which is a string as well. And now let's export const info card. And let's go ahead and assign info card props in here, and let's return a div info card. Now go back to the stream player and you can import the info card from /info card. I'm just going to move it here to the top. And you should no longer be having any errors. Instead, you should see the text info card or whatever you've written inside of the component. So now let's go ahead and let's style this. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add, well, let's extract all of these things, right? So name, thumbnail URL, host identity, and viewer identity. And let's define two constants here. So first, const host as viewer is going to be host and then host identity. And then let's define const is host to be viewer identity host as viewer. So we need this because only host will be able to see the information about their stream, because this is also going to hold the button to modify the stream information. So if it is not host, return null like this. So in your case, you should still be seeing this because you are on the creator page and you are a host of this stream. And now let's go ahead and give this div a class name of padding 6. Actually, let's give it a px of 4. That's how much space we need this to take. Now let's go ahead and create a div here, class name rounded xl and bg background, like that. And inside, let's go ahead and render a div which is going to hold a couple of elements here. So give it flex item center, gap x 2.5 and padding of 4. And first, let's go ahead and render a div, right, as I did, and then a pencil icon inside. So this div around the pencil is gonna be our little circle which we're going to create. So make sure you've added pencil from Lucid React. And now let's style this pencil by giving it a class name of h5 and width of 5. Now give this div a class name rounded medium bg blue 600, padding of 2, and h auto and width auto, like this. There we go. So now you should have a nice little pencil inside of a rounded rectangle, right? Now outside of this div which holds the pencil, go ahead and open up a new div. And actually it's not going to have any classes, but instead it's going to render an h2 element, edit your stream info like this, and give it a class name of text small, large text LG, font semi-bold, and capitalize like that. And below that a paragraph, maximize your visibility. And let's give this a class name of text muted foreground, text extra small, and large LG text small, like that. So now, as you can see, we have a nice little box to edit our stream info and to maximize our visibility inside. So what I want to do now is go outside of this div, which wraps the h2 and the paragraph, and I'm going to add a model button, right? And now I want to go outside of this div here, and I want to add a separator, and I don't think we have that. So let's go inside of our terminal and let's add npx chat-cn-ui latest add separator like this. So make sure you add the separator to your project, and then you can include the separator from /UI separator like this, and I'm going to change it to use the components like that. Right, we are here, and below that open up a new div with a class name p4lgp6 space y4 like that. And then we're simply going to create an empty div, and inside we're going to render all the information we have about the stream. So let's create an h3 element which is going to render the stream name and give it a class name. Sorry, it's actually going to be a label which says name, right? So hard-coded, and give it a text small, text muted foreground, and margin bottom of 2. And then below that we're going to have a paragraph which renders the value of the stream. And give this a class name of text small and font semi-bold, like this. Great. And now you should see this, the name, and it says Antonio's stream, like that. And now I want to go ahead and copy and paste this div, which holds h3 and the paragraph, and paste it below here. And in this one, we're not going to render the name, but the thumbnail, like that. And all I'm going to do is, instead of this paragraph, I'm going to check if we have the thumbnail URL. We're going to go ahead and render a div with a class name relative aspect video, rounded MD, overflow hidden, width of 200 pixels, border and border white /10. And inside we're going to render image from next/image, so make sure you import that. And since we don't have anything in our database regarding the thumbnail URL, you're not going to be able to see this. But don't worry, we're now going to create a model to modify this so we can actually upload an image. Let's give this a source of thumbnail URL. And let's give it an alt of name of the stream. Like that. Great, so now we have our stream info here, and you can see the thumbnail here is empty, right? So exactly what we need. And now we have to create a button that when we click on it, it opens a model where we can modify our stream settings. So now let's go and find this comment which we left to add a model button, and let's replace it with an info model component like this, which currently does not exist. And let's pass in some information. So initial name is name, and initial thumbnail URL is thumbnail URL, like this. And now go inside of the stream player here and create a new file, info-model.tsx, like that. Let's mark this as use client. And let's create an interface, info model props. And it's going to accept the, well, initial name, right? Which is a string, and initial thumbnail URL, which is string or null, because this is optional, right? Now let's export const info model, and let's return a div info model here. And let's go ahead and assign the props info model props. Now we can go back inside of the info card, and you can import info model from ./info model. And all you should see now is the text which says info model. So let me show you that here. There we go, just a big text which says info model. So we're now going to change this to be a button which opens the model. So for that, we're going to need to import a couple of stuff from our add components UI dialog component, which we already have installed because we use the dialog to generate our ingress and stream keys. So you should already be having this. If by any chance you don't, you have to run npx chatcn UI latest add dialog. Let's import dialog, dialog close, dialog content, dialog header, dialog title, and dialog trigger, and make sure that you don't misspell this like this. Great. And now what we can do, well, let's also just add a button because I know we're gonna need it. So button from ./UI button, but I will change it to components. So go ahead and replace the div to render a dialog, and go ahead and change this to use the dialog trigger. Give it an asChild property because it's going to be wrapping a button, and now render that button inside and say edit, and give this button a variant of link, a size of small, and a class name of ML auto, like this. And now this should look better. There we go. So we have our edit, and when we click on it, it's going to open a model to edit the information. Outside of the dialog trigger, add a dialog content. Inside, add a dialog header, and then a dialog title, and render edit stream info inside of the title like this. And now when you click on your edit button, it should open a model which says edit stream info. Great, so now we can go ahead and add some more stuff. So I believe we need one more thing from chatcn UI here, npx chatcn UI at latest add label. I'm not sure if we have this. Maybe we do. I don't think we do. All right. So let's go ahead and now let's import the label component from .UI label, and let's import the input component from .UI input. And I'm already gonna go ahead and replace this from add/components instead, like this. Great. Now let's go below the dialog header and let's render a native HTML form element, and let's give it a class name of spacey14. And now let's create a div here with a class name of spacey2. Let's go ahead and let's render the label, which is going to say name. And then below that, we're going to have our input component with a placeholder of stream name. On change for now is going to be an empty arrow function, value of name, and disabled for now is going to be false. And looks like I did something wrong with the name prop. Oh, I did not extract this. All right, so this is going to be initial name here, and we're going to go ahead and store our name in a state so we can optimistically update it. So go ahead and import useState from React. And let's prepare this. So const name set name is going to be useState, and the default value will be initial name, like this. And now we have the name here, and we can safely render that as the value of this input right here. Great. So what I want to do now is I want to go ahead outside of this div, but inside of this form, and I want to render another div with a class name of flex and justify between, and I want to render the dialog close, which is going to have a prop as child, because again it's going to wrap around a button which will say cancel. Give this button a type of button because it's inside of a form, so we have to explicitly define its function, and give it a variant of ghost, like that. And alongside the dialog close, another button here which is going to say save, and give this button a variant of primary and a type of submit. And let's also give it a disabled of false for now. We're going to change this later. So now what should happen is that you should have an input which tells you what's the name of the stream, and you have options to close the model or to save the model. What we have to do now is we have to create an action which is going to appear here when we, well, first we have to actually control the value, right? So let's do that first. Let's do the onChange here. So I'm going to go ahead and create const onChange to accept an event of react.change event, change event, specifically HTML input element, like this. And let's just do set name event target value, like this. And then we can use that onChange and replace it here. So just pass in onChange, like that. Great, so now we have that. What I want to do now is I want to create an onSubmit function here, which accepts the event, which is a type of react.form event, and accepts the HTML form element. And now let's do prevent default here. And what I want to do now is import use transition from React. So we already have that, so let's add it here at the top. And I'm going to go ahead and use that here. So use transition, and let's extract is pending and start transition. And then in here, we can use start transition. And we can simply call update stream from actions stream. So we already have this action. The reason we have it is because we use it to change those values. Is chat enabled? Is chat followers only? And in here, we already prepared that name is one of the values we will be able to modify using this server action. So this is actually ready for us to use. We don't even have to create anything. So inside of the update stream, let's go ahead and pass in the value, which is an object of name, which equals name. And now let's go ahead and write a couple of success messages. So .then is simply going to say toast from Sonar. So make sure you import this package. I'm going to move it here. So toast.success stream updated, and catch is going to be toast.error. Something went wrong, like this. And now let's use this onSubmit by adding it to our native form onSubmit, like this. And this should already be working. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this, and I'm going to click edit here once it loads. And I'm going to change this to something else, and I'm going to click save. And we forgot to add the pending states, but I think this should already be working, and it is. Now here it says something else, and here it says something else. Great. So now what I want to do is I want to use this is pending prop here, and I want to disable the input while that is working on. So yeah, we already have it hard-coded. So remove the hard-coded one, and let's do it here is pending for the save button. And if you try again, it should be a better experience, because now another change, and when I click, or you can click enter, and there we go, this is disabled and the button is disabled. Perfect. And one more thing I want to do is I want to close the model once this finishes. For that, I need to import two things from React, use ref and element ref from React. And let's go ahead and add const close ref to be use ref with the default value of null, and its specific type will be the element ref, specifically button, like this. And now let's go ahead and let's assign this close ref to our dialog close component. So find the dialog close and give it a property ref of close ref. And now let's extend this .then. So not only does it show the toast message, but it also closes the ref, right? So what I want to do is write close ref current click. And now we should have an even better experience. So 1, 2, 3, I click save, and there we go. You can see how it updates in real time. Perfect. So what we have to do now is we have to go ahead and implement the upload thing so that we can upload a nice image here. So I want you to go to uploadthing.com or just Google uploadthing and go ahead and sign in. And in here you can see that I already have a couple of projects. What I'm gonna go ahead and do now is click create a new app, and I'm gonna give this app a name, Game Hub. We can leave the app URL empty and just click create app like this. Great. What I want to do now is go inside of my API keys, and I want to go ahead and copy both of this. So let's go ahead and copy that, and let's go inside of our .environment file here. After we add Livekit, let's add upload thing secret and upload thing app ID. So make sure you have those. And now let's go in the overview, and let's go ahead and click read more for the getting started. So in here, you can of course read more about how upload thing works, what it is exactly, and all the stuff it does for you. So the reason I like it is it's extremely fast to implement. Of course, it will be interesting to see how we could implement S3 directly, but this is already a 12-hour tutorial, so this just saves me a lot of time, and it's completely open source, and you don't require a credit card, whereas with AWS, you do require a credit card, right? So it allows more viewers to do this. And to be honest, it's simply amazing. So you're going to see how it's going to generate type-safe components for us based on the routers, which we will define on our backend, right? So that's something that other upload providers don't do, right? And this is open source, and it does that. And it was created by a person you might know called Theo. You might even follow him on YouTube. So let's go ahead and click on the sidebar, getting started, Next.js, and we are using the app folder, so let's click here. So we have a command to run, so let's go ahead and copy this, and let's go ahead inside of our terminal here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and paste that. Let me expand my screen as much as I can. So we are doing npm install upload thing and add upload thing /react. So make sure you add those two packages, and let's leave that to install. Now it says to add the environment variables. So we already did that, so we don't have to. And now we have to set up a file router. So for that, we can simply copy this entire function, and then we're going to go ahead and modify it. So it says to create it in app API upload thing core.ts. So let's go ahead and create that exact folder structure. So I'm going to close everything. Let's go inside of app API. Let's create a new folder, upload thing, and let's create a file core.ts, and inside I'm gonna paste this entire code snippet that you can see from the documentation here. You can of course visit my GitHub directly if for any reason this has changed in the future. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna get rid of all the comments, because we're gonna go ahead and modify this, and it's just gonna be easier to look at this, at least for me, right? For this video, I mean, right? Okay, so I just got rid of all the comments, and I'm actually gonna go ahead and get rid of this function. So I'm just gonna go ahead and have this empty our file router. And first thing that I wanna do is get rid of this out function, because you know it's a fake out function. And what I wanna do now is add a thumbnail uploader here, which is gonna be function from create upload thing here, and it's gonna accept a single image, and let's give it a max file size of 4 megabytes, and let's give it a max file count 1, like this. So make sure you have these two items inside of your thumbnail file uploader config. And let me just collapse this even further just so it looks a bit better, like this. Great, and now let's go ahead and let's chain this with a middleware here. So inside of the middleware, it's going to be an asynchronous function in which we're going to get self from await get self from libout service. So make sure you import libout service at the top here. And now let's go ahead and let's also extract the metadata and the file from this asynchronous function. Sorry, no, that doesn't exist here, my apologies. So middleware is just empty like this, and we just return user self like that. And then let's chain on upload complete like this, and that is going to be asynchronous, and that is going to have the metadata and the file like this. So let's go ahead and create this function here. We're going to do something very simple. We're simply going to update the stream based on the user in the middleware. So await db.stream.update, and we have to import db. So let's import db from /libdb. Let's pass in the where to be user ID from metadata.user.id, and let's change the data thumbnail URL to be file.url. Like this. And now we choose what to return back to the client. So I'm going to return an object file URL to be file.url. Like this. There we go. We created our own upload endpoint, right? So let's see what we have to do next. So we just finished this. And now it tells us to create a Next.js API route using the file router. So it tells us to create that in the upload thing folder route.ts. So let's copy this simple snippet from here. And let's go inside of upload thing and create a new file route.ts, and let's paste this here like that. And we already have .core, so no issues here. Perfect. So make sure this is your upload thing route.ts file. And now we have to add upload things styles. So make sure you select the tab Tailwind like this. And now we have to revisit our tailwind.config.ts like this. So if you follow the instructions from the beginning of the video, you should only have one file, tailwind.config.ts like this. So if you have two files, here's what you can do. You can simply go inside of my GitHub, copy this entire file, paste it in tailwind.config.ts and remove your other file. You can simply do that. But if you follow the instructions in the beginning, where we resolved a little conflict with chatcn and Tailwind, you should only have one file. So now I want to add this import here. So upload thing /tailwind. And now we have to go ahead and wrap our entire project in that. I mean, our entire config in that. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap the entire thing here, and go all the way to the bottom and add an end line here, like this. And this is something that happens in your keyframes. You're now going to have this error. But here's the thing, we don't use any components which needs this. So I'm pretty sure this is something that might be resolved soon. I don't know what this is, to be honest, but we can simply remove the keyframes object, like this. And then we can also remove the animation, because those two are connected, like this. And that's it. That's all we need. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's create the upload thing components. So inside of source utils upload thing, I'm going to use the lib folder instead. So I'm going to copy this simple snippet, and I'm going to go inside of my lib, and I'm going to create upload thing.ts, and I'm going to paste a simple snippet here. And I will replace this whatever this is, with @ because that's our alias, like this. So @API, app API, upload thing core, which we just created recently. You can even hold Control or Command and click on it, and it should open your file router. Make sure you save this file. And now we have 3 new components which are type safe against our file router, meaning that they're gonna have sense of this information, like our thumbnail uploader and our image configuration. Great. So what I wanna do now is I want to go back inside of our info model. So app folder, components, stream player, and in here we should have the info model where we added an input to change our state here. And what I want to do now is, just as we created a state for our name, let's copy and paste this one and make it thumbnail URL. And let's change this to set thumbnail URL. And let's use the initial thumbnail. Do we have it here? Oh, I forgot to extract it from the props, like this. Initial thumbnail URL, and just paste that here. Great. So now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and import upload drop zone from that lib that we just created. So let's go ahead and let's import upload drop zone, not from upload thing React, but from @/lib upload thing, because that's our abstraction around around upload things. So make sure you do this import. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and find where we have this div which wraps the label and the input, and go outside of it and open a new div like this and write a class name again, space y2, render a label and write thumbnail. And then below that, let's go ahead and let's render our drop zone. First, I want to wrap it inside of a div, which has a class name of rounded extra large, border, outline dashed, and outline muted like this. And now let's render the upload drop zone, which we imported from the lib folder. And here's the cool thing, we can pass the endpoint now, and as you can see, it auto-completes to our thumbnail uploader, which is defined all the way in our API, so we completely own this endpoint. And now let's give it an appearance prop, and let's change the label to use the color FFF. Let's go ahead and write allowed content to use the color FFF as well. And let's pass in the prop on client upload complete. Let's get the response. Let's do set thumbnail URL to be response first in the array dot URL, and let's do router dot refresh. So we have to add the router. So import use router from Next navigation, and let's go ahead and add the router. So const router use router. And then simply here in the thumbnail, let's go ahead and render router.refresh here. Like this, great. So I believe already everything should be working. I think we've finished the entire thing. So yeah, this should be it. Let's go ahead and refresh this. And when I go ahead and click on edit here, it's loading and there we go. We can choose our files to upload. And what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and open my terminal, and I'm going to run npx Prisma Studio. So npx Prisma Studio, make sure this is open. And now if you look at your stream model, both of your streams should have no thumbnail URL. So go ahead and upload an image. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to select a specific image from here. All right. So I just took a random screenshot, and let's click upload one file, and let's wait for this to upload. And perhaps it's not gonna work now, and that's because we forgot to do one thing, and that is to add this to the middleware. So let's go ahead. So yours is probably stuck on loading as well, and I believe we might have an error. We do, right? So we have an error here in our terminal. So let's do the following. Let's go inside of our middleware, and alongside these two routes, let's add /API/upload thing. Like this. And then let's go ahead and refresh this page, and let's try uploading a thumbnail one more time. So I'm gonna click here. I'm gonna go ahead and select a random screenshot that I took here. And now it should be working. So after this uploads, it should just reset to the initial state, I believe. There we go. And I also have a little error here, so we're going to resolve both of that. But first, I want to go ahead and refresh my Prisma Studio, and in here, I now have a thumbnail URL. So it's successfully uploaded. Great. And you can see the exact process inside of app folder API upload thing core right here. You can see that once the upload is complete, we use that file and we update the stream in our database using the currently logged in user. So the user doesn't have to even confirm that, right? We immediately save the image. So this way we reduce the amount of uploads and we immediately use them. And now we have to resolve this little error here. So look at this error, and if you even have it, right? If you don't, just follow along and do what I do. But if you have this error, go ahead and look at this specific host name. In my case is utfs.io, and go ahead and copy this host name right here. And you're gonna have to go inside of your next config. So let's go inside of next.config.js. And above Webpack, add images, domains, and just render one of those like this. And now what I recommend you do is that you shut down your terminal where you do npm run dev and do npm run dev again like this. And just refresh this. And what we're going to do now is we're going to render that image. So head back inside of components, stream player, and you should have the info model here. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to make this dynamic. So there we go. You should already see it here, right? In here, it already appears and it looks like it's a bit stretched. So let's go ahead and find not the info model, but info card, and find where you render the thumbnail and go ahead and give it a class name of object cover like this. And there we go. Now it looks just a tiny bit better. Go back inside of the info model now. And now what I want to do is I want to make this dynamic, right? So I'm going to go ahead below this label and I'm going to wrap this entire thing in a ternary. So if we have thumbnail URL, which we store inside of our state here. So if we have thumbnail URL, we're going to go ahead and render one thing. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead, and render this, right? So this entire div which holds the drop zone like that. And in here, we're going to go ahead and render a div with a class name, relative, aspect, video, rounded XL, overflow hidden, border, and border dash white slash 10. And let's do a div with a class name, absolute, top 2, right 2, and Z10, like that. And now let's go ahead and let's render a hint component. So make sure you import that from /hint or /components hint. I'm just going to move it here. So let's go back inside of this first ternary and let's give this hint a label remove thumbnail. And let's give it an asChild property and side left. Now let's go ahead and render a button component inside, which is going to be our trash icon from Lucid React. So make sure you import trash from Lucid React. I'm just going to move it here. And let's go ahead and give this trash a class name h4 and width of 4. Let's give this a type of button. Disabled is going to be is pending. Let's give it an onClick for now to be an empty arrow function. And let's give it a class name of hAuto and width of auto and p1.5 like that. And then outside of this div, which just wrapped that little hint and our delete button, we're going to go ahead and render that image. So make sure you import the image from next/image. I'm going to move that to the top here. All right, and let's go ahead and give it a source of thumbnail URL. Let's go ahead and give it an alt of thumbnail. Let's give it a fill property and class name object cover like this. And let's try this out now. So when I go ahead and click on edit, there we go. I have a nice little delete button and I have a render of my image, which I uploaded. So now we have to create this remove a thumbnail function. So let's go ahead and create a server action to remove a thumbnail. So I'm going to go ahead and go inside. Maybe we can actually reuse stream. Perhaps we can do that as well. Let's try it out. Let's do thumbnail URL to be values.thumbnail URL like that. Let's try and add that to our valid data inside of our stream actions. So I'm going to attempt something here. So if we send undefined, that's simply not going to pass that to be updated. But I think that if we send null, that then it should be changed to null, but I'm not entirely sure. We're going to try it out now. So let's go inside of stream player. We have the info model component. And now we're going to create this, which is currently empty, right? So just as we created our onSubmit function, let's create const onRemove thumbnail. Let's just call it onRemove. And in here, I'm going to call it start transition. So we already have that, right? So we can reuse it from this is pending and start transition. And let's call update stream. And I'm going to pass in the thumbnail URL, not to be undefined, but to be null specifically. So let's see if that's going to work. And let's add a toast.success thumbnail removed. And let's add .catch toast.error something went wrong. Like that. And now let's copy the onRemove here. And let's put it in place of our trash button here. So on remove. And I'm really interested to see what's going to happen now. So in here, in my Prisma Studio, I have a thumbnail URL for my stream. And if I click here, let's see if that's going to remove the thumbnail or not. So after I refresh, oh, it looks like it does remove it. So let's go ahead and refresh this just to confirm. And it did remove it. Great. So that now works. But you saw that in here, the thumbnail stayed. So what we can do here is we can extend our .then for the onRemove like this. And we can go ahead and do set thumbnail to be an empty string like that. And we can also go ahead and do, well, we can close the dialog, right? Because this kind of counts as a save action. So yeah, I'm going to do this. So close ref, current, click like that. So let's try this again. I'm going to go ahead and refresh everything here. Okay, let me expand this. I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to go ahead and upload my screenshot here. I'm uploading the screenshot. And now this should go without any errors here, I hope. There we go. And let's go ahead and close this. So it's right here. Great. Let's go ahead and refresh this. There we go. It's still here. And now let's try and removing this thumbnail. And that should close the model. And there we go. It closes this as well. And we can also close the model once we upload the thumbnail, because that's also practically a save action. We know that it's immediately in the database. So not to confuse our users that they have to click save. So let's go ahead inside of our drop zone. And in here, we call router.refresh. Let's also do close ref current click like this. And let's go ahead and try this one more time. So we wrap this module up. So I'm going to upload an image. I'm going to click upload one file. And once it uploads, it should close the model immediately. Let's see if it is. And there we go. We now have our stream thumbnail. And the same experience is if we remove the thumbnail, because that is reflected in the database in real time. Perfect. So now you have the ability to change the name of the stream and to add a thumbnail. What we're going to build next is the About You card, where you can modify your user's bio. So there is one thing left for us to create inside of the stream player component, and that is the About You card. So let's go back inside of our stream player folder and find the index component. And I'm going to close everything but that. And we're going to go and find our last component, which was the info card. And now we're going to create the about card. Let's go ahead and pass this about card some props. So host name is going to be user username. We're going to have host identity, which is going to be user ID. We're going to have viewer identity to be the identity like this. Bio is going to be user.bio. And also one more thing that I want to add here is followed by count. And in order to get this followed by count, we have to go ahead and extend our user module right here. So let's go ahead and see what we have to do. First, I want to go ahead and see where we actually use this stream player, right? So we use that inside of dashboard, username, home page, right? And in here, we have our user. So this user should be giving us the count of their followers, right? And we have this function get user by username. So let's go inside of this function. You can find it inside of the lib folder, user service. And in here, you should have get user by username. And now what I want to do here is I want to go inside of the include, and I want to add underscore count like this, select, followed by true like this. So I'm going to count all of my followers for this user. And what I can do then is now you can see that in my creator page, so in dashboard view username home page, when I hover over this user, so we have the stream, yes, but we also have a count. So now in my stream player component, let me go ahead and modify the user expected prop here, right? Because no longer are we just expecting this, we are also expecting a count. So let me go ahead and collapse this element like this, and I'm going to add underscore count followed by is a number like this. And you can see that in my dashboard view username home page, I have no errors regarding that because it is a correct type. I have a count here and I am rendering the count here. So just make sure that you've added this underscore count inside the include in get user by username in the user service, and make sure that you've modified the user property inside of stream player props inside of the stream player folder index.tsx. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and replace this number 0 well with the actual value, right? So user._count followed by like this. Great. And now what we have to do is we have to go ahead and create the about card. So I'm going to go inside of the stream player folder and create a new file about-card.tsx. Let's mark this as use client and let's export const about card, and let's return a div about card. And while we are here, I'm already gonna go ahead and prepare my interface about card props, and let's go ahead and make it accept the host name, which is a string, the host identity, which is a string as well, viewer identity, which is a string, bio, which is a string or null, and followed by count, which is a number. And now I'm just gonna go ahead and assign the props, so about card props, and I should no longer be having any errors here. And let's go ahead and import about card, and there we go. So just make sure you've imported about card the same way we did with info card, chat toggle, chat video, and header. Now let's go ahead and focus on the about card here. So I'm gonna go ahead and extract host name, host identity, viewer identity, bio, and followed by count. And now we're gonna go ahead and do that quick check to see whether we are the host or not. So const host as viewer, open backticks, whoops, is host dash and then host identity. And then const is host is gonna be viewer identity equals host as viewer like this. And let's go ahead and write const followed by label to be followed by count equals 1. In that case, we're gonna say follower, otherwise followers. Great. And now let's go ahead and give this a class name of px4. Let's go ahead and write an inner div, and let's give it a class name of group, rounded extra large, bg background, padding of 6, lg padding of 10, flex dash col, gap y3. Then inside, we're gonna go ahead and open a div with a class name of flex, items center, and justify between. And then inside, we're gonna render a div which is going to say about host name, and it's also going to hold the verified mark which we created. So import verified mark. I'm gonna change this to use @/components. like that. And let's give this div a class name of flex item center gap x of 2, font semi-bold, text large, and on LG text 2XL. Like this. There we go. So let's go ahead and take a look at this now. There we go. It looks okay on mobile and on desktop. There we go. It's an even bigger screen, right? And this edit your stream info will not be visible for the viewer, right? So the viewer will see this presentational bio, right? All right. Now let's go ahead and continue developing this. So we have this verified mark, and now what I want to do is go outside of this div which holds this text and the verified mark, and we're gonna go ahead and only if is host, we're gonna go ahead and for now I'll just write a paragraph here and write edit. Later, of course, it's gonna be an actual button. So now outside of that div, let's go ahead and open a new one and give it a class name of text small and text muted foreground, and let's write a span followed by count and then a space followed by label, like this. And now what I want you to do is just give this span a class name, font semi-bold, and text primary, like this. There we go. So now it should look something like this. So you can see it says 0 followers and the number of followers should be bold, like that. Great. So we resolved our followers here. And last thing we have to do is go outside of this div here and simply render our bio, or we're going to give it a default of this user prefers to keep an air of mystery about them, or you can just write no description, right? And give that paragraph a class name of text small, right? There we go. So let me just, can I improve this a little bit? I don't like that it's like this. There we go. So just make sure you have this space next to span, because if you don't, then you can see that the text for the followers will be joined like this, 0 followers. So we don't want that. So just make sure that you add a little space here, or you can even add it here. There we go. So now we have the presentational component here for our user's bio, right? And now we're gonna go ahead and create the actual model, which will open, which will allow us to modify the user. So what I want to do first is I want to create the server action to allow the update of our bio, right? So make sure you've saved everything in the stream player, make sure you have your about card. And now inside of the actions, let's create a new one called user.ts. Let's not forget to mark this as use server at the top, otherwise it will not work. And now let's export const update user to be an asynchronous function which accepts the values which are a partial of our user from Prisma client, like this. And now I'm going to go ahead and open a try and catch here. And inside of here, I will simply throw new error, internal error. And let's go ahead here and first let's do const self to be await get self from the auth service. So let me just align these imports properly. Now that I have self, I'm going to go ahead and define the valid data for updating this user. So that's only going to be bio and values.bio. So I will not allow the change of username here because we have clerk to handle that, right? We handle that inside of our webhook, but bio does not exist in clerk. So that's why we update that ourselves. And that's why that is the only thing we allow to be updated using this server action. And now let's go ahead and write const user to be await db. So make sure you add db from @/libdb dot user dot update, where id is self.id and data is simply a spread of valid data like this. And now let's call revalidate path from next cache. So make sure you've added this. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to revalidate the path open backticks. u/self.username. And we're also going to revalidate directly /username because the owner of the stream is going to be able to modify their bio from both of these routes. So we want to make sure that they can immediately see the changes. And let's return the user. Like this. And I actually believe we don't need to wrap this inside of try catch at all, right? I think that this is even simpler. Yeah, no need to do that. Okay, now that we have this, we can go ahead and create our bio model. So inside of the components stream player, I'm going to go ahead and create a new file, bio model.tsx. I'm going to mark it as use client, and I'm simply going to export const bio model to be a return div, and let's just say edit. So it's going to represent that button that we have. So go back inside of the about card, and now what I want you to do is replace this paragraph with a bio model from /bio model like this. And let's also go ahead and give it an initial value of our current bio, which we also use to render here. Great. Now let's go back inside of the bio model, and what we have to do is go create an interface so it can accept those props. So bio model props has the initial value, which is a string, and let's go ahead and assign those. So bio model props, and there we go. Initial value, oh, it's string or null, so string or null. And there we go. Now make sure you've imported bio model from /bio model. Make sure you've added it here and passed the initial value, which in our case is empty because we don't have any bio by default. And now I want to go ahead and import everything we need from @components UI dialog like this. So we need the dialog itself, dialog close, dialog content, dialog header, dialog title, and dialog trigger like this. Great. So, and we're of course also gonna need our button component. So let's add the button here as well. And now let's create this little dialog here. So it's gonna be dialog like that, and then it's gonna have a trigger. Let's give it an asChild property because it's gonna be wrapping a button component, which will say edit. Let's go ahead and give it a variant of link, a size of small, and a class name of ML auto. And now it should look exactly as in your item above. As you can see here, it should be a big edit button. Perfect. But only visible if you are the host, right? And now in here, let's add the dialog content. Let's add the dialog header and the dialog title, which will render edit user bio. And when you click on this, there we go, a model which says edit user bio. Perfect. So I want to go ahead inside of my terminal now, and I want to add a package from Shatcn UI called text area. So let's go ahead and add text area. All right. Let's go ahead and import everything else we need from here. So we're also going to need our hint component. We are going to need this newly added text area from /UI text area. So let's go ahead and replace those to come from components instead. All right, and let's go ahead just below our dialog header, but still inside of the content, and let's add a native form element. Let's go ahead and give it on submit of an empty arrow function and the class name of y4. And now inside, let's render the text area component, which we imported. Placeholder is going to be user bio. On change is going to be an empty arrow function. Value is going to be our value or an empty string. So let's go ahead and do the following. Let's extract the initial value, and we're going to store our in a state value set value use state from React initial value. Like that, or we can do it like this, initial value or an empty string here, and make sure you've imported use state from React. And because we do this pipe operation here, we don't need to do it here, I believe. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we have the value. Disabled prop is later going to come from the pending state, and class name for this will be resize none, because I don't want there to be a little button that you can resize the text area. So now you should have a text area here which says user bio, like that. Now inside of the form, below the text area, let's add a div with a class name of flex justify between. And inside of it, let's add our dialog close component with a button component inside, which has an explicit type of button, so it doesn't accidentally submit our form, and a variant of ghost. And it will say cancel. Outside of the dialog close, we're going to have another button, which will say save. And let's go ahead and give it a disabled prop of false, a type of submit, and a variant of primary, like this. Great, and what we have to do now is we have to create our simple onChange function here. So we can do that here in this text area. Let's get the event, and let's simply call set value to be event.target.value, right? No need to be more complicated than this. And now let's create this onSubmit function. So in order to do that, I'm already gonna go ahead and prepare the use transition, and we're gonna need use ref and element ref. So make sure you imported this stuff from React. And now let's go ahead and create our onSubmit function. So const onSubmit here. And before we do it, let's go ahead and just do is pending and start transition from use transition, so I don't forget to do that. All right. So the event is going to be a type of React.form event HTML form element, like this. Let's make sure to do event prevent default. And now let's start the transition here. And what we're going to call is update user from actions user. So what we created just a couple of moments ago. So let me move this here. Just make sure that you have the update user import, and I don't think we need the hint. So just make sure you have update user from actions user, which we created a moment ago. All right, now inside of the bio model, inside of this update user, we're gonna go ahead and pass in bio to the value, which we control using our input, and it has the initial state as well. Great, and now I wanna do .then, and I'm gonna go ahead and call the toast from Sonar. So make sure you add the Sonar package. Let's do toast.success, user bio updated. We can do that. .catch, toast.error, something went wrong, like this. And let's go ahead and apply this on submit right here on this on submit. And I believe you should already be able to change your bio. So right now it says this user prefers to keep an air of mystery about them, because that's what we hard coded if there is no bio. So now if I change to my bio and click save, let's see if that's gonna work. And there we go. Now it says my bio. Perfect. So now we have to add some loading states, some disabled states, right? So we're gonna go ahead and use this is pending right here. And we're gonna disable the text area if it's pending. We're gonna go ahead and disable the button to save if it's pending. And one more thing that I wanna do is I wanna add my close ref to be use ref element ref button with a default value of null. So make sure you have both use ref and element ref imported from React. Then assign this close ref to the dialog close, which should also have as child property because it's wrapping a button. So go ahead and give it a ref of close ref. And then inside of here, I'm going to do close ref.current. Click like this, and that should close the model. So if I go ahead now and modify my bio, and click on save, this should save, close the model and save my bio. And there we go, we've wrapped up our stream player component. What we have to do now is we have to apply the stream player component to not only be visible in the creator dashboard, but instead I want it to be visible when I click on some user in my recommended tab, so I can actually see them streaming instead of this right here. So we're gonna go ahead and see if we have any outstanding bugs with our stream player component. So what we have to do now is we have to use that stream player component and add it so that it appears when a random user clicks on a specific user's ID like this. So right now we have this little screen. So what I want you to do is I want you to prepare two browsers. In one browser, make sure that you're logged in and make sure that you have access to this dashboard from where you have set up your stream key, so that when you click start streaming in the OBS, this should stay connected like that. So make sure you're logged in one browser as that, and then go in another browser and make sure you're logged out. You can do that by going in the incognito mode. So if you try just in a new tab, that's gonna log you out from everywhere. So make sure that you have two browsers, one in incognito and one logged in. And now if in incognito mode, you try and click on any of the users here, you can see that it leads us to the login screen. So we don't want that to happen. So what we have to do is we have to go inside of our middleware. So let's find our middleware.ts file here, and we have to add /username like this with the colon here, and that's going to allow logged out users from for clicking on this specific user. We just have to refresh this. Let's try now, and there we go. You can see that now it still works, even though this information well, I don't know if how much of this information is true because we are logged out completely. So what I want to do now is I want to go inside of my app folder, browse username page.tsx right here, and I want to go ahead and completely remove this, and let's just add a div saying username page like that. And in fact, you know what, let's remove everything just so we can do it one more time together so you can understand what's going on here. So inside of this user page, we are inside of the username folder, right? So inside of the browse folder, we have the username folder and then page.tsx, which means that we have access to that username in our URL params. And that means that we can go ahead and get the user using await get user by username from our lib user service. So let's pass inside params.username like this. And this function will return the user, but also the relation to the stream. So we can write if there is no user from the database, or if this user has no stream for any reason, we're going to return not found from next navigation. So that's going to immediately redirect us to the not found screen like this. And this will prevent anything else from being rendered. So you don't have to put return here. That does it automatically for us. Great. And now what we have to do is we have to check if we are following this user and if we are blocked by this user. So let's write const is following to be await is following user from the follow service, and pass in the params, the user.id, and let's do const is blocked be await is blocked by user and pass in the user.id. So ensure that you have is following user and is blocked by user from lib blocked service. And then go ahead and write if is blocked. In that case, we are also going to throw a not found, so the user can never have access to this user's stream. And now what I want to do is simply render the stream player from components stream player. So make sure you add this import. And now we have to pass some props here. So let's give it a user, which is a user. Let's give it a stream, which is user.stream. And let's give it is following, which is going to be is following constant, like this. And now what should happen is that in your incognito mode, you should be seeing this screen. You can try on some another user and you can see that we have their information here. Great, so now we reuse that entire stream component. We can still collapse the entire thing here. Amazing, everything works great. What I want to try now is start the live stream. So let's go ahead and start the live stream, and let's see if this incognito user will be immediately connected, and they are. Great. And now what I want you to do is confirm inside of your chat settings, so go into Creator Dashboard where you're logged in, and make sure to turn off must be following to chat. So make sure that this is turned off, and then that will allow the guest to send messages. So let's see if that is working, because we didn't have a chance to try it out. Besides, we only sent one message, right? But that was ourselves. So let's see if other user can send. So I'm gonna write, hello, I am a guest, like this. And there we go. It's working. A guest has sent a message and it was immediately received here. So I'm gonna write, hello, I am Antonio, like this. And there we go. They are now chatting. Perfect. And you can see in incognito mode right here, I can take a look at the community here, but I have no actions here. But if I go inside of the stream chat here, you can see that we have a block button here. And there seems to be a little bug here with multiple participants, but I think it could be just some cache. There we go. Yeah, when I refreshed, it finished. Okay, it's not a big deal. I'm going to go ahead, and if it appears again, I'm going to go and debug it, but I think it was just a one-off thing. So what you have to realize now is that inside of the creator, we have the option to block this user. But if you try this now, it's actually not going to work. The reason it's not going to work is because this user is not logged in. So we cannot actually block them from the database. So what we have to do is we have to go inside of our block action. So go inside of actions, block right here, and we have to extend this to do this, well, to do's which we've written right here. So what I want to do is I want to add my logged in user, so const self to be await get self from the auth service. So make sure you add this, and then I'm going to dynamically get this blocked user, because if we try and block a user just by their ID, it could be that it is just a guest, right? And let's take a look at our token action. You can see that in here, where is it? There we go. So in here, if the user is not logged in, we just generate a random ID using the UUID package, right? And we generate a random name for them. So when we try and block that in our database, it cannot find that user because it doesn't exist, right? So here's what we're gonna do instead. We're gonna dynamically get the blocked user. So let blocked user, we're gonna define it first like this, and then we're going to wrap this inside of inside of a try and catch function like that. And in here, in the catch, we're just gonna write a comment. This means user is a guest. So if this function fails, we're gonna assume that that's because the user is a guest and we cannot find them in the database. So next thing that I want to do is I want to get my room service, so I can actually kick the participant if I cannot actually block them. And we can, I believe, get the room service from our Ingress.ts function. Yes, there we go. Here we have the room service. So go ahead and copy and paste this. So go inside of your Ingress.ts and copy the room service. And we use the room service here in the reset Ingress, which we fire every time someone tries to generate a new key, right? So make sure you copy the room service, go back inside of the block function, and just paste that here. And you can import the room service client from Livekit server SDK. And make sure that you have all of these keys. You can always double check in your environment that you haven't misspelled anything. Great, and now that you have the room service, you can go ahead here, and before you revalidate the path, what you can do is open up another try and catch block here. And inside of the try, write await room service dot remove participant. And this remove participant is a function which first needs to accept the room from where we are planning to remove a participant, and then in the second argument it accepts the identity of that participant. So what do we know about our rooms? How do we know which is the room that we are trying to kick the user from? Well, if you remember our ingress action in here, when we go ahead and actually create the ingress, you can see that a room name is self.id, which means that what we have to pass in the first argument for the room ID is self.id. That is our room. And in the second argument, we have to pass in the ID which we are trying to kick. So this function will work for both logged in and logged out users because we don't care about the database. We just care about the currently connected users. And since this user has a viewer token created with their ID, we can kick them out of the room. And there is a chance that this fails as well, and that most likely means user is not in the room, right? So this function can fail as well, so that's why we wrap it inside of a try and catch. And then what I actually want to revalidate is the following. So I don't need to revalidate the blocked user here. Instead, I'm just going to go ahead and revalidate /u self.username/community, which we are going to create later to unblock our users, like this. So let's go ahead and try this out now. So let's refresh the creator dashboard and let's refresh this user. Make sure that you are live, make sure that you are streaming, and now go inside of the community as the creator and click the block button for the guest. And what should happen is that the guest is disconnected in real time. And you can see that it's removed from the community chat here. Great. But if they refresh, they're going to be able to join again, right? Because they're logged out users. And no matter how much we try to protect this, they can always clear their cache, they can always go in incognito mode, right? There's no way of actually preventing them from doing this. That's why we added the feature that only followers can chat. So you can always enable this as a streamer, and then when the guest joins again, they're not gonna be able to bother you. If anything, they're gonna be watching your stream, and well, that's a good thing for you. You're gonna have more viewers. Great, so we now confirmed that this is working, but I want to check one more thing. We just confirmed what happens when a streamer is watching and when a guest is watching, but now I want to check what happens when a streamer is watching and another logged in user is watching. So in order to do that, you're probably going to have to use another browser, right? Or you can log in incognito mode, but we do use Google login, so I'm not sure if you're going to be, if you know your password, great, then you can go ahead and log in. So just make sure you are either in incognito mode and then log in as the other user here, or just use another browser. So I'm just gonna go ahead and prepare that setup. Alright, so in this browser, I'm logged in as Code with Antonio, and in another browser, I'm logged in as Antonio right here. So in this another browser, this is the user of who is currently streaming. So I can see my creator dashboard here, and this other user should just see Antonio and look at the Antonio as a viewer like this. So let's go ahead and try this out. So now it says only followers can chat. So go ahead and make sure in your chat settings that you have turned that on. And let's go ahead and see if that will be working. So right now I cannot send a message or anything, but if I go ahead and click follow, this should be revalidated, and there we go. Now I can send a message like this, and there we go. You can see how it's here in real time. Let's go ahead and try and unfollow, and now I should be blocked from sending this again. There we go. Now I cannot click here. Perfect. So what I want to try now is I want to go in chat, and I'm going to turn this off, and I'm going to turn on the delay chat. So let me refresh here, and let's see if now, first of all, I have this text that messages are delayed by 3 seconds. So let's try this out. This should be delayed. And there we go. 1, 2, 3. And now it's being sent. Perfect. So we have slow mode on. But I am noticing a small little bug here. You can see that the corners of my input are rounded here. So let me quickly go ahead and see what we missed. So I believe that should be inside of the components stream player. We have chat form component in here, and the input says if is followers only, in that case rounded t. So let me go ahead, and I believe we can use something else. So we should also do if is delayed. So let's go ahead and combine those two here. So go ahead and find the input where we do the rounded t, and I'm gonna go ahead and do if is followers only, or if is delayed, then show this. And maybe we have to wrap this in parentheses. like this. And now it should be better. There we go. Now this is resolved. Perfect. And it should be resolved here as well. Great. And one more thing I want to try is what happens when I turn on both of them. Now I should be getting a different message, which should say followers only and slow mode. Great. And one last thing I want to try in the chat. If I disable the chat, will that completely disable the chat? And there we go, the stream has loaded, but the chat is disabled. And if I refresh here, once the stream loads, there we go, chat is disabled. Perfect, so we have all of that working. Let me just go ahead and enable the chat now. And now let's go ahead and try blocking this user. So I'm gonna go ahead and refresh here. And this user, right in your creator dashboard, go ahead and find another user and click block. So this should immediately disconnect me, but since I'm logged in, this should also block me in the database. So when I refresh here, I should be seeing a 404 page, and I am. Great, so this is working. And now what I want to do is I want to unblock myself, but we don't have functionality for that yet. So I'm going to quickly show you. Go into NPX Prisma Studio right here, and then go inside of the block model right here, and just delete the only record you have, like this. So just delete it, and now they should be unblocked. So if I go ahead and refresh again, I should be seeing this user right here. Great, so this is working perfect. So I'm gonna stop streaming now. And what I wanna do now is I wanna add a proper loading state for this. So let's go inside of the app folder, browse, username. We have page.tsx. Let's go ahead and let's add loading.tsx right here. And let's go ahead and do user loading. And we can simply return stream player skeleton. And let's go ahead and just wrap it inside of a div here. So let's write class name age full, like this. So this should improve the loading state a bit. I think it already looks a bit better. There we go. Great. So now every part of our app which is loading has a loading skeleton. Great. But I want to do a couple of more things. So I want to add a custom 404 page, and I want to add a custom error page. So inside of the username, go ahead and add a new file, not-found.tsx, like this. And let's go ahead and call that not found page. Let's create a div here with a class name age full flex call space y4 items center justify center text muted foreground. And inside, let's add an h1 element 404, and let's give it a class name of text for Excel. And below that, a paragraph. We couldn't find the user you were looking for, like that. And let's add a little apostrophe here. You can use this Unicode like that, so you don't have the error. And let's go ahead and add a button component from components UI button. Let's give it a variant of secondary as child. And let's render the link component inside from next/link. And let's write go back home. And let's give it an href of a /, like this. And you can try this out either by blocking yourself again, or more simple, you can go inside of the URL and change from the valid username to something that doesn't exist, like this. And there we go. Now we have a custom 404 page, and we have a link to go back home. And I want to do one more thing. I want to create an equivalent error page. So this is going to be quite similar, so you can copy not found, paste it inside of the username here, and this time rename it to error.tsx, like this. And error has to be use client, so go ahead and add use client at the top. And let's rename this page and the default export to be error page, like this. Let's change this, let's remove the h1, we're not gonna need it. Instead, let's just render the paragraph something went wrong, like this. And if you want to try that out, go inside of an individual user profile here. And inside of page.tsx, what I want you to do is just throw an error. So throw new error test like this, and that should trigger the error page. And there we go. You can see how we have a custom something went wrong page, and this will only show in development. So you don't have to worry about this being shown to your users. Great. So we handled that case as well. And now just remove this from the user page so you don't have that hard-coded error. Great. And now I just want to do one more thing, and that is that since we have custom error and 404 pages for this one, I want to also copy them and apply them to the entire application. So copy error and copy not found, and you're going to just paste them inside of the app folder like this. So you should have the error and you should have the not found in the root of your application. So they are most likely not going to show right? Because, well, you can try, let's try and trigger a not found. So I'm going to try with like multiple sub paths, like something that doesn't exist / something that doesn't exist / something that doesn't exist. And there we go. You can see how now we have a custom 404 page. Perfect. And that error page, which we copied and put in the app, is going to be a fallback if the error happens anywhere inside of our application. Great. And perhaps we can change one thing. So inside of this app folder, inside of not found, instead of telling the user that we couldn't find the user they were looking for, we can just write we couldn't find the page you were looking for, right? Because this is like a global 404, whereas this one is the user 404. So that's why we have a different text here. Great. So we just confirmed that a lot of things are working perfectly inside of our application, right? And let's also check this, right? So if I follow this user, will the number of followers increase? There we go, the number of followers increased. Great, that's one last thing that I wanted to check. Perfect. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna create our home page, and then we're gonna create our search page, and then let's not forget, we also have the community tab, which is just gonna be a big table of all of our blocked users and the action to unblock them. So next step is the home page. So let's go ahead and let's create our homepage. So we already have some things prepared here. Inside of our app folder, inside of browse, we have a route group home, and inside page.tsx. And that is this page that you're seeing right here. So what I want to do now is I want to add a limit to how wide this page can expand to. So we can do that by first giving it an hfull class, a padding of 8, and then a max width of screen to excel, and then mx auto. And what this is going to do is limit how far this screen can expand and the content inside. So focus on the text homepage here and take a look at how I expand my screen. It goes more to the left, right? But what that class name does is that when we have extremely large wide screens, you can see that at some point it stops going to the left. So I keep expanding, but the home page is no longer close to the sidebar. So that's what I want to achieve, because otherwise our grid and our columns is just going to look too big, and it's impossible to keep them looking good at such a wide screen. So that's why we're going to limit to how wide we're going to support our results screen. Great. So what I want to create now is my feed service. So we can technically also hold this inside of the stream service, but I don't know, I want to keep it inside of feed service, so you can go ahead and play with it later and maybe expand it to some more functionalities. So I'm going to create feed service, and I'm going to export const get streams, which is going to be an asynchronous function like this. And now let's go ahead and let's import the database from ./db, and let's import get self from the auth service. And I'm just going to replace this to use /lib like this. So now let's go ahead and see if we are logged in. So we're going to attempt to fill the user ID using self. So await get self. And then I'm going to assign the user ID to be self.id, but in the catch, I'm just going to set the user ID to be null. like this. So now we handle the case if there is a logged out person looking at this or if it is a logged in person. So now let's define our streams to be an empty array. And now I'm gonna write, if we have user ID, I'm gonna write a comment load by user ID, else we're gonna do a very simple function here. So we're gonna write streams to be equal to await database.stream find many. Let's include the user of the stream, and let's order by is live to be descending like this. And I believe we can actually combine orders. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's do an array, and then first let's do is live descending, and then let's add another one by updated at descending. So first we're gonna display live streams, and then we're gonna go ahead and order by which one was the latest updated. Great, and I'm gonna come back to this later because I feel like we don't need everything from the stream, right? Especially we don't need the stream key, the Ingress ID, all of those confidential information. And we can also fix that, I believe, in the user service. We have get user by username, and in here we include the entire stream. So I'm gonna come back to that because I feel like it could be a security issue. But for now, let's continue doing it like this, and we're gonna come back to it. Now we have to handle the case if we are logged in. So if we are logged in, we only want to load the streams from users which have not blocked us. So we have to ensure that. So let's do streams to be await db stream find many where user is not blocking some blocked ID, user ID. So we ensure that this user, which has this stream that we are trying to query, does not have our user ID inside of a matching blocking relationship like that. So now let's go outside of where, and let's include user of that stream, and let's do the same order by. So you can copy it from here and you can paste it here like this. Great. So now we have our get streams function. Now we can go back inside of the page here, and in here I want to render my results, which I don't have yet. So inside of the home page, create a new folder _components and create a new file results.tsx like this. So this is going to be a server component. So let's go ahead and do, for now, just results and return a div results like this, and let's go ahead and add them here. And there we go. We should no longer be having an error. Instead, we should have a text which says results. And what I want to prepare is the skeleton. So results skeleton is very simply, for now, just going to be an empty div. And the reason I want to create it now is I don't forget it later. So let's go ahead and wrap this inside of suspense from React, and go ahead and give it a fallback to use the results skeleton like this, and make sure you import the results skeleton. Great. And now let's go inside of results and let's use that feed service. So let's turn this into an asynchronous function. And then let's write const data to be await get streams from our feed service. And then inside of here, let's go inside of this div and let's create an h2 element streams we think you, and let's add a little apostrophe here, streams we think you will like that. And let's give this h2 a class name of text large, font semi-bold, and margin bottom of 4 like that. And let's see if I'm getting any errors. I'm not. Great. So we have a text which says streams we think you will like. And now here I'm going to write if data.length is 0. In that case, let's go ahead and write a div no streams found and give this a class name of text muted foreground and text small. And I believe that I forgot to return something from get streams. So let's go back inside of feed service, and yes, I completely forgot to return this streams. So after we do this if clauses, just return streams at the end like that. So it's definitely going to be an array one way or another. Great, so we have get streams here. So now this should be working. Let's refresh here, and you should not be seeing this even if you don't have an active stream, because in here we simply show all streams, both offline and online. And now in here I want to go ahead and I want to create a class name grid calls 1, nd grid calls 2, lg grid calls 3, xl grid calls 4, 2xl grid calls 5, and gap of 4. And let's go ahead and iterate over our data.map. Let's get the individual stream. Let's create a div here. Let's give it a key of stream.id. And let's render stream.name. And we should have two items here. So one is the stream that I renamed to 1 to 3, and the other one is Code with Antonio's stream, which I have not modified. Great. So now we're gonna replace this div here with a component called result card. So let me go ahead and replace this with result card like this. And let's go ahead and let's give it a key of result.id and data of let's call this result. So we have result.id and data is going to be the entire result. Now inside of components, create a new file, result card.psx, and let's go ahead and do an interface result card props to accept data, which is a type of stream from Prisma client, and it also includes the user like this, so singular. And let's export const result card, and let's assign the props result card props, and return a div result card like this. Now go back to the results and import result card from /result card like this. Let's refresh this, and there we go. You should have two instances. If you have two users, you should have two instances of result card. So now I want to wrap this entire thing inside of a link component. So import that from next/link like this. And let's go ahead and destructure the data. And in here, let's go ahead and pass in the href to go to /data user username like this. Great. And now inside of here, I want to create a class name h full, width full, and space y 4. And now inside, we're going to put our thumbnail. But keep in mind that not every stream will have a thumbnail. So this component that we're going to create now is going to be able to use the user's avatar and use that as a fallback in case it doesn't have a thumbnail. And we're also going to create a cool hover effect so that it looks like it's kind of floating when we hover on it, and it has the blue background, which is the primary color of our application. So it's going to be a really cool effect. So let's go ahead and replace this and just add a thumbnail component, which we don't have yet, but we're going to create. And let's go ahead and pass in the source to be data.thumbnail URL. Let's create a fallback to be data.user.image URL. Image URL. Let's go ahead and pass in is live to be data is live. And let's pass in the username to be data user username like that. And now we're going to reuse this thumbnail component in the search page. So I'm going to create it inside of my global components folder. So thumbnail.psx like this. And in here, I'm going to create an interface thumbnail props to accept the source, which is string or null, fallback, which is a string, is live, which is a boolean, and username, which is a string. And let's go ahead and export const thumbnail. And let's return a div thumbnail like this. And let's go ahead and let's assign the props thumbnail props and extract the source, fallback, is live, and username. Go back inside of the result card and import this from components, thumbnail, like that, and you should no longer be having any errors. Instead, you should see the text thumbnail, and you can already click on this and it should redirect you to the stream of that user, right? But for now, make sure you are on the homepage. This is what we are currently developing. All right. So inside of the thumbnail, we're going to handle the case if we don't have a source and if we have a source. So this is what I want to do first. First, I want to create kind of my default content here. So let's give this a class name of group aspect video relative rounded medium and cursor pointer, like that. Now inside, I'm going to create another div, which is going to have a class name of rounded MD absolute inset 0 bg blue 600. And let me just write something inside. Oh, actually, I don't have to. Great. So you can already see it. Perfect. So BG Blue 600, by default, it's going to have an opacity 0. But when we do group hover, it's going to have opacity 100. So now, when you hover over, you should see an opacity. It should be invisible, but move your cursor over the screen and you should see the thumbnail. Great. So just make sure that you have group hover and that you added the group class to the parent element, like that. And let's give a transition to the opacity so it looks just a little bit smoother. All right. And now let's create flex, items center, and justify center, like this. Great. And now inside, we're going to go ahead and render our content. So let's define content outside of the return here. Let content. And inside of this div, we're going to render that content. And it's going to be dynamic depending on if we have the thumbnail or not. So let's go ahead and check. If we don't have a source, in that case, content is going to be the following. Let's create a class name with bg background, like this. Let's give it flex call, items center, justify center, gap y4, height full, width full, transition transform, group dash hover, translate x2, group dash hover, minus translate minus y minus 2, and rounded MD. And I think you can already take a look at it and see how we have a nice little effect now. You can see how it almost floats when we hover on something. Great. And inside of here, we're going to go ahead and simply render the user avatar from /user avatar. I'm going to change this to use the components like this. So import that. And in here, we have to pass a couple of props. So size is going to be large. We're going to pass in the show badge prop, the username, which is going to be the username, image URL, which is going to be the fallback. And let's also give it is live off is live, like this. So since I don't have thumbnail in at least one of my items, there we go. You can see how this looks now. Great. And let's go ahead now and let's create an alternative, which is going to be even easier. So the alternative else, let's go ahead and create a div here. Actually, no, what is going to happen is it's going to assign a content, right? And it's simply going to render image from next/image. So make sure you import image from next image here, and it's going to render that original source. So let's give it a source of source, a fill property, an alt of thumbnail, and let's give it a class name of object cover, transition transform, group hover, translate x2, group hover minus translate minus y minus 2, and rounded MD, like this. Great. And now I believe that we can also create a thumbnail skeleton, but let's just see. So when I refresh here, I think I might have made some mistake here, because I don't think this should be completely hidden by default. Let me just go ahead and confirm. So yes, I made a mistake here. So you can see that by default, our opacity is 0, and then only when we hover something appears. So that's how it's supposed to work, but I made a small mistake. I put content inside of that div, but that div is supposed to be a self-closing tag. So go ahead and move content out of this div, and you can just remove the end tag and make it a self-closing tag, like this. And now it should look better. There we go. So now we have our grid here. As you can see, we have a nice little effect. And if we don't have a thumbnail, you can see that it has this little hover, right? So now I'm going to go inside of my currently logged in user. So I don't even have to be in the creator dashboard. From here, I can add a thumbnail. So I'm going to go ahead and add my screenshot here that I took. Let's go ahead and upload this image just to confirm that our thumbnail works as well inside of that grid. So let's wait a second for this to upload. There we go, the thumbnail is here, and when I go here, there we go, I can see the thumbnail right here. So now I want to go ahead and create the skeleton for the thumbnail so that we can easily create a larger skeleton later on. So go inside the thumbnail here and let's prepare our skeleton. So import skeleton from ./UI skeleton, but I'm going to change it to /components UI skeleton. And let's go ahead and do export const thumbnail skeleton to return a div with a class name, group, aspect, video, relative, rounded XL, and cursor pointer. And inside we are going to render our skeleton component with class name hfull and width full. Great. Now let's go back inside of the result card and we can continue developing. So we lastly added this thumbnail which we were developing, and now I want to go ahead and render if data is live. In that case, let's go ahead and render our div like this, which is going to render our live badge from components live badge. So in order to see this, I recommend that you click start streaming inside of your OBS like this. And now there we go, I have a huge live badge here. So I recommend that at least one active live stream you turn on for now. And now let's go ahead and position it. So I'm going to give this div a class name of absolute, top 2, left 2, group, hover, translate x2, group, hover, minus translate minus y minus 2, and transition transform. Like this. There we go. Now it's flush, as you can see, with this. Perfect. And on here it doesn't exist, but don't worry because we're gonna have some additional information below. Great. So now that we have this, let's go outside of this conditional here and let's render a new div with a class name flex gap x3. And let's add the user avatar component from components user avatar. So make sure you import that. Let's go ahead and give it a username of data user username. Let's give it an image URL of data user image URL and is live property of data is live like this. And below that, I'm going to add a div with a class name flex call text small and overflow hidden like this. And let's create a paragraph which renders data.name, which is the name of the stream. And let's give it a class name truncate, font semi-bold, hover, text blue 500 like that. And another paragraph which renders data user username and give this a class name of text muted foreground. And there we go. We have our homepage. And you can see how even if, let's go ahead and give this a thumbnail just to see how it looks. Actually, I have this other browser, great. So I'm just gonna go ahead and add a thumbnail to my stream here just to see how that looks while a stream is active. I don't think anything is different, but I just want to show you that you can still tell by that indicator on the user avatar. Great, so now my stream has an image here. So let me just refresh here, and there we go. You can still see that it's active because of this little thumbnail that we have here. Great. So we finished with the result card, and now I want to create the result card skeleton. So let's export result card skeleton here. And I want to go ahead and prepare the skeleton components from components UI skeleton. And let's go ahead and return a div with a class name of hfull, widthfull, and space y4. Let's render the thumbnail skeleton, which we created. So import that from components thumbnail. Below that, let's go ahead and add a class name flex gap x3 and render the user avatar skeleton. So make sure you import user avatar skeleton. And below that, we're going to create a new div with a class name flex col, text small. Actually, we just need gap y1 here. And let's add a skeleton here and let's multiply it. Give the first one a class name of h4 and a width of 32, and the lower one class name of h3 and width of 24, like this. Great. And now we can go back inside of our results page and we can create a proper results skeleton. So inside of this div, add a normal skeleton first. So import that from components UI skeleton. Let me just join these two together. And let's give this one a class name of h8 and a width of 290 pixels and margin bottom of 4. So this skeleton is representing this h2 text. And now we're going to go ahead and create a div here. And what we can do is simply copy the entire class name from our original div. So paste the class name like this. And then inside we're going to mock an array. So spread an array of 4 items dot map, get skip the first one, get the index, and render result card skeleton. Make sure you import this from result card and simply assign it a key to be the index, like this. Great. So now we should have a proper loading state, as you just saw in a second here. Perfect. So we finished our homepage. Great. And now I want to go ahead and see how much of the stream I actually need, right? Because we pass in the entire data here. But let's see, what do we actually need from the stream? So we need the thumbnail URL, we need is live, and we also need the name of the stream, I believe. Let me just find where we use it. There we go, name. So let's go to the feed service here and let's modify this a little bit. So I'm logged in. So first I'm going to check this one. Outside of where, I'm going to add select, and I'm going to select thumbnail URL. I'm going to select the name, and I'm going to select is live, like that. Did I do this correctly? Looks like I did something wrong. So let's see, where did I do it wrong? Where do I have to put it? Select here. Is live true? Maybe it's because of the type of this stream. If I give this any, no. Maybe it's because of include. So if I go select from here, yeah. So let's go ahead and select user to be true, is live to be true, name to be true, and what did we say? Thumbnail URL to be true. I think that's all we need. And I'm going to copy this and I'm going to assign that in here as well. So make sure that both in your user ID, you only select this couple of things, and we don't need the include, because we're going to do that using select now. And now my results, oh, we also need ID. Yes. So let's go ahead and select ID to be true. Up here and up here. Okay. And now, yeah, our result differs now. So let's go inside of the result card and let's modify this to be an object which has a user, which is a type of user, is live, which is a boolean. We have name, which is a string, and we have thumbnail URL, which is string or null. And there we go. That resolved our type error here. Perfect. And now everything should still be working. Let me just refresh to confirm. There we go. I have the thumbnail URL, I have the name of the stream, and I have my username, and I'm not spilling any additional information. Great. All right. And that wraps up our homepage, and we fixed that little security issue what we had. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to take a look at my user service and see if we can improve that in the stream here. And then we're going to wrap it all up with the results page and the community tab where we can unblock users. Alright, so before we go on to creating the results search page, I want to go ahead and fix a couple of issues that I have here. So first things first, I want to give you a quick reminder that if when you start streaming, you're not seeing the user become live, so I'm going to refresh, and there you can see how my user just became live. If you are not seeing that, make sure that you have your ngrok running, right? So you need to have this URL running, whatever it is, or you can run ngrok http 3000 and make sure that in your Livekit in webhooks, you have that exact URL. If you change the URL, you can click edit endpoint and then modify it. Just remember to leave the suffix at the end. So I just wanted to give you a quick reminder of that. So go ahead and start a live stream and ensure that you can see the live stream in here, and ensure that you have a live connection at the side here. And now I want to go ahead and just modify my result card a bit because I've noticed a couple of issues. So let's go inside of browse home components result card. And first thing that I've noticed is inside of thumbnail here, we have a little issue. And that's that I wrote group hover minus translate -1. So change that to -2. That's how it should look like. And I think in the video I even said 2, but I wrote 1. And the other thing is this. So this actually isn't even showing anywhere. That's because this should be inside of the thumbnail. So go inside of your result card and copy this like that and remove it from here. And then go inside of thumbnail and go in here to your main return function where you render the content dynamically, and below it render this and change this from data is live to just is live, and import live badge in here right there, and I'm gonna change it to components like this. And now, as you can see in my view here, there we go, we have a nice live badge in the corner. So that's what I wanted to showcase. So make sure that you are live somewhere, and you should have a nice little indicator. And I believe that even if I remove my thumbnail now, so let me just go to another user here. I'm gonna go ahead and remove my thumbnail like this. I want to see how that looks like now. So if I remove my thumbnail, I have live in the corner and I have live here. If you like it like that, you can leave it, but I have a feeling it's a bit too much, right? I think one indicator is enough. So what I'm gonna do, inside of the thumbnail component, I'm only gonna render this if is live and if we have source, like this. So only if we are live and if we have a thumbnail, right? Because if we don't have a thumbnail, we're gonna show the badge on our user avatar, right? So no need for that. Great. So we resolved that issue. Now inside of the result card, I think I've noticed one more thing. So go inside of the result card, I misspelled truncate. So make sure it's properly named, and now you can see how I have like a little 3 dots at the end here. Great. And what I want to do now is I want to resolve this little potential security issue that we have with this page right here where we render our actual stream. So go ahead and make sure you are live, because I have a feeling it's going to be easier to confirm that everything is still working. So for this screen, we use our lib user service, right? Specifically get user by username. So we use the get user by ID as well, and we include the entire stream. But that's okay, because if you search where we use it, we only use it in server actions, and that's not in the JavaScript bundle. So that's in a completely different encapsulation. So we don't have to worry about spilling any secrets there. But inside of get user by username, it's kind of dangerous to include the entire stream because we have some sensitive information there. So what I'm going to do is the following. I'm going to change this to not use include, but instead it's going to use select. And I'm going to go ahead and now we have to select everything we need from the user. So we need the ID of the user, we need the username of the user, we need the bio of the user, image URL of the user, and I think those are all the information we need from the user. And now for the stream, we can go ahead and pick exactly what we need. So we also need the ID from the stream, we need is live, oh, and make sure you do another select inside of the stream. So we need ID, we need is live to be true, we need is chat delayed, we need is chat enabled, we need is chat followers only, we need the thumbnail URL, and we need the name of the stream. So there we go. Now we don't load all of those sensitive information like stream key and Ingress ID. We only load very specifically exactly what we need. And now what we have to do is we have to go back inside of our stream player component so we can modify the types, because okay, this seems to be working now. And I think that if I refresh this page, everything is still working. Yeah, everything is still working. But here's the thing, we have some type errors in our components now. So inside of our app folder, browse, username, page.tsx, we should have an error here because we're passing an invalid model of stream and player. Because you can see in here in the stream player props, we expect the entire thing. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna create a type custom stream, which is gonna have an ID, which is a string, is chat enabled, which is a boolean, is chat delayed, which is a boolean, is chat followers only, which is a boolean. We're gonna have is alive, which is a boolean as well, thumbnail URL, which is a string or null because it's optional in Prisma, and name of the stream. And then we're also gonna have a type of custom user, and let's put an equals sign here. It's gonna have an ID, it's gonna have username, which is a string, bio, which is string or null because it's optional in Prisma, stream because it's going to be custom stream or null as well because it's also not required, and image URL, which is a string. And lastly, we're also going to have the count followed by, which is a number. And then we can modify the stream player props. So instead of stream, it's going to be custom stream like that, and instead of user, it's going to be custom user. Like this. Great. And it seems like I've resolved all of the issues here. And it looks like my entire thing here is still working. Let me try in my creator dashboard here. So in here, we seem to be getting an error. So what we have to do is go ahead and see what's going on inside of app folder, dashboard, username, home page.tsx. So we also need the external user ID, it seems. Okay, so let's go inside of get user by username and let's add external user ID to also be selected. And then we no longer have any errors here. And if I try and refresh in my creator dashboard, there we go. The entire thing is working. Let's write a test message here to confirm. So we have slow mode on. So after 3 seconds, it's here and it received here. Great. And let's go ahead and see if there are any issues with my follow and unfollow. So this seems to be working fine. And now I am blocked. Perfect. So we resolved this little potential security issue in our stream player. We are now only sending the information that we actually need. We have no type errors inside of our app. And now we are ready to create our search page. So for now, we can stop streaming because we're going to go ahead and create this page where we currently write something. It leads us to a 404 not found. So we're going to go ahead and build this now. So this one will not take as long because we can reuse some components like our thumbnail. So let's go ahead inside of our app folder, inside of browse, let's create a new folder called search. And inside, let's create page.tsx. Let's go ahead and create a search page. And let's create a div search page like this. And now, when you type something in your navbar here, you should not be getting any errors. So just confirm you're not getting any errors. I had one error, but I cannot see it again. So I guess it was just some cache. Great. You see, it should basically just say a search page. And what I can do from here now is I can create an interface search page props. And since this is a server component, we can access search params the same way we would access params in dynamic URL. So instead of writing params and then, we usually write username, what we can do is we can ask for search params, which are going to look for the query inside of our URL. And we know that we have a term, which can be optional. So write it like this. And then inside, let's go ahead and assign search page props here, and let's extract the search params. And what I want to write is if we don't have search params term, go ahead and simply redirect from next navigation to the root page. So make sure you import this. And now what should happen is that if you have something in your search and in your URL, so search should have a term property, it should stay on the search page. But if you just go to /search, it should redirect you back to the home page. Exactly. So that's the behavior that I want for this page. And now let's give this a class name of hfull, padding of 8, max width of screen 2XL and MX auto, like that. And then inside, I'm going to render the results, but they're going to be different results. So we're not going to reuse the ones from before because we want them in a different layout for search here. So let's go inside and create underscore components. And let's create a new file, results.tsx, like that. Let's create an interface results props to accept the term, which is an optional string, like this. And let's go ahead and export const results. Let's return a div results. And let's make them accept the results props term like that. And inside of here, let's render an h2 element results for term, and then let's use quote like this. Sorry, quote like that. Term, and then another quote like this. And let's give this h2 a class name of text large, font semi-bold, and margin bottom of 4, like that. And while we are here, let's also do export const results skeleton. And for now, you can just return an empty div. Now go back inside of the search page right here, and go ahead and import the results from ./components results. So don't accidentally import it from our home page because that's the different one. Let's wrap this around suspense. And you can import suspense from React as I did here. And let's pass in the fallback to be results skeleton from ./components. So from the same import that we have here. And let's pass in the term to be our search params term, like this. Great. And now if I go ahead and search test here, there we go. It says results for term test. If I try something else, it says exactly that. If I clear everything and click again, nothing happens. But if I go to /search directly, I'm redirected back to the home page. Great. So just make sure that this is working, that you have the term. In case you're not getting the term in your URL, go ahead and visit my GitHub, or go back in the video if that's easier for you. It should be inside of browse components navbar search. So in here we have the logic which adds that term from the input to our URL. So go and find this component and just confirm that it looks the same as mine in case you're having any issues. Great. Now let's go back inside the results page here, and let's turn this into an asynchronous function, because in here we're gonna call our we're going to call our search page, but we first need to create our search service. So let's go inside of the lib folder and let's create search service.ps, and let's import the database, and let's import get self from the auth service. And I'm going to go ahead and replace those with /lib like this. And now let's export const get search to be an asynchronous function which accepts the term, which is going to be an optional string. Now let's go ahead and do the trick for logged in and logged out users. So wait get self, user ID is self.id, catch, user ID is null, like that. Streams is going to be an empty array. And now let's go ahead and first do the easy one. So if we have the user ID, I'm going to write a comment to do. Let's do the easy one first. So in here, do streams to be await database stream find many, like that, where, and now we're going to go ahead and use the search either by username or by name. So in our Prisma schema, we added these preview features for full text search and full text index. And I believe in my stream model, we added at full text index here for the name of the stream. So since we are also going to query by username, perhaps I should also add the same thing like here, but for user. But we're gonna see. I'm gonna try without that. I think it will still work, but it's gonna be a slow query. So we're gonna see. Let's go ahead and just continue for now. So we're gonna combine both of those. So we're gonna use the OR operator. We're gonna open an array, and first we're gonna write the name of the stream contains the term like that. And then in the other object, we're gonna write if the user relation username field contains the term as well. Great. And let's also go ahead and add include user true. And let's do order by, and let's do an array of items, right? So I'm going to write is live descending, and I'm going to write updated at also descending. Like that, and do return streams at the end. Is it streams? It is. Oh, it is streams. But so okay, now we also have to do it in here, and I think that's gonna get rid of this error. So let's go ahead and copy this entire function because it's gonna be very similar. So copy this query and paste it instead of this to do here. Like that, there we go, that got rid of the error. But now what we have to do is we have to extend the where query besides this or to also not include any user that is blocking us. So let's write user right here, not blocking some blocked ID to be our user ID. So we are not going to show that user that is blocking us anywhere on the home page, on the search page, nowhere. Great. So I think this should be it for our search service. And of course, we're going to come back to this just to decide whether we actually need everything from the stream or can we improve those a little bit on security side so we don't include the Ingress ID, the stream key, and stuff like that. So let's go back inside of the search page, components results here, and now we can go ahead and write const data to be await get search from our search service and pass in the term like this. Great. And now let's go ahead below the h2 and write if data.length is 0. In that case, let's go ahead and write a div, no results found, try searching for something else. And I think we can render a paragraph instead of a div for this one. And let's give it a class name of text muted foreground and text small like this. So now you should have this text if you search for something that doesn't exist. But if you search for Antonio, for example, which is one of my username, there we go. You can see that that doesn't appear because it looks like we do have some results. So go ahead and search something that hides this, meaning that you do have some results. And then let's go ahead and create a div with a class name flex call and gap y4. And inside of here, we're going to go over our data.map, get the individual result, and we're going to create our result card, but don't import it because this is also going to be a new result card because it's going to have a different layout. So give it data and result.id as the key. Great. And now we have to create our result card.tsx inside of the search page, of course. Did I misspell this? Result card, results. Okay, looks okay. And let's go ahead and first create an interface, result card props, to accept data, which is an entire stream object for now, and also a user, which is an entire user object. And let's export const result card. And let's return a div. Let's assign the props, result card props. And let's extract the data. And I want to assign that immediately here so you can see the changes that you're doing. So make sure you import result card, refresh your local host, and you should no longer be having any errors. And now in here, let's first wrap the entire thing inside of link from next/link like this. Let's give it an href of /data user username. And then let's create a div with a class name of width full flex gap x4. Then create another div with a class name relative h 9 rem and width of 16 rem. And inside render our thumbnail component from components thumbnail. So it's great that we can reuse that this easily. And let's go ahead and give it source to be data thumbnail URL. Let's give it fallback to be data user image URL. Let's give it is live to be data is live. Let's give it username to be data user username, like that. And I think you should already be seeing it. And there we go. You can see how now I have some results page here for the term search Antonio. Let me just go back to the search page here. And now we're going to go ahead and add some information here. So outside of this div right here, which is wrapping the thumbnail, create a new div with a class name space y1, then another div with a class name flex items center and gap x2. And then inside, go ahead and render a paragraph, data user username. And let's go ahead and let's style this a bit. So I want to give it a class name of font bold, text large, cursor pointer, hover, text blue 600, actually 500, like that. And let's add verified mark. And we can do that from components verified mark, like that. And then outside of that div, add a paragraph for the stream name, so data.name. And let's give it a class name of text small and text muted foreground. Let's copy and paste this. And now we're going to format our date here. Let's go ahead and import format distance to now from datefns, which we installed, I believe, at some point in our tutorial. I mean, we definitely did. I just don't remember when exactly. And in here, let's render format distance to now, new date, data.updated at, and let's add options, add suffix true, like this. And there we go. We have our search page. You can see how differently it looks from our home page. So that's why we created those different components, because this way you can see how it has a nice layout and it definitely reminds of a proper search page. And when you click on it, you should get redirected to that user's stream. Great. And now I want to go ahead. Oh, do we have an error here? Could be because I stopped it in the middle of loading. Yeah, it looks like it's because of that. Okay, that's not too big of a deal. I think you can fix that by... I think it's because it's trying to create a token and then it's trying to set state on an unmounted component. So you can add an use effect which unmounts and then breaks the function. I don't know. I don't think it's such too big of an issue. So I'm gonna focus on other things for now, and then maybe we'll come back to that. What I want to do now is I want to import a skeleton component from components UI skeleton here. And I want to create the result card skeleton. So let's go ahead and return a div here with a class name of width full flex gap x4. And let's go ahead and add a div here with a class name of relative h9 rem and width of 16 rem. And let's render the thumbnail skeleton component. So make sure you import that from thumbnail right here. And then below that, add a div with a class name of space y2. And we're just gonna go ahead and render the skeleton component a couple of times. So let's give this a class name of h4 and width of 32. Let's copy this 3 times. This is gonna have a height of 3 and a width of 24. Last one is gonna have a width of 12 and height of 3. Like that. Now go back inside of the results page, and now we're gonna use those results card to actually create a proper results skeleton. So in here, first let's add a normal skeleton to represent our h2 element. So import skeleton. Let's go ahead and give this a class name of h8 and width of 290 pixels and a margin bottom of 4. And then create a div here with a class name of flex call, and gap y4. And let's go ahead and open an array here. Sorry, curly brackets, spread an array of 4 elements inside, .map. Go ahead and skip the first one, get the index, and render result card skeleton from /result card. So just make sure you do both of the imports for the result card from your closest import, because we have same named components from our homepage. So just make sure you don't use those because they have a different layout, right? They're not for search. And let's give it key of index like this. Did I do this correctly? I don't think I did this correctly. No, I did not. Let me try this again. Okay, so open curly brackets, go ahead and write an array of 4 elements, .map, skip the first one, get the index, and then inside render the result card skeleton. And again, I have a feeling, yeah, I made a mistake, sorry. Right here, this is where I'm supposed to put .map, sorry. Okay, get the index. And let's go ahead and third try. Is it correct now? Honestly, I don't know. Okay, so I was confused because I wasn't getting this error for the missing key, so I assumed I did something wrong with the map iteration, and I did it wrong in the first time because I started .map chain here when I should have started here. So what I did was just refreshed my Visual Studio Code, and now let's do key I like this. Now it should be correct. Okay, and I believe that if I go inside of my search page.tsx, I already have this suspense and there isn't much I should do here. So now when I refresh, there we go. We have a nice loading skeleton here as well. Great, you finished the entire thing. All that's left is the community tab here, and of course we're gonna go back to the search results just a bit later to see if we have some security issues bypassing the entire stream. Great job. So now let's go ahead and let's see if we actually need all of the items in our search page. So in our results we use the get search function, and that function seems to include the entire stream document. So let's go ahead and let's visit our result card to see actually what we need. So we seem to need the user, which we can include entirely. Like that seems to be fine. Like there's no need to There's none of these items here are, you know, secret or anything. External user ID, that's completely fine. They cannot do much with that. But our stream, we definitely should not send Ingress ID, server URL, and stream key. Those things should be private to the creator. So inside of my stream search service here, in the get search function, I'm gonna go ahead and modify this. So instead of include user, so first I'm doing this inside of this if we have the user ID. So in here, I'm gonna change this to be select like that, and we can take the whole user. And then for this, let's go ahead and take the ID of the stream to be true. Let's get the name of the stream to be true, is live to be true, and thumbnail URL to be true. And I think that's everything we need. So we have the user entirely. We have the thumbnail URL now, we have the isLive property, we have the name property, and oh yeah, we need updated at. So let's add that as well. Updated at true, like that. And now I should be having an error inside of my search page results.tsx because this data has some very specific items here. And we can actually copy it from here. Yeah, you can hover over the data, and you can then copy ID, name, thumbnail URL, and this if you want to, right? You're gonna see where I'm gonna paste that now. And then go inside of the result card in the search folder, so this specifically, and we're gonna modify this so it's not a stream entirely. Instead, this is what it's going to be. So it's gonna be an object which has these properties and user, which is user, like this. So make sure you extend the data to be an object which takes in an ID, name, thumbnail URL, is live, updated at, and user. And then you can remove stream from Prisma client. And let's see if I have any errors. And it seems like I don't have any errors inside any of my pages. Let's confirm that my search is still working. So if I search for Antonio here, I should be getting my streams. Perfect. Great, we resolved that security issue, and now we are finally ready to create the last part of this, which is the community tab. So let's create that page so that when we click on it, we no longer get this 404 error. Let's go ahead and close everything here, and let's go inside of our app folder, dashboard, username, and the same way we created chat and keys, we are now gonna create. So instead of our sidebar, we have navigation, and in here for the community, the route is /u username community. So we have to create a folder called community inside of the username folder. Just make sure you're doing that inside of dashboard where you have the u prefix. So let's create the community folder, and inside let's create page.tsx, and let's create this community page. And let's write a div community page like that. And there we go. We no longer have a 404 error. Instead, we are now selecting community. Great. Let's go ahead and let's give this div a class name of padding 6 like this. And inside, let's create another div with a class name of margin bottom of 4, and let's create an h1 element community settings like this, and let's give this h1 element a class name of text to Excel and font bold like this. There we go. So now our community settings title matches the same thing we have, for example, in our chat, right? Great. What we have to do now is we have to add a component called our data table, right? So we're gonna go ahead and follow ShatCN instructions on how to do that. So go to ShatCN UI. I mean, if this page changed in the future, you can always just visit my GitHub and look at the exact components that I created. That's the great thing about ShatCN. So we own the components, right? We don't depend on anyone else updating them. So find the data table in ShatCN components here. And let's go ahead and install everything we need. So first, we need to add the basic table from ShatCN UI. So make sure you add that. So let me go inside of the terminal here. I will shut down my Prisma Studio and do npx ShatCN UI at latest add table like this. And the next thing is we have to install TanStack React Table dependency. All right, let's go ahead and run that as well. So TanStack React Table. And now I think we are ready to start kind of building this. So we're going to create the columns, data table, and we already have the page. So let's go ahead and first create our column definitions, right? So what you can do is you can copy this exact component. You're going to see it now in a second. So it's under number 1, column definitions here. And you have this kind of example where you would store them. And let's go ahead and let's go inside of our community folder and create a new folder underscore components. And inside create columns.ts like this. And you can paste the entire thing inside. So you can see it's a very simple code. We import column def from TanStack React table. We define some random model, right? And then we just create some columns here. So I'm going to leave it like this for now. Obviously, this is not what we need, but let's leave it like this for now so it's easier for us to understand. And now we have to create a data table component. So go to step 2 here and copy this entire data table component. So let's go and create a new file, datatable.tsx, and paste the entire thing inside. And since we have this installed, we have no errors. And since we added the table, we have no errors as well. Great. So we have this entire component here. We have the columns. And let's see if we need something else. Let's see what is step 3 here. So step 3 is to render the table. And to fill the table, we can use this mock function getData. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And I'm going to go inside of my community folder page.tsx. I'm going to go outside of here and I'm going to add this mock data like this. And I think I can import payment from components columns. Yeah, because we filled the columns with this type payment, right? And we exported it. So you can import it from here. For now, you know, it doesn't matter. Great. And now we have to await that data and we have to render this. So let's do that. Let's turn the community page to be into an asynchronous function. Let's get that data which we mocked in here. So it's just going to return this. And let's go ahead now and let's render our data table component like this. So I'm going to go ahead and just outside of this div, which wraps our h1 element, render the data table. So we have to import data table from components data table, and we have to import columns from this import, which we already have where we imported the payments like that. And I think you can save this and you should now see a table here. There we go. We have a nice little table here. And now what I want to do is I want to modify the columns and I want to modify the data so it actually fills our elements. So first we have to modify our block service so that it actually returns all the users we blocked. So let's go inside of lib and we have block service here. We have a function is blocked by user and we have a function block user and we have unblock user. So let's go all the way to the end here and let's create export const get blocked users to be an asynchronous function. Let's get self using await get self, and I believe we already have this imported. If not, you can import it from auth service. Now let's define our blocked users to be await database block find many, where blocker ID is self.id, and let's include the blocked person so we can display their information and simply return blocked users like that. Great, that is our service. So now we can go back inside of the app folder, dashboard, username, community page, and we no longer have to use this mock data. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this mock data like that. And I'm going to remove this type payment here for now. And instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write const blocked users to be await get blocked users from our lib block service like that. And now we have to format that data so it fits the columns of our table. So let's write const formatted data to be blocked users dot map, get the individual block, spread all the information in the block, and now let's get the user ID to be blocked ID, image URL to be blocked image URL. Let's pass in the username to be blocked username, and created at is going to be format, not from path, but let's go ahead and let's import format from date fns. So we're going to format new date blocked created at like this, and pass in day, month, and then year. So in Europe we put days first. If you're in the US, go ahead and reverse this, right? Okay. So we have that, and we should spread block, not blocked. Great, now we have the formatted data, and let's now pass that to our data. And of course, we're gonna get a little issue here because that's not what this column support. You can see that in here we have, well, we actually have no results because we don't block anyone. So here's what I recommend you do. Go ahead and block someone. So we can do that by going inside of my stream here. And how about we start streaming, right? So I think I'm actually streaming on another user now. There we go. So I'm gonna go in here, in this user, right here. There are two users. Let me just refresh this. So go inside of the one that is streaming and just block one user. Let's go ahead and see. There we go. So I'm gonna block this user. So now I should get disconnected from here. Okay, and now inside of community here, I have one result here. You can see that it no longer says no results because I actually blocked someone. So you can confirm this. Well, first of all, this blocked user should no longer be seeing this. So 404, right? Because that user is blocked now. And the second way is that you can do console log formatted data here, just to confirm that you actually have someone blocked. So inside of your terminal, when you run npm run dev, you should be seeing a log here. So I'm gonna go ahead and refresh this page where I can load my blocked users, and there we go. You can see that code with Antonio is blocked and I have my formatted data. Great, so that is working. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna switch my logged in user so I can see my table here instead of having to switch to this browser. So I'm just gonna go ahead and jump in another user. All right, so I am in the user that is currently streaming. I'm going inside of my dashboard, and in here I blocked one user inside of my community. So now we have to go ahead and we have to modify the columns so that it actually fits our user. So let's go inside of components, columns here, and let's go ahead and modify the type. So the type is going to be blocked user, right? And the information we need is ID, which is a string, user ID, which is a string, image URL, which is a string, username, which is a string, and created at, which is also a string because we pass in the formatted data, and this format returns a string. So it's not a type of data, it's a type of string. And then we can set that to be our column definition. And there we go. We no longer have any errors in this data because now it matches what we're passing here. But now we have to modify this accessor key. So let's make the first one to be username, and let's make the header be username as well. Then the second accessor key is going to be created at, and that's going to say date blocked. And the last one is, well, it's not going to have anything. It's going to have an ID of actions, right? And in here, what we can do is just return a cell, which is very simply going to render a button from components UI button, not button props, sorry. So button, and we have to turn this from .ts to .tsx like this, and then we can import JSX elements inside. So make sure you change columns, and then you should be able to import button from components UI button, and IntelliSense should not be playing around. Great, and let's go ahead and write unblock in here like this in your page. Let's see if I have to change anything. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna shut down npm run dev and run it again, because I think by renaming from .ts to .tsx, we might have caused some caching issues here. So let's just wait a second for this to come back. And there we go. You can see that my blocked user is code with Antonio, and I have the exact date where I blocked that user. So what I want to do now is I want to extend my data table to have pagination, to have search, and to be able to sort by username, to sort by the date we blocked user, right? So we want to make this table a bit more usable. So let's go ahead and back inside the data table here. And we don't have to do this one, which says cell formatting. We're going to do that later. Actually, we can actually do this. Okay. How about we go inside of columns here, and how about we extend our first one here, which is username. So besides header, add a cell property here, get the row, so we have the information about it, and inside we're going to render a div with a class name, flex, item center, and gap x4. And let's render the user avatar component from components user avatar. So make sure you add this import. Let's give it the username to be row.original.username. And image URL is going to be row.original.image URL. So let me collapse those elements so you can see like that. And let's create a span row.original.username like this. So now our cell should display the user's image like this. So I can now see the image of the user that I've blocked. Perfect. So that was step 1, cell formatting. And now let's go ahead and do some row actions here. So let's see if we are going to need this. So row actions, okay, I'm gonna leave this for later. Let's first do pagination. So in order to do pagination, we have to go inside of our data table. So let's prepare that. Go inside of your data table component. So let me expand this so you can see exactly where I went. So inside of community components, we have data table. So make sure you are here and import get pagination row model from TanStack React table. Then inside of use React table, you have to add get pagination row model like this. So let me zoom out so you can see. So this is a key and this is the value. All right. And now we have to add pagination controls. So let's go ahead and import button and let's place it. I'm going to place it just below the table like this. And now we have to wrap the entire thing inside of a div first. So let's do that. So wrap the entire thing inside of a div. Go all the way to the bottom like that. And then indent everything like this. All right. And now we have to add this line of code right here. So you can go ahead and copy. You can see it's clearly highlighted, right? So just go ahead and copy it. And we don't have to copy the last one div because that's the div which ends this div, right? So just this part. If it's easier, you can just go into my GitHub and copy the data table component, right? We are copying this anyways. So we have to paste this all the way to the bottom just before this new div ends like this. Great. And I think this should already be appearing here. There we go. We have previews and next. And when we get to more than 10 blocked users, this is going to work because it's only going to render the first 10. Great. So we did that. Now I want to add sorting. So let's go ahead and import everything from React here at the top. Let's import sorting state. Let's import sorted model like this. Let's add this sorting state to the function. So here, like this. Now let's go ahead inside of the use React table and let's add on sorting change, set sorting, get sorted row model, and state sorting. So these 3 elements like that. I'm going to copy all of this and I'm going to paste it inside of the use React table. So I added this, I added this, and I added this. All right. And now we have to make this header cells sortable because right now we do have the functionality, but we don't have anything to trigger that functionality. So go back inside of your columns here and change the header to now go ahead and extract the column like this and go ahead and immediately render a button. You should already have that because we use it, I believe. Yes, make sure just you have the button. And inside, let's go ahead and give it a variant of ghost and let's give it an onClick option, an arrow function which calls column dot toggle sorting column get is sorted. Execute this function. So let me zoom out so you can see. Get is sorted is equal to ascending like that. So write it exactly like this, and inside of the button we're gonna go ahead and render label username and the icon arrow up down from Lucid React. So make sure you import this right here, and let's go ahead and give this a class name of ML2, height of 4 and width of 4. And there we go. You can now click on this, but since I only have one user, there's no effect. But if you had more users, it's going to sort by username, right? Perfect. So now I also want to do that for date blocked. So what we can do is we can just copy and paste this, I believe, and use it exactly as we expected inside of this header where it says date blocked. So let me see, what did I copy exactly? So I'm just going to copy the entire header, and I'm going to replace the header here like that. And I'm going to change this label to date blocked. And I don't think we have to change anything in the onClick function. This is still going to work as intended. Great. So we added our sorting, and now I want to add filtering so we can search for a user. So we have to go back inside the data table component, and we have to import column filters state and get filtered row model. And we have to import our input component. So I'm going to add that just below our button component here. And now we have to add the state for our search. So just below sorting, I'm going to add the column filters. So this can all go in one line. Let me zoom out. So there we go. So React use state with the default value of an empty array. All right, let's see what do we have to do next. So now instead of the use React table, we have to add on column filters change. So let's add that. On column filters change is going to be set column filters, but we don't execute that. And then we add get filtered row model. So add this, and we also add column filters inside of the state. Great. And now we have to go ahead and add this input here, right? So this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to go ahead inside of here at the top. I'm going to open a new div with the class name flex item center and py of 4. And then I'm going to render that input component. And let's go ahead and give it a placeholder of filter users. Let's go ahead and give it a value of open parentheses table get column username, because that's what we're going to be searching, question mark dot get filter value like this as string. Let me zoom out so you can see it in one line. And outside of the parentheses, add an optional operator to be an empty string like this. Then let's add on change function here, which is going to call an event. And then it's going to call table get column username question mark dot set filter value event target value like that. So if you want to, you can also write this in one line like this. Let me zoom out so you can see. And let me just collapse this like this. So this can be one line. So we immediately return this. Make sure you do it like this. Great. And I also want to add one class name to the input. Max with small like that. And I believe that is everything we need to add. Yeah, everything. We can now shut this down. And there we go. Now if I type something else, no results. But if I type Antonio, we have the user here. Perfect. So what we have to create now is the actual unblock button, because currently what we have is just a dummy button. So let's go ahead inside of components and create a new file, unblock button.tsx. Let's mark this as use client. Let's create an interface unblock button props. Let's give it a user ID of string. Let's export const unblock button. Let's go ahead and destructure the props. So unblock button props. Let's destructure user ID. Let's go ahead and let's add use transition from React. And in here we can extract is pending and start transition. Let's go ahead and create const on click to call start transition. And it's going to call our server action on unblock from actions block. And we already have that when we were playing around with our block service. So just make sure that inside of your actions folder block, you have exported on unblock. So let's go ahead here and pass in the user ID. Let's chain.then. We can get the result here. And let's call toast from Sonar. So make sure you import that. So toast.success. And let's add backticks. And let's write user. And now let's get result.blocked.username unblocked. And let's chain.catch to simply render toast.error, something went wrong. Great. And now we can return our button from components UI button. So make sure you add this import. Whoops. All right. Let's render unblock text and let's give it disabled if is pending. Let's give it on click, on click. Let's give it variant of link. Let's give it size of small and class name of text blue 500 and full width. And now let's go back inside of our columns and let's go ahead and extract row from this cell and let's render unblock button. So make sure you import that from /unblock button and pass in the user ID to be row original user ID. Like this. Great. And let's try it out now. So it seems like I'm having some error here. Let's see if that's something temporary. Looks like it is. So if I go ahead and click unblock, it's pending, and there we go. The user is unblocked. Now I'm gonna go ahead and log in with that user here. And as you can see, I am logged in as Code with Antonio and I can look at the other Antonio's stream because I am unblocked. Perfect. And let's just confirm one more time. If I go into my creator dashboard now, so this is me streaming, like this is the streamer. I'm going to block Code with Antonio again. Code with Antonio is disconnected. And now if I go ahead out and I can still see the user here, that's fine, because when we refresh, we're not going to be able to see them. So if I click here, now I should just get an error. There we go. We cannot connect to this stream. And then they try to refresh. And there we go. We cannot see them in the homepage. We cannot see them in the recommended. Let's try searching. And we cannot see them here either. We can only see ourselves. Great. And let's try and unblock ourselves now. So I'm going to click unblock here and let's see if that is working as well. When I refresh here, there we go. I am unblocked. Great, great job. You finished the entire tutorial. Absolutely everything. Amazing job. All that's left is to deploy the application, which will just take 5 to 10 minutes. Don't worry. The hard part is officially over. I just want to confirm one couple of things here. So inside of our actions block, I don't think we need to do this on unblock. So just remove this line. It's not needed. Instead, what you can do is get self from await, get self, and you should revalidate your community tab. So use/self.username/community. So this is what you should do here. So just for good luck, I'm going to try again. So in here, I'm joining again as a stream, and I'm going to go ahead and block myself again. Then this user is immediately disconnected. I'm going inside of my community. Let me refresh. I will unblock the user and this should revalidate. There we go. Great. It's working great. And one last thing that I think I forgot to tell you, inside of your app folder, API, webhooks, clerk, we have a case when user deletes their entire profile. And what I want to do here is I want to ensure that if they have a running stream, we reset that. So I'm going to simply add await reset ingresses from actions ingress. So you can import that from here. Reset ingresses payload data ID. So in case the stream is running and the account gets deleted, it's an edge case, there's a very low chance of this happening, but we're going to end the ingress for that user so that they don't spam our application. Great job, amazing job. All that's left is to deploy. So just before we deploy, I think I've noticed one small little bug in the previous module. It should be a very quick fix. Inside of my lib folder for my search service here, I added the select for user ID name is live, but I only did that for the if is user ID. I forgot to do it for else, right? But I think still it would work exactly as expected, but we are sending too much information there. So let's just change this to be select, and we can just copy this from here. So select user ID name is live, thumbnail URL, and updated at. And let me go ahead and paste that here. And there we go. It should all be completely okay. So let's just try this out. So if I go ahead and write test here, it's okay, it's working. If I write Antonio, it's working. If I log out from here, the homepage is working. If I write Antonio here, it is still working. And just one thing that I want to add, inside of my middleware, we technically do allow this, but I want to explicitly also add /search, right? Because I think search is allowed for logged out users because of this. But I also want to explicitly add search, just so we know that we want this page to be allowed. Great, and we can still look at the stream. We have absolutely everything inside. Amazing job. So in order to deploy this, we first have to add this to our GitHub. So let's do one last thing, which is to go inside of package.json, and inside of your scripts object, you should have a new script post install, which is just going to say Prisma generate, like this. And then what I want you to do is I want you to go, and you can now finally shut down everything. So let's just have one terminal open, and let's just prepare this like that. This should be offline now. And go inside of your GitHub and create a new repository. So I'm gonna name this Next.14 Twitch clone. And I'm going to go ahead and make it private, and I'm going to click create a repository like this. And now inside of here, you're going to use the second option, which is to push to an existing repository from the command line. Before you can do that, make sure that you have no outstanding changes. So you should not have any numbers in this icon here. So do git add and git commit. And you can see that my commits have a specific number by the number of the video that I'm doing. So this for me is 33 deployment. For you, it might be just final. It doesn't matter. So just commit this like that. And then you can go ahead and copy these 3 commands here. So let's go ahead here and just paste them and enter. And that should push the entire repository right here. So now when I refresh my GitHub, there we go. You can see that I have my entire repository right here. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's go into Vercel and go ahead and select add new project. And go ahead and select your latest one. It should be right here, Next.14 Twitch clone, and click import. And now let's go ahead and let's fill in the environment variables property. So for that, go inside of your .environment file. You can click copy everything. You can literally select everything from here and then just paste it inside like this. So make sure you have all of them and go ahead and click deploy. So we are going to have to change a couple of stuff after we deploy. We're going to have to change the clerk webhook secret, or maybe we even won't. I'll try to explain in a second. So now let's go ahead and leave this building to do its thing. If it fails, I'm gonna unpause the video and show you where it fails and how to fix it. If not, we're gonna have a deployed app. And there we go. So mine seems to have deployed without any issues. Great. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click, let's see, continue to dashboard. We need to get the URL of this page right here. So there we go. Next 14 Twitch clone. So make sure that you don't use the deployment URL. Vercel will give you two URLs. Make sure you find this one. It should be much shorter than the other one. So I'm going to copy this now. And I'm going to go ahead and replace it in my local host here. And in here, I should be seeing the exact same page, right? Great. And here's the thing. Now that we have this URL, what we have to do is we have to modify the Clerk webhook and the Livekit webhook so that they no longer use the ngrok, because ngrok was only for development. For deployment, we don't need that because we have an actual URL. So you can do the following. You can either edit the endpoint and change this part of the URL to use the new one, right? Or you can add a new endpoint. So let's go ahead and give this a name of deployment or production. And let's write HTTPS and paste this, which is from Vercel /API/webhooks /livekit. So make sure this is correct and make sure you select, well, you can create a new API key if you want, but you know, for this tutorial, I'm just going to use the same one so we don't have to change all the keys. But it is a good practice that you create production keys later. But for now, just use the exact same one that you used in your previous webhook endpoint. And there we go. This should now be working. And you have to do the same thing in Clerk. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to edit this one. If you want to, you can create a new endpoint, but remember, when you create a new endpoint, you also need to update your signing secret, which is in our environment file. So that's why just for now, it's easier that you simply modify this webhook. So click edit and change this part of the URL here. Like that. Let me add HTTPS at the beginning, like that. So our Vercel URL /API webhooks clerk, and click save like this. And that should be it. So let's go ahead and try this now. So I'm going to click start streaming. I am on my deployed app. And if I set up my webhooks correctly, in a couple of seconds, this should turn to live, and it is. And let's take a look if we can stream. We can. I'm right here and I'm looking at my screen on the deployed website. Amazing, amazing job. You finished the entire tutorial. I don't even know how long this is, 15, 16 hours, something like that. Amazing, amazing job. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to leave a like, share, and subscribe.